Oh, yeah, and I really feel it. All the stuff I know. Son, getting sick of being an LGBTQ. Hustling, I've been getting sick of being an LGBTQ. Oh, yeah. Now it's June, he's looking at himself like, I don't know. Yeah, whoa, yeah. And we making slappers while I'm high up the reefer. Catch a son in the Morbius to a movie theater. Thinking about his life decisions, all the shit he does. Acting like a fool because it creates so much buzz. Getting canceled on the Twitter, getting canceled on the Discord. Is it high split? Is it high score? No, I can't take anymore. Yeah. I just want a friend in the month of June. Yeah, hot sun rating me a third time. What the fuck is he doing? And I mean what I said, and I mean what I say. It's true, so now son is an LGBT friend, and I mean what I say. It's true, so down son is an LGBT friend, and I mean what I say. It's true, so down son is an LGBT friend, and I mean what I say. It's true, so down son is an LGBT friend, and I mean what I said. It's true, so down son is an LGBT friend, and I mean what I said. It's true, so down son is an LGBT friend, and I mean what I said.
What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, regardless of the weather. Today is Sunday. That's right, it's Sunday, June 2nd. Pride Month is upon us, as you guys know. The second day of Pride Month. We're live. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, regardless of the fact that it is finally freaking Pride Month, okay? That's right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Ahmed Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Day 2 of Pride Month. My mayonnaise is now rainbow colored. How did this happen? It happens to the best of us. Before you know it, start your day off fine, and before you know it, all of a sudden, boom, shit is gay as hell. I'm a little tired. It's because I balled my freaking face off earlier, folks. Balling like it's not a job merely, not an occupation, but that balling like it is my life. Okay? In any case, how come there's no Italian Pride Month? Because Italians should not demonstrate pride. They saw your car. Bro, fucking chill, dude. Yo, stop doxing me. It's fucked up. We beat the Adblock record during the IRL. Oh, the drive-by. We'll look at some memes from the IRL yesterday. Your TikTok just dropped.
What's your name?
Hassan.
Hassan, are you gay?
No.
You're not gay at all?
No.
Okay, what's the gayest thing you've ever done in your life?
Live in West Hollywood for 10 years.
Can you please honestly rate my Pride outfit out of 10? I will do a little spin for you.
Out of 10,
Yeah. I put a lot of effort.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
That's very generous.
It's because your physique is carrying it right now,
Uh-huh.
but I feel like you could have gone way bolder, way wilder with it.
Hassan, kiss or slap?
For who?
For me. Or I can kiss or slap you.
Oh, slap.
You'll slap me.
Yeah,
But like,
on the butt.
be a good guy. Like, do a good job, okay? Ready?
Is that good?
That was good. Thank you, sir. Happy Pride.
Yep. Will you be covering the Indian election results on June 4th? No. So is Blue Lock queer coded? I mean, it's gay as fuck. It's BL, bro. They call it boy love for a reason. It's not a real sport like basketball either. It's a gay sport like soccer. Oh shit. Chill. Anyway, it was a fun stream yesterday. Oh yeah, I tried to slay a little bit. You know, I don't know if I did it or not. But yeah, yesterday we went to the gay pride in WeHo. They shut off Santa Monica Boulevard. The gays have... That's right, folks. The gays have officially shut off Santa Monica Boulevard. What? Serious feedback? When you're sleeping, you should aim a little lower where the fat muscle is more concentrated. What? When I'm sleeping? What the fuck does that mean even? Come on, bro. Y'all ignored Hitler in the West and not Kim Bauer, and now you're ignoring Indian Hitler? No, I'm not ignoring Indian Hitler. Oh, he meant slapping. Anyway, we're gonna do the gay as fuck memes, obviously, as always. What do you think about Claudia Scheinbaum? It's gotten anti-Semites real mad because she's Jewish. From what I understand, she's a spiritual successor of AMLO. Like, she's just AMLO but a woman. I feel like Mexico is one of those places where femicide is a massive problem. What am I doing? It's Sunday Fun Day. Shut the fuck up. God damn it. I can't, dude. I literally cannot stop myself, bro. Fuck. I haven't even done my personal news yet. Anyway, we did the Pride Parade. It was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Okay. We'll look at the Pride memes in a second. Beyond the Pride memes and whatnot, I ended the broadcast last night, and what did I do? I fucking went to ball. That's right. Personal news wise, of course, I went to go motherfucking ball, baby. I went to go motherfucking ball because I'm a freak, okay? And I'm cooking fools. I was cooking fools so hard. People were like, bro, did you play somewhere? Did you play in college? Like, what's up with this? Like, what's going on? Okay. I was like, nah, I'm just like this. I'm just built like this, built tough, built different. I have been firing a bunch of 3-point shots as well. I don't do them in game. Did you ball in those pants, Lamont? No, of course not. I went home, changed, and then went to play basketball. I've been kind of draining them a little bit. I've never been a good 3-point shooter. But I'm kind of getting better. Uncontested. Like, I'll probably never shoot in a game. I don't need to. I don't have to. I'm lethal from the key. What is this? This is me. I got baited by someone to post ass, and I did. But you're saying you're going after the Pride Parade, you're better at handling balls? Yes, exactly. Bro, you got to be an international threat. Take the shots. Anyway, so we did that. We balled our faces off. Bro went around and shot around by himself. Ball copium. No, I played fucking runs. Suck my dick. I play runs. And then I don't know. You guys know this already. Like, if you've been watching me for a long enough time, you probably know this, but like, I get in the habit of like really getting invested and really getting addicted to shit. And right now I'm on my ball game era. Okay. I'm on my basketball arc right now. It's legendary. It's like a basketball anime, dude. I'm fucking playing in the morning. I'm playing at night. Okay. Hassan, I dominate in the short roll. I'm Turkish Jokic, shaking my head. This guy's not humble anymore. Yeah. It's just like, I am completely what, bro? Check this out. Shout out for your dad and family. What? I'm not gonna fucking look at Fenerbahce news. But yeah, what is this? We know where you really went after the stream. Yo, chill. In any case, yeah, I've been winning some games too. It feels so fucking good, bro. The evangelists from yesterday were crazy and so entertaining. I agree. We love weird right wing. We love to fucking look at right-wing weirdos, you know what I'm saying? I know you're a foe and are the most homophobic dude ever, but really does help to have big straight dude be so comfortable with the sexuality. So thanks for spanking that Ukrainian for the cause. Yeah, it was real funny that he thought he could get me uncomfortable doing gay shit. And it's like, are you kidding me? You kidding me? I live in the gay environment, okay? I live in the gayest environment, dude. Anyway, we'll look at more tomorrow's teachings videos today. Unhinged Darman clone channel. Tomorrow's teachings. Fun reacts. Educational vids. Red pill reacts. TikToks. Memes. Pride related content and more. Later I will dive into Batman. Season 2. Get in now. Okay. Okay. Alex Jones breakdown kind of viral. Oh yeah, I saw. We'll do that too. No, this is the gayest thing you've done. I'm the Lord Master now. Don't worry, I have it lined up. I'll look at this in a second. Bro, Kaya is so dead. Look at her. Look at her. This dog is fucking out, dude. She's so out. I know the Flexicon elections are today, okay? I probably will not be extensively covering it. Let's be for fucking real, all right? I'm sorry. No disrespect to the Flexicans out there. Austin Hot Mic, okay.
How much? This bar is called The Gym, I think. Oh, man. Is it really? Hey, what's going on? Nice to meet you.
Been watching the streams, love the telltales you've been doing.
Oh, hell yeah. You're a gaming watcher. Let's go. In the wild.
Is this your first Red Raid?
I can't believe he's just pissing, dude. I cannot believe it. I can't believe. I told him to take his mic. I told him to turn his mic off when he's pissing. And he just did not do that at all, bro. He just.
No. No, I've been living here for a very long time, so I've definitely been to many prides. What about you?
This is my first one in,
Oh, nice, nice. You want to take a photo?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
All right, let's do it. I'm giving this to Austin when he returns from the bath.
Okay, so I think like microphone wise, it would just when it peaked so bad, I heard. But overall, when I'm just like talking in a normal tone, it was perfect, and you can even hear the people that I'm talking to.
Because it's heavy.
Hand sanitizer in here. Thank you so much.
This was one of the most goated top of the hour average debates ever to have ever occurred on this broadcast. Like straight up, I'll admit it. I'll recognize it. Nothing touches this shit. It's like kind of busted fundamentally.
Oh,
Bro, just, you know what's crazy? I was literally like planning it personally. Like I had already written the cue to line it up. I had written the cue to line it up, and I wanted to fucking serve it like in a big way. And this guy just walked up.
oh my God. What'd he say? Bro, he said top of the hour. Top of the hour. He's right. Wait, he is.
Oh my God. I just realized, like, looking back on this now, like, Austin does look hella gay. He looked so gay yesterday. No wonder he fucking won the gay off, dude. Yeah, he gay mogged me.
I was literally writing it in the chat.
Still coping? No, I should have tried harder. Like I'll admit, I think that I failed because I didn't try hard enough. I needed to try harder. Yeah, this ad break debate got 9.99 by the way. I don't know who the fuck said no to it. 300 chatters all rated it. Decent amount of ratings. And the fact that someone that knows the rating process still gave it a fucking something lower. This got 22,000 likes. What the fuck?
Hassan, are you gay?
No.
You're not gay at all?
No.
Okay, Hassan, since you're straight, you're an ally probably, right?
No.
You're not an
No.
ally?
Not an ally.
Okay, I'll try. Hassan, are you...
Your pants are homophobic. You could have been gayer if you're going to go to Pride. This is so funny. I like that people just get it. Like, I like that people... It is unironically the most, like, pro-gay thing you can say. Is just like when someone goes, are you an ally? And you go, nah. Some people didn't get it. Buzzing Pop reported you. What's that? What the fuck is Buzzing Pop? I hated your pants so much. Yeah, y'all don't understand, Drip. It's okay. It's okay. Get well. The grinder bus in the back. The guy having no perception of who Hassan is. 10-10. Lol, I'm sorry, gay boys. You need to give this one up. He's a chaser through and through. A chaser? The fuck? You're not gay at all. You can feel the disappointment. It seems like people are just like memeing. I don't think they're... I think people are... I am a chaser of the bald. That's true. But you look good in my opinion. I'm a straight man though, so my credit's low. Yeah. I'm a chaser of the bag, son. I'm a bald chaser. Number one bald chaser, as you guys know. And also a chaser of the fucking bag. Yeah. Not this month, you ain't. This shit is not funny. Yo, that's my favorite type. That's my favorite type of person. That's what I was looking for. Like some fucking rad femme, like baby queer being like, ironic homophobia is still homophobia. It's like, bro, context, okay? I'm sitting in front of a fucking grinder bus at Pride. Like, no jokes, no humor. I used to agree with you, man, but lately I am not. What? Don't fucking try to hit me with a top of the hour ad break debate or anything like that, okay? Don't do that. We're not going to run it yet. It's only been 30 minutes. No fucking top of the hour ad break debates today. Anyway, It's only fucking 20 minutes in to the broadcast chat. Like we don't even. This was funny as hell. This was actually funny as hell. Yeah, no, there's only a 1 minute ad break right now. Such an incredible way to just like make something fun out of this situation, out of this like otherwise very silly, very stupid situation. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that guy. Like, what are you doing over there? Like, you're there to fucking spread your hateful worldview. Like, the fuck? Like, you took your ass to Pride to hate. Like, that's crazy to me. You know what I mean? This is awesome. A lot of memes came out of this shit. A lot of good memes, I think, came out of this, which is like perfectly valid because, you know, that's why I did it. The gays would hate. I agree. What is this? Dear transphobes, this is my trans mask older brother. Does he pass as a man? Head to shoulder ratio, definitely a woman. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's so sick. Dude, they're saying I have like broad shoulders, but also, I mean, sorry, they're not saying I have broad shoulders. They're saying I have small shoulders, narrow like a woman's, and that my head, oh, fuck, oh, it's one of you guys. Stop. God damn it. I got so excited that I got so excited. Everyone in the chat called me bald. At least you didn't get hated on for being Italian for once. And you got only hated on for the other thing that I fucking despise. You've been transvestigated? Nah, these are, what are you talking about? These are fucking Hostwit staples calling me trans mask and like baiting transphobes to be like, hell, no, that's a woman and never and always will be. You know what I mean? Comments are guessing your ethnicity. 100% Iranian. Iran has the most attractive men in the world. Yes, Hassan is a bi. I have your fucking video from yesterday, okay? You love motherfucking cop videos so much. He's just like, he just loves cop videos, bro. He just has that shit locked, loaded, ready to go. This is the gayest thing I've done, you said?
Fucking hard throbbing cock for the boys in the blue. Stand down and stand by, officer. I'm gonna get on my knees and suck your cock until you're dry. Because that's how you show the boys you're really a big, hard man with a big ass cock.
That's not gay. I don't think that's gay. You guys are wrong. I think sucking a law enforcement officer's penis until he gets the best nut off of his life and dies, that's not bad. That's not a gay thing at all. That's actually the straightest thing you can do. You guys are wrong. That's just like literally being an American citizen who respects the law enforcement community. Like, yeah, you guys are wrong. It's called community service. Look it up. Of course, you queers wouldn't know anything about that. Yeah. It's actually really transphobic to assume it's not a trans femme cop with a gawk. Sure. It's just transcends beyond sexuality. I think you guys don't understand. Like, it's just, you're sucking and fucking the boys in the blue. Like, what do you mean? That is the duty of every American, unconditionally, okay? Many of you fail to recognize that. Are you allowed to say queer? Yes, because it is a umbrella term. What do you want me to do? Every time be like LGBT IA plus? Like every time I reference the queer community? What do you want me to go? LGBTQIA plus two spirit? Like the fuck are we doing? No. It's a great umbrella term, and I'm going to keep using it because it's a great goddamn umbrella term. The only people that are not allowed to say queer are people from Boston, because the way they say it, it just always, it's like a German saying Jew, okay? In German, you're not allowed to say it, okay? You already did a lot of stuff, and because of that, you are no longer allowed, okay? Because when you say it, there's a oomph to it. Like, it just feels very, very threatening. I've heard this before. You know what I mean? I've heard a funny little guy with a weird mustache say it too many times. You know what I mean? And the same goes for people from Boston saying the term queer. Because if they say it, it just has a twang to it. You know what I mean? Like, queer, queers. It's just, no. See, immediately I'm like, that's a hate crime. That's a hate crime. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. You could be a gay dude from Boston, and even in a self-referential manner, when you say queer, it's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Whoa, chill, bro. We don't have any space for internalized homophobia like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bring your cock over here, you fucking queer. Let me suck it. See? Doesn't work. Come here. I'm here to suck your cummies, dude. Nobody's rooting for the Boston Celtics, right? I mean, I'm not. Hack your cock in my ass. Okay. Anyway, yeah, fuck this John Lennon meme shit. I don't really care about that. Here it is, Sunday Fun Day. What is this community's take on John Lennon? I don't fucking know. I have no take on John Lennon. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday Fun Day Unhinged, Darmon Clone Channel. Tomorrow's teachings, fun reacts, educational viz, Red Pill reacts, TikToks, memes, private related content, and more. Later, I will dive into Bat Bat Season 2. Get in now. We got it all, baby. What is this? Exposed? Yeah. Bring your cock over here, you fucking queer. Let me suck it. Yeah. What? That's just, it's not exposed. That's just, you know, me being a Bostonian man. A Bostonian gay man. There's only one Lennon this chat likes, and he's a bald Russian. Oh, my goat. What is this? Did you see the homie Dead Blossom Jesse, who helped raise like 150 grand for Palestine last week as well, is doing one of the best streams ever right now? What the fuck is this? Wait, what the fuck is this?
Lock in. It's his roof. Oh my god, that one looks bad.
What the fuck is he doing? Is this like Inception shit? What's happening? Is it just like flipping? He's in a box. He's in like a spinning box. He's locked in a rotating room he cannot control till the subathon ends. I don't know if that's safe. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal idea. I just think that it might not be very safe. He did the chain to a tree in a cornfield subathon too. Oh my God. Stop it with the Boston hate. I got a job offer there, and I'm seriously considering it. How bad is it for a brown man? I do have the good-looking past, though, dude. How hard is it for a brown man out there in Boston? Don't fucking worry, dude. Boston is extremely progressive. Yeah, I mean, we joke about it, but yeah, Boston is across the board pretty, I mean, it's a relatively progressive place. There are parts of it that are just not so progressive. And its sport fandom is historically notorious for not being progressive. But beyond that, it's, I mean, it's just like, just a lot of white people and like a specific type of white people, you know what I mean? WASPs. But most American cities at this stage are pretty urbanized. Like they're pretty diverse, you know what I mean? So you'll be fine. And Boston is also, I don't know. I mean, it's fine. There's too many fucking colleges for it to be like not gay and not woke. You know what I mean? Bill Burr famous called it the racist San Francisco. Türk Hasan, Türk Hasan, Türk Hasan, Türk İslamcı terörist Hasan. Rick Sanchez Paşa. Iy. Hem Türk hem aynı zamanda Türk olarak Rick and Morty fanısın yani. İnanamıyorum. Bana İslamcı diyor gerizekalı. Oğlum babanı götünden sikerim senin. İslamcı ne lan? Ne diyorsun oğlum İslamcı? I can't believe is a Hasan şaka yaptım lan. Ben şaka yapmadım. Vallahi sikerim götten babana ha. İslamcı deme. Vallahi sikerim. Hasan şaka gül diye. Bak duyuyor musun dediğimi? Pride Parade'e gideriz beraber sonra el ele tutuşup. Sikerim babanı götten ondan sonra Pride Parade'e gideriz beraber diyorum. İslamcı. Ya aga öylesine yazdım reis. He's backing away. He's just saying he was just kidding. I'm sorry. No, a lot of Turks will call me an Islamist, which is pretty funny because like many of them call me the F slur because I paint my fingernails and shit. So my immediate reaction is, what do you mean an Islamist? I will fuck your father in the ass and we'll go to the Pride Parade holding hands. I will take... What is this? Happy Pride Month.
Anastasia, why are you not here?
Why are you not here?
I love you so much.
Is that Matt Damon?
I'm so proud of the show that I just saw. I need you to be here next time. Thank you.
I'm here with Matt.
Is this Matt Gaiman, dude? Yo! The fuck's he doing? Didn't he like voluntarily come out with a news article where he was like, I cannot stop saying the F slur. And like my daughter debated me so hard that I just stopped saying the F slur. I don't know if this is, I don't think this is Matt Damon, right? There's no way. Yeah, look. Here it is. One of the funniest articles. Throughout Hollywood history, there has been a couple moments where like celebrities have come out and voluntarily revealed that they're just fucking freaks, okay? This was one of those moments. It's like, it's such a phenomenal reminder that these guys are just like incredibly out of touch to just be like, oh, I want to do an article about how beautiful and smart and intelligent my perfect daughter is, right? Like that's how you're operating in that situation. And it's like, and you want to celebrate her. You want to talk about how woke she is. And that's fine. But like, you don't have to do it this way. And it's pretty funny. Like where he was just voluntarily like, I love saying the F word. I love it. Okay. I love it. You can't stop me. And then my daughter wrote a treatise on how the word is dangerous. She debated me and I stood down. It's the same energy as Liam Neeson. Out of nowhere, if you guys recall, Liam Neeson was basically like, there was a time in my life where I was looking for any black man I can to kill. And it's just like, what? Yeah, I got my stick out. The black person beating stick out. And I was looking for him. I was looking for a hate crime. Liam Neeson in racism storm after admitting he wanted to kill a black man. Any black man. Genuinely, if you believe people can change their minds, that you should be supportive of him saying he changed it. What are you talking about? This story's not about that, man. This is just me making jokes about how fucking out of touch Hollywood celebrities are, that they think this will get them praise. Ain't nobody needed to know either of these stories, okay? You fucking moved on. You changed your attitude. You are no longer looking to do hate crimes against random black people. You don't need to fucking do a goddamn news bit about it. It's just a very odd thing. Trump telling Khabib at UFC he's going to stop the Palestine war. UFC undefeated champion Khabib urged Trump to stop the Gaza genocide. I know you're going to stop all this Palestine war. Trump tells everyone what they want to hear. Apparently he said, we're going to stop it. I'm going to stop it. Yeah, bro. Oh no, Biden is so cooked. It's so Jover. People are so desperately looking for anything to grab onto to be like, yeah, that's why I'm voting for Trump, because Brandon sucks. And people are so fucking stupid that they will eat this shit for days. Oh my God. I really, oh God. It is going to be unimaginably broken, unimaginably busted. I cannot fucking... Oh no. Oh, it was a major Trump suckfest at UFC last night. Yeah, of course. The UFC is always a Trump suckfest. People are so dumb. I think you're overthinking it. No, dude, there is a very large contingency of people who are understandably very frustrated with Joe Biden for the way that he has conducted himself, allowing Israel to do like unimaginable permanent ethnic cleansing, okay? Unlimited genocide on the Gazan population. And those people are looking for an alternative. But the alternative is not Donald Trump. Okay? The alternative is not motherfucking Donald Trump. Let me tell you why. Because Donald Trump is also invested in permanent genocide of the Palestinian population. Like unlimited genocide for the Palestinians. So the idea that people think that like he's going to be a better alternative to Joe Biden is fucking so stupid, especially when it comes to Gaza. Okay? There is no alternative. We are the alternative. Okay? We are the alternative. Both of these parties are going to do unlimited genocide on Gaza. Okay? Be for real right now. What? Donald Trump is the reason why October 7 happened. I'll stand on that. In any case, holy shit.
50 times. Thank you, man. I don't know. I got a little girl I love, and I gotta see. I think this could be it. Well, if it 50 times. Thank you. I don't.
Wait, so you're telling me the liberals are wrong about Trump? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what you're saying here. What is this? China doing some cross-border racism? Okay, bro. Listen. First of all, I can't even hear it. Secondly, if we're talking about racist ads, isn't this an Indian channel?
racist advertisement is really not good.
It's just so funny for an Indian news network to be like, look at how racist these Chinese ads are. It's like, bro, and then here are our commercial sponsors. And then immediately it's like, and here, and now a word from our sponsors. And it's literally like a black guy with like skin whitening. It's an ad to what? It's an ad for the perfect cream to whiten your skin. Anyway, what is this? Here's the full thing. India and China being racist. I don't want to get into this shit right now. What is this? Tommy, random question. Speaking of sex, do any of your current former members of Congress have possession of any interesting videos you fooling around with other men other than your fiance while you were engaged? Totally hypothetical, not because I've had direct conversations with them about it, of course. Wait, what? What does baseball have to do with the sexual preference of the minority? Why are we celebrating who someone chooses to have sex with? Isn't it just a little weird? Consistency enjoyers and debate perverts be like, well, technically she's not celebrating her adultery, okay? So technically she's still consistent. It's not hypocritical. TikTok, Trump is so popular there. Oh yeah, in less than 12 hours, Trump's TikTok gained 1.4 million followers, about 4x as 4x as many as Biden's campaign account for what it's worth. Of course, dude, because he posted his TikTok literally in the midst of a massively televised event. So of course his TikTok's gonna bang. Also, it's Trump. Who doesn't want to fucking see more Trump? Like, he's a content god. I don't want to see fucking Joe Brandon's content because I know it's like manufactured, it's manicured, it's not real. It sucks. Trump, on the other hand, many of you forget, Donald Trump was a Vine god, brother. Donald Trump literally before Twitter was a Vine god. He would just sit there and do Vines before he even ran for the presidential office. He used to make banger ass Vines. Like, he would just sit there and fucking be like, that's right. The famous, like, the greatest Mexican bowls at Trump Tower. That's a Vine. There's a Vine of him fucking escaping the treacherous attack of a bald eagle.
Hopefully Anthony Weiner stays off Vine. He's really sick.
Dude, this is what he used to do, bro. Oh my God.
The people.
Okay, it's over. He's gonna win. He's gonna win the election now. It's done. I'm telling you, this is devastating. If I'm Joe Brandon, I'm now definitely trying to fucking immediately ban TikTok, which ironically will hurt him even further. He is going to make so many fucking, if he still has it, if he still got that old ass Riz that he had from like 2013, data says there's 2-to-1 pro-Trump to pro-Biden content. As TikTok struggles with the Biden admin, it's becoming a hotbed of Trump activity. According to TikTok officials, there's 2-to-1 pro-Trump to pro-Biden content on the app, preferred by Gen Z, my latest. Yeah, the thing is, I don't believe this, okay? I don't believe this at all. Here's why. I don't think there's a lot of pro-Trump sentiment expressed on TikTok. There is, for sure. I think Twitter is infinitely worse, though. But what I will say is there's a lot of anti-Biden content. There's a lot of pro-Trump content. There's very little pro-Biden content. And there's a lot of anti-Biden content. And I think that is the major problem. And that is precisely the reason why when you look at like Gen Z numbers right now, like Biden is not doing too well in comparison to previous elections where he would have like at least a 16 to 20 point lead. I don't know how journalists go to school to produce shit like this. It's sad because like this kind of data analysis unironically is very good. Like it's very important, I would say. It's a really interesting way to like try to get a snapshot, but it is so unimaginably biased that there is never any like good content that comes out of it, unfortunately. Like these kinds of articles are almost always just like so muddy, so incredibly fucking biased that you can never derive any sort of like serious analysis off of this for the reasons that I just mentioned. Like it's just not good. This is not good analysis at all. They are confusing apathy to hate, which the media is not understanding will result in less voter turnout, not more people voting for Trump. Yeah. The analysis is so bad, but you're right. The data is good to see. Exactly. But the problem is when you're biased in the way that you look at the data, or when you're fucking out of touch when you look at the data, you unfortunately are going to be looking at the data with the wrong lenses. and therefore your analysis is going to be faulty off of it, and the data is not going to be valid. What do I mean by this? Of course, there's a shit ton, like I said, of anti-Biden content on the platform, an unimaginable amount of anti-Biden content. There's very little pro-Biden content. However, there's pro-Trump content. Now, the pro-Trump content isn't like super wide. The pro-Trump content isn't like super popular. Okay? But you know what the most popular form of content is in that sphere? Anti-Biden content. Because Biden's the president. The pro-Biden content is like doing pro-Israel rallies. Why go out and rally? There's that element to it as well, I would say. For sure. Like 40% of pro-Trump content is Deborah off the perk. Yeah. How are we ever supposed to know 1,000% of our content is catered? There's also that as well. But these people see anti-Biden as pro-Trump content. Yes. You should not be allowed to criticize. You do not even run. What? Yeah, only people who are allowed to criticize politicians are those who are running for office. Fair.
Of India are going crazy that President Obama was constantly chewing gum. And then on top of that, he took it out of his mouth, put it back. You can't do it. It's disgusting.
Oh my God, he's just so good.
Anthony Weiner, you're sick. You're fired. Weiner, it's time for you to get out. You're a total joke. We don't want perverts elected in New York City. No perverts. A-Rod's making a deal because he's guilty as hell. Mac, I'd rather have the money than your crummy gift to me. Miley, don't let them get you down. They're all jealous. Don't give Egypt $1.5 billion. Rebuild the United States first. The $1 billion Obamacare website is fired.
I think if you don't recognize this kind of stuff from Donald Trump, you will never be able to fully grasp why he is so popular. Like almost everything he said here is like unimaginable for a politician, okay? This is why I say he's white man's Obama. Even though Obama was never this quote unquote real, but he was incredibly charismatic and was able to craft a persona for the annoying liberals, the NPR listeners, the NPR enjoyers of the world. He was able to be incredibly charismatic for them, okay? Donald Trump, on the other hand, when he was first running, wasn't voted for because he was like incredibly fucking reactionary. Many people forget that. He was voted for because he was seen as an outsider at a time when there was an unimaginable amount of animosity towards those in positions of power. So he was able to portray himself as an outsider and also moderate. Okay. Hey, I listen to NPR Up First and Marketplace. Yeah, me too. I'm just saying that like ultimately, a lot of people forget that. Now, why is that important for today's analysis? Because he doesn't have that shit as hard anymore. Because he can't be the outsider. He was the president for 4 years. We know what his policies are. Okay. We also know what his motherfucking policies are. So that, sucks for him as well. We don't have to imagine that. We know what the fuck that looks like. Anyway, the only reason he was elected is because he looks Karadenizli, and Karadenizliler always wins. Yes, true. Obama was a great president, maybe even the best. Okay, shut the fuck up. You must be trolling. I would go so far as to say, unironically, pre-October 7 Joe Brandon, Afghanistan pullout, NLRB moves, all this shit, would have been a better Democratic Party president than Barack Obama. Post-October 7, he's Genocide Joe. Okay? Plenty of issues still. Plenty of issues that I have with the Democratic Party. But overall, I said it. I said it for months that Biden, pre-October 7 Biden, was pre-October 7 and anti-immigration bill, which came after October 7, if you recall. Okay? Genocide Joe was unironically more progressive than Barack Obama. It's true. However, post-October 7, that dynamic changed dramatically. He was the best black president you've had? Okay, fair. He was even better to the Houthis back then? Wait, Genocide Joe? He was. He literally took him off the fucking terror watch list and shit. What are we talking about? He stepped away, let the Chinese government facilitate a peace deal, which was another good move overall. I mean, he did it. He did that. I mean, he had a lot of policy failures, even pre-October 7, obviously, which was like not reversing a lot of the Trump decisions, not bringing back like Barack Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishments, which were, there were some decent ones in there. But yeah, In any case, Barack Obama was a once-in-a-lifetime candidate for the Democratic Party, with given how charismatic he was and how he was able to activate these bases in a way unlike any other Democratic Party candidate ever will. And Donald Trump, in that same way, is a once-in-a-lifetime candidate for the Republican Party. At least the first instance of Donald Trump. The second time, not so much, where he lost. And this time, he's basically stuck in that same loop as well. Barron Trump going to continue legacy? Dude, the right-wing obsession with Barron Trump is so weird. Like, I know it was a meme originally, but for some fucking weird reason, they've just like, they went from memes to like unironically having this like pathological obsession with Barron Trump. Maybe because he's like really tall. I don't know. He should be balling, bro. He's got like the Serb gene in him too. He's 6'7". He's got a little bit of Serbian in him. What the fuck's he doing? Just go ball, bitch. What do you mean? What the fuck this politics shit? Go ball. You're wasting it. Someone's jealous? No, man. Or he's not Serb, he's Slovenian. Okay, whatever. He's a fucking Balkan. Okay, my bad. Okay, new Luka. You know what I mean? Any moment that boy is not picking up a basketball is a waste, okay? Be like Yao Ming. Be like Yao Ming. Play in the fucking league and then go into politics. Yao Ming, now a committed member of the Communist Party, okay? That's what he should be doing, but he's not doing that. He ain't doing that. Anyway, Trump would never let his son be better than him at anything, not even basketball. No. Barron taking the Hedo Turkoglu path. Mavs in 5. We'll see. Why can't short people play basketball? Kind of fucked up. You can. There's a 6 foot and under league. You're getting a Kyrie jersey if Mavs win. I just want Kyrie on the broadcast, dude. That's what I want. I know, dude, this generation's ball players, both football players and basketball players, they all watch Twitch. Like all of them. Problem is they mostly watch W streamers and shit. And kick streamers to a certain degree, which means that like they most likely will not come on, except for Luka, who's a Moxie fan. Kyrie even streams, I think. Some of them literally stream. He honestly kind of cooled down, maybe got a therapy or a gag order or something. No, bro, he's finally escaped. He's finally physically away from he's finally physically out of the proximity of Boston. That's what it is. Okay? That's what happened. He had to, going to New York wasn't enough, okay? You can't just go to New York and escape Boston. It's too close in proximity to Boston. He had to literally go far away. He had to go to Texas. That's why you can see he's like a much nicer person now. Yao Ming isn't in the CCP. Hassan lied to me. Wait, is he not? Wait, what? No, he definitely is, bro. He sits in on the fucking... He attends the annual session of the National People's Congress in Beijing. I guess maybe he's not... What are you talking about? That's gotta be racist, big dog. Fuck you mean that's racist, bro? There he is. Oh, he's not a member? He received the Proletarian People's Award? Okay. People's Political Consultative Conference, not the People's Congress. They aren't always members. Oh, my mistake. Okay, man, fuck you. Boston has nothing to do with Kyrie being a dick. Okay. I'm shitting on Boston too much. Because he was a dick before Boston, too. Anyway. The fuck Taiwan gonna do if Yao Ming lands on the island? Yao Ming's gonna go and Yao Ming's gonna get the number 1 Taiwanese basketball player and beat him in a 1v1 to permanently solidify Chinese Taipei. That's how it works. Yao Ming will cross the strait alone. Yeah, he's just gonna walk it. 100 miles of walking. Number 1 Taiwan player is Jeremy Lin. Oh, he's cooked. That's why Kyrie ain't coming. You yap too much about him. Yeah, but in a positive way. I used to yap about him in a negative way when it deserved criticism. And now his ball handles have won me over. It's just, dude, watching him hit angles that no one has ever even physically thought was possible off of parts of the backboard. Like, his fingers roll in a way that I did not even realize human being fingers could do. Okay? And the way he handles the ball. What the... I don't think that's him, dude. Is it? This is such a funny fucking photo. Bro, why are you thinking about the way another man handles balls and flicks his fingers? Because I'm gay as hell, okay? That's what it is. Kyrie in the clutch. Take a look at some of the biggest shots of his career before the NBA Finals begin.
Looking in for Irving. Irving for the win.
Left-handed, too. Crazy.
Unforgettable ingenuity from
Kyrie's naturally left-handed? No, he's ambidextrous, I thought. He's just full-blown ambidextrous.
As we come up on a minute remaining, and they're putting Curry in the pick and roll, trying to get him on Irving.
Bro.
Irving and Curry, one-on-one.
Curry
Irving
can't
puts it
guard
up.
him.
It's good. And the count.
He even had the Palestine bracelet on the left hand from a fan. Fun fact. I can tell what you are looking at in your TikTok For You page because that came up on my TikTok For You page as well. I saw the one dude that was like, I gave him a Palestine bracelet that he still wears to this day. And I saw him like when he made the left-handed shot, he was looking at his hand with the Palestine bracelet on his hand.
Cavaliers by 3.
Simmons gets it into Irving. 2 seconds left. Irving stops.
Buckets.
Irving at the buzzer. Bringing the ball down.
I saw the TikTok meme of an average Kyrie layup as well. I know. I saw that as well. Dude, listen. Anytime there's a viral Kyrie Irving TikTok, I've seen it. Okay? I promise you. My For You page is literally just him and Luka now.
On the floor. 2 to tie. 3 to win. Now down to 5 seconds. He's got to go to work. Sizing up Anderson. Long 3. Got it again. 7 left. Timeout. Toronto. In the finals. That's just wrong.
Here comes Irving. Drives on Thompson. Irving spins. Puts up the shot. It's good. 8.4 remaining. And the Warriors call timeout. Got Parker. Corey Joseph is in. Ginobili on the ball. And Leonard. Kyrie, a 3. He got it at the buzzer. Wow. They'll check it out. Wow. Jeffrey Taylor's defense.
B is the answer. 10 on the game clock. Shot clock is gone. Irving makes the move, puts the shot up, got it.
Devastating.
1 second left. The Bobcats will call their final timeout.
Devastating. What is this? Kyrie setup?
Look, monitor.
Xbox and this.
Yo, I know.
Bro, this is literally my my hotel setup as well. Ironically enough.
Y'all heard this is crazy.
By the way, I'm glad you see my lifestyle. My shit is so
It's real. It's real. You think you come in here about to see like a crazy ass thing? But this is chill.
The higher your skill level, the more you can travel. Oh my God. Here we have the European ball understanders. Oh my God. It's a trial. It's a carry. All new NBA does is carry. It's like the game has been elevated. Okay. Maybe sometimes they're too fast. And yes, I know. I understand. Okay. Kyrie Irving does not, though. That's crazy. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my God. This is why I hate the new NBA. Okay. Because they're carrying all the time. Okay. Back in the day, when ball was real, when we had smart players like Larry Bird, okay, and white big men, back in my day, you had NBA players that you wouldn't mind if your daughter brought home, you know, real lunch pail guys, okay, real technical guys. And it was actually a better game back then, okay? It was actually a better game back then because it was way more physical. It was way more physical. You had real scrappy guys. It's like, bro, it was literally just like plumbers punching one another, okay?
Do you be here?
Yeah, I'll be chilling right here.
What games you play?
Anyway, technical is the opposite of urban. Yeah. This is basically you this month. Yeah, actually, they had handles like that back then. They just weren't allowed to play like that during the game is copium that I have heard personally. On the one hand, they were plumbers. On the other, plumbers were also 6'6", 230. No, they weren't. They were 6'6", 250, okay? And they were punching motherfuckers left and right. Classic leftists disagree with Hassan for something irrelevant, and you are racist for doing it? Yes. Are you kidding me? First of all, anti-LeBron slander, white supremacy equals white supremacy. You know this already, okay? That's it. You know this already. Anyway, let's get to a real sport, a real man sport. Not this gay-ass ball handling, okay? A real man sport. which is dudes in tight tights fondling one another aggressively. That's the kind of shit I like, okay? Not this gay ball handling. Oh, what are you doing? Handling another man's balls? Okay, not for me. I only watch a real man sport. Sweaty, oiled up dudes fondling each other's nutsacks, okay? I want some real grappling out here. That's what I want. I want hot dudes in shape grappling one another. A real man sport, a manly man sport. Let's take a look.
Also with us tonight, 45.
Okay, Theo, just fucking don't gargle on it that hard. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, sir, I love you, sir. Big time fan, sir. Please come on my podcast.
By UFC CEO Dana White, Donald Trump is in the building, and the former president getting a standing ovation from the assembled masses here at UFC.
I love announcer voice with the fucking heavy metal in the background being like, that's right, he's getting a standing ovation.
302.
That's our president, brother. He's got an 0 for 34 record. That's right, 34 convictions. But he's out here tonight doing the damn thing, shaking hands, kissing babies, and the crowd is absolutely electric for the 45th, 46th, and 47th president, all in one, Donald Trump, the real hero of America.
Well, you had a sneaking suspicion that former President Trump would be in the building for UFC 302. He is a rabid mixed martial arts fan. I kind of feel like he's betting on these fights when he's not actually here.
That's right. He's betting on the fights, which you can too at Roobet. Sponsored by Roobet. If you want to see the Donald Trump parlay, go to Roobet.com and use the code MAGA for your first $100 off. It's free. It's free money, they're saying, folks.
Boy, the round of applause he's getting right now is pretty staggering. And you had to imagine that's what was going to happen.
Secret Service must be shitting their pants. Are you kidding me? This is the one crowd where this is like Bashar al-Assad, okay? Walking around, not even remotely worried about snipers fucking doming him, okay? He's in the pocket. This is the safest room he can ever be in, okay? Their Secret Service probably took off. They took time off. They don't even need to protect him. He's surrounded by the most CTE brain broken dudes that will literally go there. That's his Fedayeen. That's his army. Yeah, Assad walking around Damascus. Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Donald Trump with us here in the broadcast booth. Just moments away from UFC 302. Live on pay-per-view, back-to-back years for the UFC here in Newark, New Jersey. The fan response has been absolutely insane.
The Secret Service is there to stop people from sucking his cock in public, okay? That's what it is. They're there to push people off when they literally try to, like, fight one another over who gets to suck his dick first. The energy of the room, everyone is so electric.
Insane, and they are happy to share this moment with the former President Donald Trump here tonight.
Well, look, I'm fighting for the
Oh
Constitution.
my God, I wish there was more there. I want to see more. I want to see more of that shit. It's because that place has PvP off. It don't matter. Strickland slobbed on Trump.
President Trump, you're the man, bro. It is a damn travesty what they're doing to you. I'll be donating to you, my man. Let's get it done.
Let's get it done. Congratulations, sir. Sean Strickland, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, don't ruin UFC for me. Brother, if you've been a fucking UFC fan for a long enough time, you already know this is Trump town, okay? Are you kidding me? This is like, UFC has always been firm Trump territory. It is a sport that literally, it's a sport that creates Trump supporters, okay? It is a sport where you get hit in the head a lot. Do you understand me? What do you think is going on there? It is literally a factory for new Trump supporters. It's fun to watch, though. Oh, no, for sure. I think it's great. I watched, what's the fucking dude's name? The one that trains with Khabib. I watched that fight. This guy, he's, Islam, once he gets in the grapple, it's over. No, not, the us 15 leftist MMA watchers are cooked right now. I mean, it doesn't matter. You guys know my number one fucking guest on this broadcast is Felix Biederman. He is a massive MMA head. He literally fought last night. Fake fan. No, I'm not like a fan. I'm just saying I watched the Islam fight is what I'm saying. Yeah, here. Dustin Poirier is trying to get as much as he possibly can on a stand-up fight, but Islam is still holding his own, even on the stand-up fight. Islam Makhachev doing a phenomenal job, but once he takes Dustin onto the ground, it's over.
He switched the hips. Oh wow,
That
great
was
job
nasty.
at staying to hold that ankle. But look, oh guillotine.
Would you rather have Kyrie's handles or a 40-inch vert? No, Kyrie's handles. There's not even a question. If I had Kyrie's handles, I'd be in the NBA. It's like saying, would you rather be able to shoot like Steph Curry or have a 40-inch vert? Anyone that is able to shoot like Steph Curry would be able to... No, you wouldn't, Law. Okay, shut up. I'm saying in this alternative universe, if I had handles like that, I mean, that's like NBA level handles. What are we talking about? One of the best handles in the NBA. If I was kind of brutal, Dustin had a broken nose and foot and still kept fighting. Made me happy to know Trump had to watch an American get mauled by an Islamic Russian. It doesn't matter to these guys. What are you talking about? Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
Dustin, gotta be careful here. Oh, that's tight.
Where's Islam fucking saying free Palestine though? What's that about? You know? It was the other guy who came out and said free Palestine and is no, it wasn't. Did he say it? No, I don't think he said it. He has before. I thought he did not say it. No, it was the other dude who said it. Khabib is the one who said it to Trump, but I'm talking about in his post-fight, like when he gets the microphone, he went in for the entire religion of Islam. He's a Russian and American sports to stay in line. No, these guys don't give a shit, bro. What are you talking about? He's Dagestani. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Bilal Muhammad is the one who said it. I think last night I saw that. But last night Islam didn't say it. But it doesn't matter. Or was it Bilal? No, it was Basil Hafez. Is that who his name was? Yes, not Bilal Muhammad. Yeah, here.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for this.
This dude is from New Jersey, by the way. I'm like a bunch of my friends is like very close friends with him.
The judge scored the contest 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision, Basil the Habibi Hafez.
Congratulations, sir. I'm here with the winner, Basil Hafez. Basil, what a wild and entertaining fight that was. What was the game plan coming into this fight, and what, if anything, surprised you?
Oh man, Joe, I've been dreaming about doing this interview with for 14 years, bro. This is a dream come true. Shout out to Sheath Underwear, the most comfortable underwear in the world. Gotta make that money, baby. Man, Mickey's tough, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I could knock him out early. He stayed there the whole fight, and I prepared for that if it happened, and it did happen. I wish I could put a little better performance on, but I'm gonna get better with the cage in this UFC octagon, and I'm so grateful to be in the best organization in the world.
How good was it to be able to fight at your full ability, coming in with a full camp? We know you made a late replacement to fight Jack Della Maddalena in your first fight. How much different was this experience?
I mean, Mickey was tough as well. I know Jack is a one-of-a-kind beast. I'm looking forward to trying to work my way up and get that rematch. But, man, Mickey's tough too, man. He came in for war, and I'm so grateful that he got me through that because I'm going to become better from this performance. And there's something I want to say. It's been heavy on my heart for a long time. I don't support genocide. I don't support innocent women and children being killed for war.
No, Islam is pro-Palestine too. I'm just saying last night after winning, he didn't do this, which is what he...
And for money and power, we are all God's children, and we all deserve a fair chance at life. Free Palestine.
Basil
Goat. Anyway, the crowd cheers, but no, that room, I don't think that room is fucking pro-Israel, bro. What are you talking about? I don't think you guys understand. Like, first of all, these guys love Khabib. Dagestan put Islam, not just Islam the fighter, but just Islam the religion on the map in a big way for these guys, okay? Like they are, it's a room full of Trump supporters who also most likely are not very big fans of Israel in general. You have to understand. Yeah, they're apolitical dude bros. Islam the fighter and the religion, yeah. A lot of people don't realize how much fighters are respected by normies, lol. Yeah. It's not as polarized as our American politics Trump room, but also mostly fundamentalist Muslims. Yeah, that too. Do you think you can beat a UFC fighter who's shorter? No, of course not. Similar to Mo Salah with football, we got to talk about the fact that Strickland ran straight out of the ring after winning to give his big, beautiful president a hug and kiss. Aren't there a shitload of Chechen fighters too? Didn't one fighter say send me to Gaza like fairly recently? But what about Israel the fighter, Israel Adesanya? Yeah, Israel Adesanya isn't like, I don't know if he's pro-Israel, brother. What is this?
Yeah, okay, so when...
Whoa, what is this? Patrick Bet David, you should apologize. Joe Rogan vindicated in a heated debate over COVID coverage. This has 500,000 views in one day. Bro, we are living in entirely different planets. Like, I would have never seen this video in my entire life. Okay? That's crazy to me that this is like an entirely different world, you know? Chat is full of morons. There are a ton of liberal and progressive MMA fans. Yeah, red pill stuff is huge. Anyway, Sean Strickland being a fucking dummy as always and slurping Trump's cummies as always. What else is new? I don't know if there was a fighter last night that won't vote for Trump. Once again, and I will repeat myself over and over again, you have to understand. Hamzat said, do you Chechens not know the heart we have in our body? I can't tell if this is real or not. This seems insane. But is this a YouTube Kids video? What the fuck's going on? I do combat sports during Ramadan. I have an edge because all these guys are fasting. People don't know how prominent it is in fundy circles. Yeah. All these guys do is pray to Allah and fucking train, dude. That's all they do. It's real. They didn't translate it at the time. Anyway, it's probably really good dudes with brain damage that are representing Trump supporters. Yeah, I don't think you guys understand. It is a fucking Trump support factory, okay? The more you get pummeled in the head, the more likely you are to support Donald Trump. What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Anyway, let's watch Boy addressing the allegations that they are homosexual.
It's been up in the air for a while. Are we gay?
Yeah.
I thought we made it pretty obvious. With the videos like Pashtet or Disney made us gay. I feel like we've made it pretty clear to you guys what our sexuality is.
Just the relentless kissing in all of our videos.
Look, it's obvious. But we thought maybe we need to prove ourselves. Luckily, BuzzFeed has like the perfect like metric for finding out if you're gay or not.
They give you a gay number.
Yeah, that you're either head gay or you're like middle gay.
So I'm very excited to see where we rank.
There are a lot of gay tests here. Do we want how gay are you? This checklist will determine your straight number. This is a gay test quiz. Gay, straight or bisexual quiz. 40-question gay quiz.
Is that how they slept when you took Alexa's room? Yes.
BuzzFeed as well. Is BuzzFeed the only one that's got a market for gay tests? 40 questions gay quiz? The hardest 40 questions quiz for anyone who isn't gay or a cool straight person. Well, why don't we just start with how gay are you?
Straight number's the most recent. Oh, they just do it every month. Every month they've got a new gay. I guess gaydar technology is kind of expanding all the time. You want to keep up to date with the latest sensors and metrics.
Your statistics could be wrong.
How about if you were like you were gay in January and then they brought out the new test and you weren't gay?
I'd be so fucking angry. I was sucking all this cock
for no reason. You got to change your whole wardrobe.
Straight number. You get 1 point for each one you check. Your total number of points determines your straight number, and that number determines whether you are gay or straight. Okay, I like how simple it is.
Is your favorite?
Wait, I mean, see, the problem is like, are we talking American gay or are we talking Australian gay? Because like being Australian automatically puts you in the gay camp for many people in America. You wear budgie smugglers. You're constantly comfortable with the bros to a degree where there's like a little bit of a platonic yet still sexual element. You know what I mean? You're wearing the shortest shorts. I think it's just, what is this? Grindr Ally of the Year? I'm a foe, man. I'm a foe. I'm serving looks and top of the hour ad breaks to all the gays at the top of the hour. My gaydar is broken for these dudes. Are they actually gay? No, dude. What the fuck? They're not. They're very similar to me in the sense that they are very comfortable with their sexuality and don't give a fuck. You sell American Bros too short. You've been in a frat, my boy. I mean, that's different. That's like super homophobic gay activity. I'm still so jealous. My sister met you and took a picture with you. It's all good. One day we'll do it as well. The guy you slapped believe you weren't an ally for real, I think. Yeah, I think so too. because that's precisely the reason why. And by the way, I'm serving the top of the hour ad break right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime, as I said. But that's precisely the reason why he was like, oh, I'm going to make you a little uncomfortable. And I was like, bro, you can try, but I doubt it. I don't know why you were called an ally. You literally assaulted a gay man. Yeah, that guy you spanked yesterday cut out the part. Oh, he cut it out? The I'm not an ally, I'm a foe?
Hassan, are you gay?
No.
You're not gay at all?
No.
Okay, what's the gayest thing you've ever done in your life?
Live in West Hollywood for 10 years.
Can you please honestly rate my Pride outfit out of 10? I will do a little...
Oh, no, he did cut me out. He did cut that out. I mean, you knew Troye Sivan. He knew you weren't a foe. Bro, the problem here is there's a couple different avenues of attack. One could claim that Hassan is pushing Z. Look at the way he assaulted this Ukrainian twink. Okay? The other one is, look at how homophobic Hassan is. Look at the way he assaulted this gay man with all the anger that he had trapped within him at Pride.
Spin for you.
Out of 10?
Yeah. I put a lot of effort.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
That's very generous.
It's because your physique is carrying it right now.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like you could have gone way bolder, way wilder with it.
Hassan, kiss or slap?
For who?
For me. Or I can kiss or slap you.
Oh, slap.
You'll slap me.
Yeah.
But like...
On the butt.
Be a good guy. Like, do a good job, okay? Ready?
Is that good?
That was good. Thank you, sir. Happy Pride.
Haters like he hates America so much he slapped a gay just for wearing the flag. That hand on the shoulder was saucy. Yeah, I went real with it, dude. I bent him over a little bit too. Look at that. Yeah, no, I went in. I fucking went in, dude.
What's your name?
Hassan looking like a natural, the arm on the shoulder. God, I've seen what you've done for others. God, when will it be my turn? It's just, I did that specifically because he thought, he was like, oh, I will potentially make you uncomfortable here. And I was like, no, you won't. Longer clip. China, baby! There is no way this is real. What? Oh my God. China, baby! Oh my God, bro. Let's go. Oh my God, that's it. The spirit of Mao lives on. Let 1,000 flowers blossom and bloom. He is, oh my God. Oh my God. This is our worst win yet. No, bro, I'll take it. Full Maoist cultural victory. Is speed the hero we need for the youth? Yes, dude. Yes. Marxist, Leninist, protracted people's war. Maoism is back. We're not even talking about the revisionist. We're not even talking about the revisionist Dengist Chinese Communist Party. We're talking straight Maoist revolution. Give it one hand. All right hands will hold a copy of the Red Book. The youth will save us. Cultural revolution, permanent cultural revolution. I have a theory that Speed is actually a very well-read communist kid and is doing a psyop to slowly turn the kids communist. Yeah, I think that theory is not correct. He said no revisionism for me. Yo, did you check out the Chinese man singing Kendrick's Not Like Us in Shanghai? Yes, I did. But if you send me the link, we can watch it. But trigger warning, you are going to hear a lot of N-word coming out of one Chinese man who just lets it fly, dude. He just does not. He is not even remotely concerned at all about it. Why do you support a mass killer like Mao? Dude, we don't need that many people. That's why. We got too many people as is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is the one.
He's in China. Any rap, nigga, he a freak, though. Man down, tell him freeze, bro. Now, nigga,
process, walk around like Tizo. What's up with this bony ass nigga trying to see Compton? The industry can hate me fucking modern day, mama. How many options you really got? Many, too many options.
What?
I better pass on the body, I'm John Stockton.
Spain is in China.
Beat your eyes and hide the Bible, God watching. Sometimes we gotta pop out and show, nigga. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one up the score, huh? Walking down whole time, you know, got some hold him, pull him, extort shit, believe that's wrong, huh? Say Drake.
This song is going too far, bro.
You better ever go to Cell Block 1. To any bitch you talk to and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get you hand me down.
What is going on?
Party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case while I see it.
This man is literally in China.
I'ma do my stuff. Why you
Damn,
like
son.
a bitch ain't you tired? Trying to circle core and it's probably a minor.
I mean, dude, it's just it just goes too hard. What the fuck is this? KKK members reacting to life sentences? What the fuck is this? Fuck them up. Can we watch some more of that Wild Incest Baby channel from yesterday? Yes, we're gonna do that. Look at you in black people's business again. Okay, we were doing the Boy video and I forgot.
Britney Spears song Toxic.
Yours is.
It is. What do you mean mine? Yours is too.
Mine's
You don't know any other Britney Spears songs, so I think that's true.
Can't Get You Out of My Head by Britney Spears. No. What's the one? Hit Me Baby.
You don't like
Womanizer.
that?
I like Womanizer.
You don't like that more than Toxic?
I like Womanizer more than
Toxic.
I think so. Okay.
I think this is what a straight person would say, because gay people have a broader knowledge of Britney Spears.
Yeah. Is your favorite Carly Rae Jepsen song "Call Me Maybe"? That's the only
That's
song
the only
I
one
know.
I know. So yeah, tick that and tick the next one. We're going to be so straight.
Do you?
I don't lose my mind.
I don't lose my mind. I've also never been at a wedding that plays "Shut Up and Dance."
Shut up and marry me. Yeah, that doesn't sound very familiar. We don't tick it. We don't lose our
We're
minds.
not ticking. Okay.
No, we're not losing.
It goes hard, bro. Shut up and dance. It goes hard.
I haven't lost my mind for any wedding song apart from like maybe Gypsy Kings or something.
That's a pretty good wedding song.
Do you like Ed Sheeran?
No.
Absolutely not. I think he's the.
My man said Gypsy Kings, bro. That's crazy. God, I love Alexis so much. He is such a fascinating man, dude. Like, that is not a point of reference for anyone under the motherfucking age of 50, okay? Absolutely zero people should know what Gypsy Kings is. It's my dad's favorite fucking band, okay? Bamboleo. It's like, it haunts me. It fucking haunts me, dude. You're saying the Romani slur? Okay, bro, what are we talking about? You can't say the band's name? Guys, what the fuck are we doing right? Okay, G-Word Kings? Is that what you want me to say? The Romani Kings? Is that Traveler Kings? It's the name of the band, bro. Before you get it all fucking, oh, what about NWA? Like, no, of course, there's a limitation. Bro, they won't let you say Gypsy Rose Blanchard's name nowadays because of woke? Yeah. Wokeism has gone too far, man. In any case, Gypsy Kings haunts me because of my father's love, undying loyalty to them. And he would just like blast that shit in the car anytime we were going anywhere. Like, we would drive between Istanbul and Ankara, and he would just be blasting Gypsy Kings the whole way. So like, it brings childhood trauma back for me.
Biggest grifter in the world. It's like his music is just as boring as everyone else's, but because he's ugly, people assume that he's like he's thinking about stuff and he's smart. He's like, no, he's like a bimbo, but he's also not nice to look at. I think this is making us gay.
Do you have no idea?
Do you have no idea who Little Mix is? I know Little Mix.
I don't know Little Mix.
Is it not that group, the group of the 5 girls? You go, they gotta go to work. Is Little Mix a group of girls?
Also, let's say no.
Why is it always this feeling wrongly about saying the word gypsy? I'm reminding myself is because, well, I think it's like American woke people that are trying to be woke in like the European way, because like in Europe, obviously it's a little bit different because like the Romani people are just like absolutely considered like, you know, public enemy number one. Never ask a European their opinion on Romani people, because like they will say some of the most Hitlerian things you ever heard, obviously. In America, we've boosted our racism points against black people so much that we just don't have enough space up here for like the different kinds of racism for like traveler, Roma people, whatever. So they don't even know, like Americans don't even know that that's like a very specific category of protected people or marginalized people that that get all the smoke in Europe. It's the same with the P slur for brown people, right? Like Pakistani shortened. That's like not a thing that Americans know is like, not Canadians, but like Americans don't even know for the most part that that's like a slur, a big no word. But if you are from if you're from a country with like a lot of like a high population of Indian or Pakistani immigrants, then it's like a known slur. As an American in the Pakistani community, people use the shortened version all the time. Yeah, I didn't even know it was a fucking slur. Indian here, we say it all the time, is only a UK slur. I think it's a slur in Canada too. Different places have different slurs is what I'm trying to say. Okay.
No, we don't know.
I think I do. It's a group of girls, and they do songs. Okay, let's look it up. You gotta go to work.
We also have a P word for Polish. Wait, really? The fuck is that? I didn't even know that there was a word. Don't forget the Polish P word. What the fuck is the Polish P word? Pole? Is it Polak? Is that a slur? I think it's like, I thought it was like the energy you put into it, like the word Jew, right? Depending on the energy you have surrounding it, or the word queer, depending on the energy surrounding it, it's like, I didn't know it was like a slur. I thought it was like literally a thing, like saying a person from Poland. Is literally Polish person in Polish language? Yeah, that's what I thought. Or potato eater. I mean, that's a broad one. That could be for anybody. Hassan, queer is a slur. It's just reclaimed as different. Yeah, but queer is also a broad categorization of all LGBTQ members as well. And it has been for a very long time. Like, it wasn't just reclaimed and people just like use it, like black people using the N-word. It is also for quite some time now been considered a broad, the broad definitional umbrella term for gay. Descriptive terms are only slurs when you hate the group. Yeah.
Work. Well, I gotta put in work. Yeah, it's them.
Okay.
Do you love Giant Jenga? Come on.
I do.
Gay people like it too. This is crazy.
Is that a straight thing?
It can't be.
Surely gay people love not.
Hassan, you should come out of the closet. This is such a funny fucking, like, this chatter is saying this as a diss, like that I'm secretly gay. Brother, why would I fucking hide being gay if I was gay? Do you think I have any like fears surrounding my sexuality? Please investigate this a little bit further. Okay, double S. Investigate this a little bit further. If I had any sort of like repressed homosexual thoughts, would I be fucking running around? Bro, I'm just kidding. What is happening today? What's going on with all these jokesters? Queer was originally not a slur for gay, just meant different or abnormal. Yeah, and then it was used as a slur, and then it was a broad categorization. Anyway, let's continue.
Things over.
It's amazing. We played like extreme Jenga, naughty Jenga, trying to knock it out with your boner. That's a fun game.
That was very straight.
You can't do that with small Jenga.
No.
Because our dicks are too big.
Exactly. Just 10 naked dudes playing giant Jenga with our dicks.
Yeah. Do you have empty liquor bottles on your top of your cabinets? So we do have it, but the only reason is because I'm collecting them so I can have, because I make sour cabbage in the winter, and you need empty bottles full of water to like tamp it down and make sure they don't float over the surface.
Yeah.
Do you wear underwear under board shorts? You do, and I think it's disgusting.
You've got some weird bias against.
Well, it's because there are certain things that are used for water, right? And you're wearing outdoor clothes. It's like wearing a t-shirt in the water.
No,
I think it's valid to wear underwear under board shorts. I think this is ridiculous. It's valid.
It's not?
Yeah, it is. It doesn't dry like.
No,
like
it's not, because a t-shirt and a rashi have very different. I wear a rashi.
Yeah.
Because I want sun protection.
That's fine.
Yes. A t-shirt does not offer sun protection. The only reason...
It offers the same sun protection as a rashi.
No, it doesn't, because it gets wet and see-through. And it also moves around.
It doesn't. No, it
yes,
doesn't.
it does.
If you're wearing a shit t-shirt.
No.
If you're wearing something like this.
Oh, if you wear a black t-shirt, but also it doesn't hide your body. It moves and it causes rashes on your body.
Sure.
Rash shirts don't do that. Underpants.
You're 30 and wear skirts and call the cops when you need help. You're a coward. What? Lung cancer. First of all, what is this fantasy, bro? This dude is like literally living in a fucking universe where he's fantasizing about what I do wearing skirts, and then also talking about a situation where like I need help and I'm just like calling a cop. You all right, dude? You good? What's going on? You good? Oh my God. Oh yes, we got the hogs back, baby. Let's go. Look at his PFP. Let's go. Don't ban this one. Don't ban this one. Moz, don't. We're keeping this one. Listen, in my house, we don't call 911, bitch. You understand me? Don't even fuck with me on it. We don't call 911 around these parts. Okay? Don't tread on me, brother.
Pants. If I'm wearing my little Speedo underpants under my thing,
they're made of cloth.
Yeah, but
they
when
take
I-
longer to dry than without them.
The only difference is they take a bit longer to dry. And
Yes,
I don't
that's
have
the
a
main
problem where
difference.
I get a rash like you every single time I enter the water. So
Well,
for me, there is no difference.
There is a difference.
No, what?
It's just there is a difference because you're wet for longer.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect me,
If
so
you were
it
a
doesn't
normal
matter.
person, you'd be getting thrashed with the amount of wet underpants you wear.
But the
everywhere.
reason I'm able to do it is because I'm not a normal person, and therefore it doesn't affect me.
No, but I mean, it's the same as just
Bullshit.
wearing business pants in the water because it doesn't matter if they're wet.
Why would I wear business pants?
Well, that's
when I'm
why you're
swimming?
wearing normal underpants in the water. That's the same
You're
thing.
comparing
exactly the same.
You're comparing normal underpants to wearing suit pants.
Yes.
You think that's
Okay, let's say
honestly-
shorts. Let's say normal cargo shorts in the water.
They would get really heavy.
Yeah, and these underpants are heavier than not having them.
No, they're
What's the science here? It's not heavier.
no.
Al, you just said it's not
No,
heavier.
but it's
No,
heavier
it's
by
not.
such a small.
It's not heavier.
It's let me talk. It's
What are you
heavier
just saying
by
stupid things?
It's heavier by such a small amount in my pants that when I have speedos as well.
So
when
it
I
is
wear
heavier.
But I'm saying you can't notice that
Yeah, but like,
difference.
what addition does it give to you? What does it provide to you?
What?
Having wet underpants
makes me
under
more-
your body.
What do you mean? Why would it?
It makes me more comfortable. That's it. I don't know why. I just feel more comfy wearing the underwear underneath my board shorts.
Yeah, so why do you choose to wear it all?
Do you think I choose to wear it?
Who's dressing
I think it's an extra protection for dick chafing.
you? Who's dressing you at the beach?
But it's funny because you're talking about clothes like you care about them.
Wait, so you're accidentally wearing underpants?
I
in the
don't
water?
care about it at all. There is no thought that goes into my head when I get in the. To me, wearing underpants and wearing
You're saying
speedos.
crazy things.
No, I'm not.
What is no thought? Then why aren't you in the water naked? Why aren't you in the water fully clothed? You have some thought, which is I need to wear board shorts to go in the water. That's the thought.
My thought is, to me, speedos and underpants. If I am not wearing the speedos to reveal to public, there is zero difference to me wearing them in the water. And that may be different to you, but to me, it's no different. And I think the difference to you is that you get a rash in the water. I do not. If I got a rash,
But you also there's other small differences regardless of what your skin does.
What?
Of having just wet underpants on, having extra stuff in there, extra
yeah.
material.
Yeah, that's-
having to like dry your underpants every time you come
yeah,
home.
they do remain wet longer.
Yeah, there is a difference.
That's a difference.
Yeah, but claiming that you don't think about it is insane.
No, but I'm saying that to me is such a small difference that I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to take here.
Well, let's ignore that question. Do you know anything with Grumpy Cat on it?
No.
No. Do you have inspirational quotes like "Live, Life, Love" in your house? No.
No, but I'd like to.
Do you call your friends boys?
Yeah.
As a joke.
What do you mean as a joke? I'm saying you want to hang out with the boys.
Yeah,
or you want
we
to hang
do.
out with this other group.
Yeah. We do. Do you use the word buddy?
Nah, I use it to refer to my enemies. Is that different in America? I feel like you say buddy here, it's kind of like
Yeah, that's like saying
you want to fight someone.
It's like saying chief or
Yeah.
boss. If you say yeah, okay, boss. That's like, can you open a bottle with a lighter? Yes, I can.
I can't.
Oh, that's probably a straight thing though.
Exactly. Obviously, one of us is obviously very gay, and one of us is obviously very straight.
You should have told me before I had sex with you. Yes, you are an acoustic guitar.
Well, gay people play guitar. This is fun. Gay people don't play instruments. There are no famous gay musicians.
None. Name one.
Jack Black? No, he's straight.
Ed Sheeran?
No, I think he's
Harry
straight.
Styles?
He doesn't play any instruments. Have you ever brought your acoustic guitar out at a party? Hell yeah. Do I love grilling?
Oh my god, dude. He does do all of these
Yeah, I
things.
do.
Oh no.
I don't like the act of doing it. I don't like.
That's what grilling
Oh,
is.
okay. I thought I meant just eating delicious burgers.
Yeah. See, I enjoy
What else?
making it, but the actual grilling part, I hate.
So tedious and
Yeah.
hot. Have you ever referred to hot dogs as dogs? Grilling up. You don't grill a hot dog. This was written by an imbecile. This person doesn't know gay or straight people.
You can grill a hot dog.
Can you?
Yes. You put it on a grill, it gets the charred mark sideways. It's quite nice.
I've never seen that before. I thought hot dogs were always steamed. I mean, you can grill whatever you want, but it's a weird thing to do.
Yeah, it's not that.
When you go to a bar, you go to a bar, you can see someone.
What do you mean? God, these guys are so un-American. It's like offensive. I think didn't we literally grill a hot dog at the 4th of July celebration that we threw for these boys? I thought we did that shit. Oh my god.
Flipping some red frankfurters on a grill.
It's not that weird. Would you grill a chorizo?
Yes.
It's not that different to a hot dog. It's a smoked meat. I agree, frankfurters is weird.
You
So
can't.
we have not.
No. Oh,
Do you
instead of
own a
diets,
vest? This is where we
We
get
own a
gay
lot of
points.
vests. No, but maybe gay people don't own vests.
Oh fuck. No, I think there's nothing gayer than a vest.
Do you think Grindr is a dating app? Oh, is your hand down your pants right now? What is that, wet underpants?
Yeah, wet underpants. Do you love karaoke?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Have you ever sung Mr. Brightside? No. I've sung it when other people have sung it.
What's out? My go-to song is Never Can Say Goodbye by Candy State. That's very gay.
Yeah, mine's
Do you have Muslim chatters? I thought majority of your chatters are Muslims, so do they feel about your promoting homosexuality? Bro hit like the bigotry bingo here. First of all, he automatically suspects the majority of this community is Muslim, which true. They did all say the Shahada, so technically they are all Muslim. But how do they feel about your promoting homosexuality? Again, the notion that especially in the Western world or anywhere else that you can't be like Muslim and gay, really funny. That's cool, man. I wish Lung Cancer would say more.
Barbra Streisand, Woman in Love.
Yeah, okay.
That's not gay at all.
I feel like if the test knew what we just said, we would ace it. We would be the gayest people out there. Do you not even drink iced coffee at all? I drink iced coffee. Hell yeah, dude. I think it's insane that suddenly, people turned like 19 and suddenly drinking milk was like the craziest.
Oh, Lung Cancer got banned? That's so sad, bro. We're going to unban him. Let's keep him. We need it. We need some of these fucking losers in here still. Go box Samahide. Oh my God. Why don't you go box my favorite pedophile Nazi? It's a wild thing to just openly be like, no, my favorite content creator is a washed up comedian who dropped the bag because he loved Nazism that much.
Thing you could do was just
It's fucking weird.
It's not weird.
It's weird.
It's delicious. You have a big, rich chocolate cake, dark chocolate. You gotta take the edge off. A little bit of cake, a little sip of milk. It's like instead of eating a steak by itself, you might have like a little bed of rice.
No, milk's just so... I understand, like, let's say you're doing a shot of milk and you sip it. But the way you drink milk, and I see you holding a whole glass and just making this noise...
I do not drink it that fast. That's how you drink. I think people are just like so scared of being adults and they're just like, I have to prove myself. I just have to get rid of everything I ever did as a kid. And then this just arbitrarily got caught in the crossfire.
Like,
they're like
sucking on my mom's tits.
I'm not a baby. I don't drink milk.
When you think the word poppers, do you think of the food? I do not.
No. But also poppers is a very American food thing. When we
Yeah.
say poppers, we mean amyl nitrate, putting our dicks in each other's bums.
In our bums. But we should also explain that the reason we know it as not gay men is because it's very common. The fuck is your pube in my mouth? Amyl nitrate's very common in raves.
People who do drugs.
Also gay people. And what's more gay?
Having anal sex or going to a rave.
I think they're probably the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you still like Justin Timberlake? I mean, I think I do.
I don't know.
He has some really nice songs. And then also, he was amazing in Love Guru.
Yeah.
His songs are quite nice.
So we
you know
have
a song about Ukraine that he did? No. It's like, cry me a river. You know?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Just picked it up right there.
Yeah.
Did you just find out Lady Gaga could sing in the past 2 years?
She could always sing.
The fuck does that mean? Do you own a Gangnam Style? Do you own a Gig Hab print shirt?
Gingham print. It's like the stuff that the old like Southern Belles used to wear.
What is a Southern Belle?
Like an old school woman from Carolina.
Oh, the one with the girl that's like,
no.
Give me the wages or whatever she says. Do you
Is the main
use
question.
a 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner?
No, I don't use any shampoo or conditioner.
It ruins your hair. It's a
all
scam.
natural, baby.
Yeah. Do you participate in
crazy.
fantasy football?
Nah, man.
No.
My football's real. Fantasy football's, I'm sorry, one of the fucking craziest things in the world. It's
I
like,
understand.
it's not that you like sports, but your dream is to be like a manager of a team, like the lamest part of the sport. You're like, I wonder what the administration aspects of this team would be like.
It's gambling, bro. That's what it is. That's mostly.
Well, buy low, sell high, kind of.
Yeah. And I've never played it. Do you think you make decisions on like buying players and stuff like that? You think that's what it is?
Yeah. And then you make your perfect team, and then you watch the sport and like what the points are allocated, and then someone wins.
Hassan, do you use 2-in-1 shampoo conditioner? You seem like the type. Not anymore. I used to. I wash my hair with shampoo and conditioner sometimes twice a week, sometimes once a week. It's entirely dependent on how dirty my hair gets, but I, of course, wash my hair every day with water. I rinse it every day with water. And back in the day, I used to use 2-in-1. I don't anymore.
Who has the best team?
Is your favorite song Since You've Been Gone? No.
Yeah, Kelly Clarkson song.
Oh, that's my favorite Kelly Clarkson song, not just like
Yeah, our
my
favorite
favorite
song.
song. Oh, that is my favorite.
What
Kelly.
other? It is.
What's the other one?
She's got so many. Because of you, I'll never stray too far from the sidewalk. Not as good as Vince McMahon. Have you ever participated in a gender reveal? No.
I've revealed my own gender
to like
random
people in a public bathroom and I don't think that counts.
Named Cheese.
You've got a friend named Slime. I feel like it's a very similar. I understand what vibe they're going for.
Well, I want to know who has a friend named Cheese.
Every straight person. We obviously don't know because we're gay.
Have you taken a picture with the fish? Yes.
Oh yeah.
You've taken a lot of photos with fish.
Oh yeah.
Astronauts fish montage, please.
Do you want a man cave?
No, that's a weird question because I kind of have a man cave.
Do you have a garage that you do work in?
Yeah, but it's got some cool stuff in it.
You don't like sit in there and watch TV and have beer.
Well, you could have a man cave where you don't have to watch.
Well, then why is your bedroom not a man cave?
Because I don't spend any time in my bedroom besides when I sleep. Besides when I have sex with men.
I want a man cave. That's the gay one, right? A man cave is for gay guys.
Yeah, we got one of those.
A subterranean, like, bunker full of men.
And lastly, most importantly, have you ever used the word hubby? I have, I think, as a joke.
Yeah. You're definitely gay. Yours is the low straight number and therefore can assume you're gay. Thank God for that.
Fuck,
I need
to call my girlfriend.
Yeah, dude, you've been leading her on for way too long.
So every single one of these questions was a thing that if you ticked, you were straight. So gay people don't like karaoke? Gay people don't own vests? Well,
I mean...
You heard it here first.
Yeah. See, this is good because I felt really guilty about Boy because, like, it looks like we're gay baiting the whole time.
Yeah.
I was quite uncomfortable with what we were doing, but we're gay.
We are gay, but also we're not doing anything wrong because we're just living our normal lives and that appears to everyone else that we're gay. Fuck.
But we just got to stop fighting it.
I'm going to download Grindr. Where's my phone?
Do I miss Austin Ox? Yes.
Thanks for watching, guys. That video is actually unlocked from our Patreon where we hide all our gayest videos. But since it's gay month, we thought it'd be an important time to unlock that one and show you what you're missing behind the gay paywall, behind the gay wall on Patreon.
Yeah, and if you also found out you're gay from doing the gay test, then you've got no excuse to join the Patreon where it's a safe place for gay people.
Yeah.
They're all there.
And safe for straight people. And for homophobes. You can all come.
They're all there.
Just $5 a month, you get a video like this every month. And you get to support all our hard.
The paywall, the gay wall. Why did he abandon us? He's around. He's just busy doing this. What is this? Guy who doesn't understand Pride Month?
I'm so tired of it. It's just like a whole month, you know? And
a month, like Pride Month?
It's just, I get so tired of it. Yeah, it's like how...
Did you just grab my ass?
Yeah, and not even with much vigor, you know? It's like, how long can I do this?
Do you think Pride Month is about being gay? Like, you have to be gay for a month?
Yeah, I'm sitting my gay ass down and I'm listening and I'm learning.
What did you do in February?
Black History Month?
What did you do?
I'm so tired of it.
It's true. This is how it works. You have to be gay. Obviously, if you're not gay during gay month, like, they will fucking arrest you. They'll beat your ass. You need to at least be able to twerk. I think I'm gonna skip the Trump, like, serious Trump shit and go to this fun story. Alex Jones, side by side with American Nazi Owen Schroyer, who is finally growing a mustache. Good for him, so he doesn't look like an Amish extremist. Yeah, they'll beat your ass in Gay City if they catch you slipping. The only way you can slip is if you slip on a dick. Straight guy beaten up for refusing to twerk in Gay City is a real thing.
Folks, on my soul, I'm not a drama queen, okay? I don't sit here and tell you we're on our death's doorstep without it happening. Like, we are literally under attack, folks. So, Owen?
Well, I think if they do come and padlock the doors tonight, it'll just be the biggest news story in a crazy week. I think there's going to...
Will it? I don't think so. Will it, though? I'm not a drama queen, folks. We're under attack. Let me tell you, okay? We're under attack because I could not stop slandering victims of Sandy Hook. I would not. And then I did the exact same thing against the judge. The judge that was also, adjudicating whether or not I had slandered victims of Sandy Hook. That's the reason why it happened. And
like, if I want
won't stop.
See somebody.
We got a new Jubilee video as well. Can Friends with Benefits work? We'll take a look at that in a little bit.
Going to be a bit of a teeter-totter.
It's wild, man.
And then I think after that, the next big thing, then they'll probably padlock. That's kind of how I feel the shift is going to happen.
Yeah, it's wild, man. I love the crew. And I'll just say that. Like, I think of the crew as like me. Like, that's my arm. It's like, well, This guy, I love this guy. I love this girl.
Like decommissioning the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, it's like, it's mine. That's mine.
But they get the Millennium Falcon back eventually, Alex.
I'm so pissed off. I'm trying to cry as a fake thing, man. I'm so sick of these people. All we're trying to do is save America, and they're fucking us over and over again. And it's just so sick. It's sick. It's sick. And I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave because it's going to be over, folks. And I'll come back bigger than ever, but it's like my baby, and I'm watching them rape it because they're fucking assholes. You're fucking pussies, man. So I'm going to release a fucking video. I'm going to release a fucking audio on you. I'll get you, motherfucker. You better fucking be sorry about that. Go ahead.
I don't know how you follow that.
I'm just telling you, man, I am not taking it lying down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick. I'm not built to I'm built for war, motherfucker.
I'm not kidding when I say he has to be aware, right? Like he knows he's getting clipped because he is a content machine. This is supposed to be his weakest moment, and there's like 8 different clips in here that are just like perfect sound bites from it's like, this is my baby and they're raping it because they're assholes to like, I'm not sucking your dick.
You fucking pussies, man. So I'm going to release a fucking video. I'm going to release a fucking audio on you. I'll get you, motherfucker. You better fucking be sorry about that. Go ahead.
I don't know how you follow that.
I'm just telling you, man, I am not taking it lying down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick. I'm not built to suck your dick.
That's a perfect soundbite, dude.
I'm not built to I'm built for war, motherfucker. I'm built for war, motherfucker. Down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick. I'm not built to I'm built for war, motherfucker. And I will not fucking bow to you. I will God damn you fucking assholes, man. I'm a fucking son of a bitches. Fucking ass.
I thought this was a family-friendly show. That's what he said when he very famously was like talking about how I'm a terrorist with the audience of pedophile vampires.
Who's up next?
All right, folks, let's go to Dan Ball. Dan Ball, go ahead and unmute yourself and say what you got to say.
Alex Dan Ball from One America News. Brother, I hear you. I'm just as...
Thank God it's Dan Ball. Oh, beautiful. That's me pleading in Gay City during Pride Month. Oh, is this is what you're doing?
Lying down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick.
I will not be going to Gay City. I will not be twerking, and you will not beat my ass. Let's run it back. Come on.
It lying down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick.
It's perfect. Man, what a glorious occasion. Hassan, I've been trying to explain why he isn't gay, even though he was at Pride. Alex Jones on Hosuni.
His name is Hassan. He's funded by Gulf dictators, hundreds of millions. George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say bash fascist.
Wait, is this real? What the fuck? When is this from, dude? How did you find this, dude?
And has a club in his hand. He's a young Turk. They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. If they have their way, I'll submit. Turn your weapons in. To the nephew of Turd Breath, Sink Turd Breath, Hassan.
Oh my God, this is so cool. Oh my God. This is probably a career high, honestly. Like that was a career high for me. The Alex Jones Noti was like, it was, oh God, it was so good. I don't know if I'll ever get this level of like excitement. I don't know if I'll ever be this excited ever again in my career. You know what I mean? It's like maybe a Trump notice. God damn, dude. When Senpai notices you, didn't Alex have very reasonable politics back in the day? No, he never had like reasonable politics. I've always, you guys know this. I am not shy about admitting this. I think that Alex Jones in a vacuum is like a brilliant entertainer. Real, recognize real. He is a brilliant, phenomenal entertainer. The problem is, of course, you know, people like he's a farmer, a content farmer, and people take what he says seriously. and then follow through on the things that he says. Some OK Buddy loaded the poster that posted on OK Buddy. You VIP'd, but then they went on to use their editing skills from OK Buddy to make money from editing stuff from the NBA. I spoke to him in whispers. Oh, wow. Except I VIP'd him and he fucking left. I forget who it was. Who was this? This was a long-term community member. I don't even think he's in here anymore.
Oh, this is the best birthday gift ever, dude. Alex Jones.
Hassan Pecker. You can't make up that name. That's his name, Hassan Picker. And if you're a radio listener, you can't see it.
No, it wasn't Jim Nona.
He's got his
Paul.
red stars, his Antifa flags, his communist flags, and he's got his baseball bat, and he's going to call you a fascist, even though he's funded by the Nazi collaborator George Soros, and he's going to attack your daughter like they did out in Oregon.
Oh, I'm dying. This is literally this is the dream. He's talking about how I'm going to have sex with.
So I'm the only one who finds him so fucking dumb. Alex Jones. I mean, yeah, of course. He is a phenomenal content creator in general. And I wish that like we could all experience him in the way that I do. You know what I mean? Because it's like, think about it this way, like my Hank Pecker character in general, like when you watch this man and you just look at him in a vacuum, not as like a serious entity, but like as an entertainer, okay? If you were to experience him as like simply a character, he is telegenic as hell. Oh yeah, Paul S. last in here a year ago, 25-month subscriber, said, but what's under the bench? Gone, but not forgotten. Another VIP that went and got a life and is no longer actively a member of this community. Paul S. 0309.
With your daughter, dude. Oh, that's so cool.
He became an S fan last I remember.
Even said that.
He's going to
like, this is like a cameo. Okay. This is like, if you paid Alex Jones.
How many people from back then are still in here? Plenty of people. We always do this. Like, we always do this. Here, let's look at, whenever we look at old videos, we'll do it. And they're still in here prominently. See? Keckle, of course. Some of these guys are lurkers, but like, obviously, like this person's probably still in here and they're just a lurker. You know what I mean?
$1,000 to do.
Let's look at another one. One faux boy. Let's see. User one faux boy. Pray the ad away. See? This Alex Jones segment is the reason I found out about you and was de-radicalized. I no longer drink horse semen to cleanse the 5G from my blood. Hell yeah.
Do a cameo. This is the best cameo that he could ever.
Let's look at someone who's not a subscriber. Themacy is still in the... Themacy is the permanent VIP in the chat. OOK71. Let's see. Unable to fetch account. Account lasered. Lord Waldemart. Let's look at that one. User Lord Waldemart. Unable to fetch account. Wait, did I write it wrong? Daymart, not Waldermart. Damn, banned. What the fuck? 2022. Lake McGroove banned him. I wonder why. These are the accounts you VIP'd, right? No. It's got to be a Ukraine Andy, maybe. This is straight up Russian propaganda. Wrong. There are literal foreign soldiers in Arizona right now, so the military build up 150k troops. There's the meme. Oh no, he's a NATO Andy. Let's unban him. Let's see how he let's see what kind of smoke he has after 2 years. Article 5 is strictly defensive. He's a NATO Andy. Check his unban request. Too late. I already unbanned him. You've banned too many of us for having different takes than you. No, dude. I ban you because you think this is a good ad break debate at the top of the hour. Okay? It's not. Newsflash, it's not. If you're a fucking 43-month subscriber and you come in here at the top of the hour and your name isn't even gray, you can't sneak that shit over me. No, I ban you when you have a bad fucking take at the top of the hour thinking that that's a good-ass debate. Stand down, chatter. Lord Waldemart, you are no longer banished. NATO Andy should be unbanned? No. NATO Andys should not be unbanned. What would you do if that unbanned guy immediately chatted? I mean, I would love to continue the discourse. Anyway, Tom Ato. That's the last one I'm going to look at. You're no better than Alex Jones. Two sides of the same coin. Yeah, I mean, I agreed. I am on the side of not being a psychopathic conspiracy theorist who's possibly still in here, and a 16-month subscriber. Look at that. Never make. I told you, this community has a pretty fucking solid. This community has a pretty fucking consistent, pretty solid support structure, with the exception of like heated moments where I am like very openly against a narrative that other quote unquote progressive content creators are going are in support of, like NATO. Most people, unless there's like a massive unimaginable disagreement that creates like NATO Ukraine was one big point of deviation, which is of course, you know, chauvinism, and 100% that level of that kind of chauvinism, Western chauvinism, exists in every fucking leftist movement. It's not unique to the United States of America. Another one was obviously October 7. You know what I mean? And it happens. Problem is, Hogwarts game leavers, nah, that shit, no, that's no. No. My trans Hasanabi heads fucking know that we're gonna duke it out, we're gonna have disagreements, but they know this is like one of the most pro-trans spaces you can be in online that is still not directly doing content with a trans content creator for the trans community. So no, that's not like that big of a disagreement. If anything, a bigger disagreement would be like anti-trans leftists, I guess, that would leave. Do you think your community will fracture further if the U.S. gets into a war with China? Yes, 100%. Yeah, that's how all the hater channels grew. NATO Andes went to Vosh and October Andes went to Destiny, for sure. It's actually pretty crazy because like the horse porn Andy community, unironically is pro NATO, but will say that I'm anti-Kurd, like anti-Kurdish, which is hilarious. Like being pro NATO and anti-Kurd is explain that you don't know. Doors open. Just immediately demonstrates telling a Turkish man who's anti-NATO that he is simultaneously anti-NATO and wrong, and also simultaneously fucking anti-Kurdish is hilarious. Like, what do you think NATO did in Turkey? Who do you think Operation Gladio was fucking slaughtering by the thousands? Once again, it is born out of just not knowing a single fraction of a fucking shit about anything and just kind of going off of vibes. But yeah, I've had Israeli liberal Zionists who left on October 7th DM me, people who watch you for years and are so unhinged. Yeah, that's not surprising. As a trans person, I can say I did not like you playing Hogwarts. I just did not watch those streams, but you're a trans ally for sure. Well, rest assured, trans chatter, I never actually played Hogwarts Legacy. I played it for 10 minutes on my own, not even on stream, and thought it was kind of mid, but I had no qualms with playing it in general. So it's easy to be a domestic progressive. Many of these white VTubers and breadtubers don't have any clue about foreign policy and are so prone to bootlicking American State Department. That's why I respect you, even though it's hard with an American white audience. Russian arc was bad, but can't wait for China debates. Oh my God. Yeah. Am I the bad guy for not liking NATO nor US or any other allies for destroying my country and all the neighboring countries from around us? Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Afghanistan, etc. No, you're not bad for that. That's a perfectly valid position to have. My point is, the anti-China stuff will fucking I'll be a 10K Andy, but I don't give a shit. You got to start showing more tier 1 city tours or we're hitting 10K average G. Yeah, no, it'll at that point we'll move on to like actual military censorship. You know what I mean? Here's Alex Jones crying.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children. We're gonna beat these people.
When you have these rifts that cause a lot of people to leave, do you think it makes the community better or no? No, I wish that hater videos ain't hitting the way they used to as well, so that's a bit of good news. Yeah, I think it's because I stopped interacting with fucking Twitter, where a lot of this discourse was permeating from. And also a lot of my haters have been exposed as the fraudulent charlatans that they are. And not even because of me, because they just like can't stop themselves from exposing themselves as charlatan frauds. He's back. He did it again. No. We're going to unban him again. He's just going to keep posting into the oblivion. Like, oh, please fight my favorite pedophile Nazi content creator. Please let him keep posting. Because when he's done, when he tires himself out like a little kid, like a little baby, he'll eventually come back with some good shit. I believe it. You know what I mean? Like right now, he's basically operating like a bot, okay? Not realizing that it's phenomenally embarrassing to just like ride for, again, a has-been, washed up, unfunny, pedophile, Nazi content creator. But eventually, when he tires himself off of that, he's going to be cooking. He's going to be coming in and being like, you love Hunter Biden because, you know, you guys did crack together or some shit. And that's when you just let the process continue. Okay? He's going to get new bits. I'm Mexican. Do you know about Mexican politics? Today's for the elections? Yes. All right, let's move on from the Alex Jones shit. He's crying. He's crying because he refuses to suck dicks. He's crying because he's in Gay City. He's in Gay City, population him, and they're basically telling him, like, you have to suck dicks. And he's like, I will not be sucking your dick. I will not do it. I won't do it. I won't see your ads at the top of the hour. You will not be serving me the 3-minute ad break. I won't do it. I'll subscribe if I have to. You're a washed up, unfunny liberal who tosses my salad as a pastime. Wait, what? Hold up. Pause. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Pause. I hate that you okay, well, well, we got to ban him now. Now he's talking about I've made a Jutopia or whatever. I banned him because he's gay. And he fantasizes about me tossing his salad. Well, you know, we should have seen that coming. He is a Nazi. He is a fan of a pedophile Nazi, so. All right, let's see Patrick Bet David fucking cooking.
Again, to take on what you just said. No, not everyone, and not everyone who gets paid. Joe Rogan is bigger than every single show at CNN combined and gets paid more than every single person at CNN combined. And he was 100% right about this thing through the entire time.
No, he
Listen,
wasn't.
yes, he
No, he wasn't.
Hold on a lot.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get this point out here.
Hell yeah. He was so right, dude. Ivermectin all the way. Like, what are we talking about? He was right about COVID. I feel like right wingers have just like existed in a totally separate universe. You know what I mean? It's just, what are you talking about, bro? He was like, he was doing horse paste. He was hitting the horse paste meta like pretty aggressively. The fuck? This is what happens when you only watch Joe Rogan. This guy's like a libertarian, right? I think he hates me too, but.
Okay, how about, you know what you just revealed last month on Pat's show about ivermectin?
Yeah.
Joe Rogan was saying that, and you were smearing him for saying that.
Yeah.
You literally said he's taking horse dewormer.
Yes.
He should be ashamed of himself. You pleaded with your audience to not take it.
Yes.
Then you come back around and you go, hey, Pat, you know what I just found out? Turns out this thing isn't for animals. Turns out humans are. But Chris,
that's
a
not-
5-minute Google
but that's-
search and you would have known that.
First of all,
how do you not apologize to Joe Rogan?
Listen, do you know who disagrees with you? Do you know who disagrees with you? The people who make ivermectin disagree with you.
Hold on. What do they disagree?
Why is he fucking defending horse paste? It's 2024, man. Yeah, nobody said you can't use ivermectin on fucking any issues whatsoever. It's a dewormer primarily used by horses. Human beings can use a dewormer as well. It's just if you have worms, you can't use it for motherfucking COVID. Why are you still defending this? I thought we established this 2 fucking years ago, bro. 3 years ago. What the fuck? I didn't even realize this was like a right-wing gripe that they're still doing. I thought we had moved past this one.
Disagree with me about?
That the drug should not be taken as a standalone for COVID-19.
I never said it should.
That's what Rogan was saying.
No. He did not. No, listen. See, this is the thing.
Bro, oh my God. Dude, it's crazy how passionate this guy is about defending Joe Rogan. Like, there's no more politics in this conversation. Like, he is this passionate about just simply defending Joseph Robinette Rogan, dude. And by the way, Joe Rogan abso-fucking-lutely said ivermectin for COVID. What are we doing? He said he's throwing the kitchen sink at it, including, but not limited to, ivermectin. Why is this such a big point of fucking contention? It seems like you want to defend him, but also simultaneously, living in 2024, recognize personally that, you know, it was a silly Billy thing. Because if you didn't feel that way, you wouldn't be fucking this passionate about defending it while also simultaneously talking about how it's, not for COVID.
Chris,
Yeah,
that
what
is
is
a lie. That is
Really?
a
So what did he
blatant
say?
lie.
What did
Joe
he say?
Rogan. So you just pretended that I said it's a standalone for COVID. No. Here's what it always was. Here's what Joe Rogan said. My doctor prescribed it to me, along with several other medications, just like your doctor prescribed it to you. That's what he said. What I'm saying is that it's not horse dewormer, as you and everybody else at CNN mindlessly repeated.
Now-
What he said, no, let me finish.
Go
What
ahead.
he
But,
said,
you know.
and what I'm saying is that it is a medicine that's been prescribed to people millions and I think billions of times. And it was totally demonized. Why? You
why.
already said why. You said it 2 years too late, but you already said why.
No, here's
because
why.
no one owned it.
Here's why. What Pat has on his desk right now, you do not want to take, okay? It is the veterinary grade ivermectin. People were so desperate to get it because they were told it was a panacea. It was a cure-all.
By
that they
who?
were.
Who told them that?
It was online.
Well,
they
you just claimed
flooding
Joe Rogan said it. You claimed I said it. Neither of us have said that.
But
who
so
are
hold
you
on.
saying
So
said
why
it?
was there a rush on ivermectin all of a sudden?
Can I tell you my honest opinion
Please.
about that? Okay, it's that the medical establishment and the corporate media so humiliated themselves that they lost trust with the entire American people. And then, there were some charlatans online who were saying, "Oh, go take this," and they
Dave,
trusted them.
please. Here's what happened.
If
okay?
you think
Here's-
Joe Rogan said, "Take any
I
form of
am not
ivermectin you can get, and you'll never get COVID,"
I'm not blaming Rogan. Here's what happened. And
You should be
again-
apologizing to
and
him.
again, listen. Listen. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Also, let me tell you why I think apology.
That's pretty cool, man. We're doing a little bit of historical revisionism. We're doing a little bit of fucking ivermectin defense in 2024. Brother, it's like if you came out and you were like, insulin is good for COVID, okay? And people were just like rushing to like get insulin across the board. Insulin's not even a good example because it's like for most famously used for diabetics. It's just like, but it didn't have any medicinal properties, any sort of properties to save people from COVID. Yeah, people would still understandably in mainstream media say, this is ridiculous, this is false. It was fucking snake oil. And plenty of people were hawking it. And these like contrarian charlatans were also, because they saw that there was an audience for it. It wasn't even necessarily because they were firmly committed believers in ivermectin. It just meant at that time, saying that you believe in ivermectin as a fucking cure-all for COVID meant that you were an anti-establishment truth teller.
Apologies in this context are a stunt, okay? We don't accept apologies. Nobody accepts apologies except as an admission that you weaponize. That's why Trump never apologizes. He's right. Because if you apologize, everybody just beats you over the head with it.
Trump's got a lot to apologize for, and so
look,
do you.
I'm just saying,
You both
as a
should.
concept, and you should too on this, and I'll tell you why.
What should I apologize
Here's
for?
what happened. Ivermectin, it wasn't because the media said don't take it, so everyone took it. The media would have never been talking about it unless people were taking it. Use your head. So here's what happens. They're prescribing it like crazy. They actually stop physicians from being able to prescribe it, which I think was a mistake. They then start giving out veterinary grade ivermectin, which, as the word would suggest, you shouldn't take, right?
Doctors were prescribing veterinary?
No, people were desperately trying to get it online. They couldn't find it. Okay. Ivermectin is the most studied potential treatment for COVID of all of them, which was a complete waste of money. And it was all done just to play on the politics of this. Merck, that made ivermectin, put out a statement during this saying, we do not advise it to be used for COVID-19. You can't find research that is seen as impressive by the research community that proves that ivermectin is effective in treating COVID-19. Rob can find you 100 studies, right? Listen, you're wrong on this.
No, I'm not.
And I'll tell you why. Because they're mad at me too, by the way. You think you guys are alone?
So, but
no.
why are you taking it
Here's
then?
why. My doctor, I didn't take it during COVID-19. And I didn't take hydroxychloroquine when I was sick with COVID-19, even though a lot of people thought they were being nice by sending it to me. Why? Because the research isn't there. That's why. With long COVID, okay? Not long vax, that's a different thing. If it's going to get recognized as such.
What?
I don't know. They won't say that yet.
What?
Long COVID.
Is Chris Cuomo a fucking anti-vaxxer? He's saying long vax? What the fuck is long vax, bro? They're using different language? Long vax? What the fuck is a long vax? It's the PC term for a vaccine injury? What the fuck?
COVID, they're now saying exists. There is research. Is it dispositive? No. Do the people on the government levels and the research communities like that I said that I'm taking it? No. Do they think I'm setting myself up for lawsuits? Yes. But my doctor, I believe, is in the vanguard of people who are figuring out long COVID. And she has a lot of the same problems, by the way, with me and with the pandemic that you do. And she has found research, and she has had her own experience in using it in a combination with many other things where she believes.
Wait, he should apologize to Joe Rogan. He should. This is damn near verbatim identical to what fucking Joe Rogan was saying. Yeah, you found a fucking quack doctor who is basically Joe Rogan's doctor. My girlfriend has some sort of reaction to the vaccine along with long COVID or something. No idea what caused it, but that's the angle. There's evidence that mRNA vax spike protein can cause similar symptoms to long COVID. Is niche, though. I love how both of these brilliant scientists are talking about, the latest and greatest in medical research.
It may be able to help. Now, I've been taking it. I don't feel any better. Does that mean it doesn't work? No. But
it's
that's
safe.
why I'm
it's
taking
safe
it.
and it's not
It
horse-paced.
is definitely
So what is
safe,
it?
but it's not horse-paced because it's not horse-paced.
But
that is horse-paced.
By the way, no one ever at CNN during this time, when they were all saying it's horse dewormer, everyone was repeating, no one ever said, we're talking about the veterinarian ivermectin.
That's because
we're not talking about the ivermectin that doctors prescribe.
Right.
No one ever said that. But listen, you told me I should apologize. So what do you think I should apologize for? And then I'll tell you what I think you should apologize for.
I know what you think I should apologize for. Obviously, there was so much talk that they don't want you to take ivermectin. Ivermectin is the way to go. Take it. Joe Rogan got better from ivermectin. And by the way, I don't like what people did to Joe Rogan about ivermectin. I don't like
You
it.
did it.
No. Okay,
Yes, you did.
Find the clips.
But, dude, find the clips. You shamed Joe Rogan.
Find the
you
clips.
said he's taking horse dewormer. You and Don Lemon were chuckling at each other about it.
No.
I'll go find
First
the
of all,
clip.
you just saw the clips.
I watched
I'm
it.
not chuckling. I'm listening to Don. But
No. The
here's
clip
point.
I'm talking about wasn't on there, and
Here-
it's absolutely
look, we
there.
were
Here, do we have it? Hold on. Let's play the clip.
Injecting drugs for animals and horse.
And people telling them to. What person? You talk about cancel culture and who to shame. Ivermectin, a dewormer, really?
They are shaming themselves.
That's
No
what
one
it
has
is.
to shame them. They're shaming themselves.
So you're taking a dewormer right now,
This
Chris.
is
Chris,
the
you can't
dewormer.
apologize for that. You weren't being clear that it was
All
this,
right.
and you know that, dude. You're being so dishonest right now,
I'm-
man.
I'm not
You
being
were
dishonest.
talking about ivermectin, the drug. You were not talking about this version of ivermectin.
Get his ass, bro. I'm on board. Holy shit. You look gay as fuck right now. Look at this man.
I love how gay people
Yeah, is that a real cat?
Urban Outfitters.
It was Urban Outfitters, but he cut the sleeves off, he's saying. All right, well, all right, have fun. Be safe. Don't get too drunk.
Come on,
I
man.
was responding to a situation where we were told that this is what people were searching out.
Bro, he cooked them. This guy, Dave Smith, right? That's his name? He fucking cooked his ass, bro. Respect. He fucking cooked his ass, bro. Yeah, he made pasta up in this bitch. He did. He's like, dude, you literally straight up verbatim made fun of Joe Rogan and now you're doing that thing. You should apologize to him. This isn't even like hypocrisy baiting or whatever. This actually unironically is more valid of a fucking consideration than I previously thought it was. Because I didn't know that Chris Cuomo has now become like this guy who is taking ivermectin for long COVID or whatever. Okay? It's just like, what are you doing? What the fuck? I didn't realize that he was on his grifter arc a little bit. Yeah, he's right. These guys are right. He fucking absolutely made fun of Joe Rogan for taking horse dewormer and making fun of him for taking dewormer in general, which is obviously again, not useful for COVID anyway. Yeah. He literally said long vax. That's crazy.
And nobody knew what it was going to do to them. Look, I'm taking the drug right now. Obviously, I don't think it's all poison. I stopped calling it the horse drug when, and you can not like it, CNN's chief medical officer, who is Sanjay Gupta, said to me, you shouldn't just call it a horse dewormer. There's a whole legitimate aspect of the drug. I wouldn't use it for COVID-19, but it's not just the veterinary grade. So I stopped calling it that.
So, okay.
And then it went away.
By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. One of the best moments during the pandemic was when Dr. Gupta, who was just mentioned, went on Joe Rogan's podcast. For all the days of CNN like demonizing Joe Rogan, they send their top doctor out there onto his show, and he goes, why is everyone on your network saying I'm taking horse dewormer? Ivermectin's not. And Dr. Gupta looked down at his lap.
Bro, what is this? What is happening? What is happening right now? This man has a photographic memory only for the Joe Rogan show? Yeah, how is this still a point of contention in 2024? I'm actually legitimately shocked at how invested he is to defend Joe Rogan like this. Dude, orbiters are fucking awesome. I really should have fucking cultivated an entire community of orbiters. They just go out there, they have photographic knowledge of every single thing that you've said and everyone who's wronged you, and they fight your battles for you like this. That's crazy. No, he has been on Joe Rogan's show a bunch. He's a libertarian who's actually he's pretty outspoken about Palestine, right? If I'm not mistaken. That's what someone was saying in the chat. I feel like I've seen some clips here and there. Joe Rogan is the alpha. We must protect him. I just have never been this passionate about defending. Bro, I wouldn't defend Karl Marx this fucking hard. You know what I mean? That's kind of sad for me. I mean,
App and went, yeah, no, they shouldn't be saying that.
Well, Sanjay was the one who corrected
there was a better,
Sanjay was the one who corrected us.
No, actually, after that, he went back and laughed as Don Lemon called it horse dewormer again, and then I guess later corrected you guys. But then there was a moment. This was the best moment. You got to remember the context of this. This was during.
Bro, they're playing Joe Rogan clips. How are these adult men not embarrassed about this? You with LeBron? Okay, I love LeBron. He's a generational talent. But you're insane if you think I'm going to sit there and yell at LeBron haters on an entire broadcast like this. My dick riding for LeBron is mostly memes, okay? Everybody, I need to have one thing that I'm really invested in. This is crazy. I would never fucking defend LeBron to this degree. Jesus Christ. Unless he balled with me, in which case I probably would.
The vaccine passports. Okay, the point when the people like me, and I'm sure a lot of you, were basically turned into second-class citizens, weren't allowed to go into restaurants, weren't allowed to go to sporting events, weren't allowed to go into a lot of different office buildings, things like that, and you, personally, along with everyone at CNN, cheered that on. You mused and joked around when you were interviewing Dr. Fauci about what rights the unvaccinated should have. So Dr. Gupta goes to Joe Rogan and says, it is in the middle of all this, he goes, so are you going to get the vaccine? And Joe goes, no, I just had COVID. Why would I get it? I got natural immunity. It's stronger than the vaccine. And Dr. Gupta went, yeah, that's a good point. He had nothing for him. He had no response. It's like when you were, listen.
That's not even close to accurate. Okay?
Yeah, well, remember last time we played the clip and I was right? Remember last time?
You weren't right about that either. You weren't right about that
Chris,
either.
dude, you're in denial here, man. It's so clear.
He's getting owned.
Just admit
He's getting
man.
fucking owned. This dude is absolutely cooking him. Holy shit. It's just so dumb though. Why is this a debate? What? Oh, dude, people have wronged Joe Rogan. Let's debate. What? Can we just remove ourselves for a brief moment from the immediate point of contention here and just try to look at this with a broader, with a, without the horse blinders on, get an accurate snapshot. It's the year 2024. Okay. It's June 2nd, 2024. We are having a debate. We're watching two people debate about being sufficiently pro Joe Rogan, not being sufficiently pro Joe Rogan, and how one party must apologize to Joe Rogan. What an insane fucking conversation. This is two grown-ass men, bro.
Again, here's the main difference. You may not say it this way, but this is what I think you're suggesting. You believe that you were demonized for not taking the vaccine, and that was wrong because it was right to not take the vaccine.
Okay. No. First of all, I don't believe I was demonized for taking the vaccine. We just played video proof of it. Me, and it's not me, it's me and tens of millions of Americans were demonized to take the vaccine. Now, when you say it was wrong because you weren't supposed to take the vaccine, I think, and this is summing up a lot in a short period of time, I think there was a strong argument in the initial wave of COVID, if you were old and sick and had never had COVID, it might have been a good idea.
What if you lived with someone who was old and sick?
that probably wouldn't have done anything. Literally, it's not going to stop.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
you don't know what you're talking
I do know what
the
I'm talking about.
science is
Chris,
obvious on this. The first, look, again.
Chris, you got a lot of nerve not apologizing and then telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
What do you want me to apologize for? For telling people to take the vaccine?
Okay, let's just stick with Joe Rogan. For mocking and smearing a person from the #1 show at CNN and then years later admitting he was completely right about what he said. How is that not attached to an apology?
I'm losing my fucking mind. They're literally he's crying. Bro, they trust these nobodies with scientific facts, but not actual scientists or doctors. What world we live in? I'm losing my fucking mind a little bit. I never really thought that this would be a point of contention in 2024, bro. It's like, oh my God, dude, getting vaccinated is good. Okay? It's good. I don't know what else to tell you. Rich people literally skipped a line to get vaccinated. Rupert Murdoch, vaccinated. While his entire fucking media network was telling people not to get vaccinated, his ass was vaccinated to the gills. Okay? You guys are so fucking stupid. The real reason why capital owners wanted you to get vaccinated is because you're cattle. They wanted you to have a much shorter period, a much shorter refractory period, a much shorter period of time away from task. That's it. But that still implies that the vaccine is good in the sense that it cuts down a lot of the worst aspects of getting COVID. You are a fucking asset. You are cattle. That's it. That's the beginning and end of the conversation. But if ultimately it did not have a very high likelihood, scientifically demonstrated high likelihood to basically lower some of the worst aspects of getting COVID, then rich people wouldn't have taken it first. You're fucking stupid. If it actually I don't know, changed your change your gene structure or, caused everyone to is causing everyone to die, even though they haven't died yet, but they will any day now, myself included. If that was the case, rich people wouldn't have taken it. Hassan is on the wrong side of history when it comes to COVID. Wait, what? I'm confused. Does Hassan have an anti or pro COVID vaccine and maybe Rich took fake COVID vaccine to tick the masses? What are you saying? Bro, they didn't take it in broad daylight. They were fucking skipping. They were skipping the line. Okay, you have to remember, at a certain point, we are now dealing with undiagnosed schizophrenia or maybe diagnosed schizophrenia. I don't think this argument would be convincing to someone who already doesn't trust people. Half of the fucking conspiracy theorists are literally analyzing a problem of capitalism, but have a genuine inability to understand the world through materialist terms, and therefore substituting dialectical materialism or materialist thinking with literally just idealistic, silly nonsense oh, there's evil people out there, lizard people, in many instances Jews. So no, those guys also don't trust the rich, but they just don't understand it. Their trust is not within the structures that bind us, but instead is about certain rich people.
If I ever smeared someone aggressively and then 2 years later I had to admit that I come out and just say what you said to Pat on his podcast was exactly what Joe Rogan was saying this whole time. You go, first of all, it's not horse dewormer, it's used on people, it's very safe, and my doctor prescribed it to me. That's why I'm taking it. Yes, if I ever did that to someone, I would apologize for that.
But it's not the right context. And first of all, it's both, right? It's veterinary grade and human grade. I was not making a market.
Which one do you think Rogan was taking?
I hope he was taking the human grade if he was prescribed it.
Which one do you think Joe Rogan, who just signed his second $200 million deal, was taking? Do you think he was stealing it out of...
I think it's pretty impressive that he's able to take Joe Rogan's dick in his mouth and still be able to talk like this. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't realize how impressive a feat that is, honestly. His mouth is fucking full. And he's still able to fucking communicate? That's wild.
The cat bowl, or do you think he had a doctor...
I'm sure they prescribed him.
So then you guys were all wrong for demonizing him.
I think that it was wrong. Look, you guys want simple answers. You guys want simple answers to this, and it's not simple.
No, this is simple. This one is simple.
It's not simple.
The vaccine question might be more difficult. This is really simple, man.
The maker of the drug. You want me to apologize when the maker of the drug says don't use it for COVID, when all of the research says it is not effective for COVID.
Well, okay, first of all,
I should say Joe Rogan was right to say take it.
Chris, you're on it. What are we even arguing about here? You're on the drug.
Long COVID is different. Long COVID is different.
So Okay, so first of all, just to be clear, and this is essentially the truth, right? There were some studies that seem to indicate that if you take ivermectin early in a COVID infection, there seem to be some positive benefits. Then there were other studies that basically said, no, we're not seeing that. Now, I've heard a lot of experts, and this goes beyond my pay grade, argue that those other studies weren't properly done. Whatever it is, the reason why doctors were prescribing it to people like Joe Rogan and millions of other Americans was they were like, look, it's a mixed bag with the study. Some of them seem to indicate it might help. Some indicate it doesn't. But we know the drug. It's a people drug, and it's safe. So why not take this in your regimen along with a bunch of other things? That's the point. And you guys demonize him
I think
for
that's
that.
fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Okay.
That's why they were prescribing it. I don't think they were prescribing it to be reckless.
No, that's right.
I think that's why they're prescribing it. But here's the problem with what you guys want, okay? It is not some research says take it, some research says don't, okay? It's just not that way, all right? And it's not even close. I'm telling you, I have not spoken with anyone in preparation for coming here tonight who said you can say ivermectin works with COVID. That is my doctor does believe it can be effective with she is cool. Her name is Dr. Robin Rose, and if you have long COVID or someone you know has long COVID, look up Terrain Health, Robin Rose. She's doing her best. But the point remains the same. The point remains the same.
Dude, he's now getting, the crowd is eating in peace too. 5 million U.S. children with long COVID, but the chat rise for Palestinian children. The blind spots are glaring. Ableism in this chat is very, very high. This chat laughs at libtards, but generally sees no issue with participating in the destruction of every disabled person's lives. You might have BBT. Wait, what? I have no fucking idea what you are even trying to say. I don't. Are you okay? What? This is the doctor, by the way. She definitely has to be slightly off her rocker. Respect to this doctor. I have no idea what this person is saying. Like, chatter hit the all lives matter. Chatter hit the all lives matter button, but for fucking long COVID, it feels like. Wow, you guys talk about Palestine quite a bit, which means you must want to kill American children with long COVID? Like, what? Like, I don't even know what the fuck the chatter's trying to say. If you're not talking 100% seriously about long COVID at all times, you hate people with chronic illness. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of that. Long COVID Twitter is a weird vibe, but we are all the eternal forgotten, and our pain is terrible, and it's coming for you too. I apologize to Joe Rogan for disparaging long COVID. I think I did that. I don't know. I don't know what you guys want from me. I don't know what's happening.
What'd he say? I didn't catch that. Say it again. I didn't hear it.
Is she a veterinarian?
Oh, that's funny.
Here's the issue. If you attack this doctor trying to see if this helps with medical issues like long COVID with no medical knowledge, you are doing the same shit they're doing. Yo, I do not know what healing properties ivermectin has for long COVID. I do know, however, that for short COVID, for like just regular old COVID, it definitely doesn't work. I am not disputing what long COVID is or what kind of impact long COVID has. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on in here at all. There's an unnecessary amount of hostility here for what people's assumed positions are of me, I think. Hegemonic world peace, that chatter is insane. What the fuck? That's a bait account. You're wrong. Is people getting triggered by memories of COVID? No, there's like a big constituency of people. There are like people who are still talking about like the most damaging aspects of COVID, and much like the case with every left-right political issue, the ones on the left are, I would say, sometimes overly cautious, but still on the right side of the conversation. People on the right side of the issue are just completely fucking delusional and off their goddamn rocker. But it still doesn't change the reality that like there's a lot of people whose brains have been broken irreparably on the matter. Okay? And even me saying this is going to cause people to lose their minds again, I think. If someone has worms, is ivermectin a good bet? I think. Might have helped with RFK Jr.
If you're watching this, the way you get to vote for today's debate so far, because we got a bunch of other issues we got to talk about.
Like, how vote for what? Whether Chris Cuomo has to apologize to fucking Dave Smith or not? Is that what it is? Anyway, someone said I'm vax and lax. And to that person, I say, I'm a human being. Okay? Understandably, even vaccinating alone was not going to get us out of COVID. But also simultaneously, I was never an advocate for like China's zero COVID policy either, which was so damaging ultimately that people literally revolted against it. Why not? Because that is no way to live. What the fuck are we talking about? Like there are certain aspects of our COVID strategy that was genuinely damaging. Certain aspects of our COVID strategy was like legitimately restrictive and may have even led to like childhood development being stunted to a certain degree. Now, obviously, the solution in that regard wasn't to like completely shut off the schools, or rather, and just move on. It was smaller classrooms, hybrid education, and trying to create like there's HVAC solutions. I hate to admit this, but and of course that was expensive as fuck of a solution, which is why we didn't do that. And instead, we took the, most extreme position we possibly could. Yeah, increased ventilation was a huge deal. In any case, there are diseases virtually invisible to us all the time. While I am personally in favor of making it as accommodating as possible to every disabled American and every disabled person in general, obviously there's also the other side of this, which is, normal societal functions must continue, considering that we are social beings in general. That is why I guess I'm more vax and lax. If someone requires me to wear a mask for any number of different reasons, of course I will do it. Anyway, we have always behaved in this way when you face these situations. The idea that we wouldn't lock down is entirely new. Yeah. All diseases are visible for those with eyes to see. True. All I'm saying is that there's a degree of accommodation that like everybody agrees is good and definitely must happen. And sometimes, there are demands that go above and beyond that. But I think we can all agree that if you are against vaccine science, you're ridiculous. Like, people can get mad at me and say, Hassan, you're too vax and lax, but like, that's the fucking purpose of vaccines, man. What are we doing here? Like, the entire reason as to why we have vaccines, and we didn't just do zero COVID policies like fucking China, even though we did not have the political power to do so regardless. But like, the entire reason why we have vaccines is so that we can have some kind of societal return to normalcy. Like, that's the point of the vaccine. Anyway, maybe I'm too simple of a man or too privileged in this regard. I just don't see why you trust Big Pharma. Do you really think they have our best interests in mind? I already explained it, brother. I already explained it to you. I don't know why you don't fucking understand it. We are cattle. The vaccines work. Therefore, rich people want everyone to take it. Why? Because they work. Why? Because they don't want you to fucking be in a hospital bed for weeks on end. And the vaccines did just that. They limited the amount of hospital time that you would have. They basically eradicated some of the worst aspects of getting COVID. It didn't stop it from spreading. Okay. It did have the capacity to reduce the spread, but it didn't completely stop it. But all of that was 100% at the behest of corporations. This is the issue here. Sometimes mega corporations can be aligned with the interests of the citizens, even when they're not. I just think it was more about the dollars. Yeah, well, that's because you're wrong. I don't know how else to describe it to you. If that wasn't the fucking case, there are places where the vaccine is free. Where there are places where like Cuba made the vaccines. They're a socialist country. They weren't fucking selling it. Why the fuck did they do that then? Like, this argument can be used against literally just medicine in general. I am not an advocate for capitalist medicine in general. These are all the same people who fed us opioids. Now you're moving the needle, okay? Now you are literally turning around and talking about an entirely irrelevant thing, because you recognize that ultimately this part of the argument obviously gets fucking eviscerated or evaporated for the COVID vaccine. So you have to move to other issues. I never said doctors are always right 100%, okay? You wanted to talk about what motivations would the medical community have, and then you fucking compare it to like doctors not giving a shit about whether cigarettes kill you or not. That's such a fucking idiotic comparison to make. Also, guess what, dude? Opioids work too, dumb fuck. They work a little too good. The problem with opiates isn't that like they don't work, it's that they work too good. What? Plenty of other pain relief meds. Like what? Wait, what? Bro's getting operated on and has like chronic pain, okay? And the doctor's like, yeah, dude, just smoke the ganj, my man. Thank you, chatter. Clocksucker 420, baby. Blaze it. The devil's lettuce, baby. The devil's fucking lettuce, baby. Yeah. Doctor, hold up. I have to rip a fucking stogie, not pills that destroy your liver. Like, look, brother, I'm not fucking pro-opiate for literally everything. As a matter of fact, I've personally talked about one of the major issues in American medicine being so fucking focused on like pain avoidance rather than treatment. Okay, that doesn't mean that there isn't use for these fucking drugs at the end of the day, which is why they're not completely illegal. All right. I don't know if you know this. We got nurses in here. We got doctors in this community. They're using fucking fentanyl every day on their patients. That might come as a surprise to you, but like that's a real thing. There's a medical necessity for it. Okay. You can get numbing injections on site of injury. Man, shut the fuck up. You are not a doctor. Okay. You are a dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Not all types of fucking pain relief can be simply done with topical injections or with topical pain relief. What are you talking about? Shut up. We've moved on so far from fucking vaccines because you can't argue on this issue. You can't argue on the efficacy of vaccines, so you have to fucking turn around and be like, well, what about opiates? And then make dumbass arguments on that front too. I hope that this is just a long, convoluted way to be like, you know what the real opiate is? The top of the hour ad break. It's the opiate for the masses. Yeah, when I was actively dying from sepsis, I need fentanyl and something else to knock me out while the IV meds worked. Well, guess what, dude? This chatter would have been like, hey, dude, smoke this ganja, okay? Smoke this motherfucking ganja, baby. You would have been fine if you just smoked it, if you fucking blazed up. Anyway, going back to this, and I've talked about this before. I do think that our outlook on medicine as a whole in the Western world is like less focused on treatment and more focused on relief. And that's not necessarily a good thing. When it comes to like a lot of physical pain, a lot of muscle issues, a lot of physical pain can be rehabbed. But because rehab is hard and long and not as like effective in immediately offering a solution, when you're in pain, you want like immediate relief, right? A lot of people don't focus on that shit. And that doesn't actually fix the problem. Okay. And in a long enough timeline has the capacity to exacerbate the problem. Also, the other aspect of it is that a lot of times it's not fully covered by insurance either. So that's the reason why everybody goes, all right, dude, you got pain here. Let me give you a fucking pain reliever. In any case, that's a major issue in my opinion. Having said that, however, I wouldn't fucking turn around and be like, yeah, we should just cut this pain medication off. I love how every anti-vaxxer proves so quickly how incredibly little they understand about medicine. Yeah, I know. And that's the beauty of modern medicine and just like living in modernity in general is that like society will keep them alive even if they desperately are destined to die, you know? Like that's the beauty of modern medicine is that like when push comes to shove, someone with infinitely more knowledge than you is still going to keep your dumbass alive, even though in a different circumstance, if we didn't have this structure, if we didn't have this system, you'd be dead, bro. You'd be dead like 5 minutes in. We are actively working against natural selection. Actively. Motherfucker says CBD unironically. We're talking about people who need fentanyl. And he said, CBD, bro. Smoke of the ganj. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard today. Holy shit.
About right now with Trump, convicted felon, migration, dual citizenship. I'm not done. We're just getting started right now. You get to vote by sending a Manect to Dave Smith and to Chris Cuomo. If you can put their Manect up, ask him any questions, anything you agreed with, disagree.
Man, I am very late to this trend, aren't I? In preparation for the very important presidential election that is going to be coming up soon. No, not that one. I'm talking about the other one. Unfortunately, this is not going to be my continuation.
Mexico mention.
Of the Mr. Beat ripoff series that I did. This is instead going to be me simply giving a refresher of the Mexican political landscape for those who might not know. I find Mexican political culture to be very interesting as, much like the nation itself, it is really...
I heard a Mexican lady on NPR unironically be asked a question about femicide, which is a massive problem in Mexico. Okay. And she said, a man couldn't handle this. How can a woman? Like an old Mexican lady. I was like, God damn, dude, what the fuck's going on over there? Like the amount of internalized misogyny, you just fucking straight up are just like every part of this conversation is so stupid too, because like the only boundaries that they're having this conversation on is literally like, oh, it's a woman now and that's woke. Like virtually zero mentions of their political positions, what their platforms are, whether or not they're going to actually follow through on said platforms. You know what I mean? And it's just like, oh, well, Mexico's about to have a woman in charge.
Really close to what many in the Western world have, but has a lot of differences that sets it apart and makes it unique. Let's compare it to my patria, the USA. It has a president, it has a two-chamber legislature, it has a Supreme Court, and a federalist type of governance. However, unlike the United States, there is no electoral college, they have some element of proportional representation, presidents and governors are limited to a one-term limit, and the United States has 2 viable political parties, while Mexico has 7. However, despite the fact that Mexico has 7 political parties, there are still rather similar lines in how the parties are and how the Mexican political landscape is comparatively to the United States. One of the biggest elements seems to be most of politics is essentially defined as, are you for or against the guy in charge?
Not just any woman, but a Zionist woman president. Is she a Zionist? Or are people saying that because she's Jewish? I have not heard her position on Israel at all. I don't know if she's a Zionist. She is Jewish, though. And I think a lot of people automatically are like, oh, how suspicious. She's also not great in general, but not for the fucking reasons that you think, as far as I understand.
To the point where one of the parties literally based their entire identity on that aspect.
Considering that she is, as far as I understand, basically AMLO, there's no way she's going to deviate from AMLO's position on Israel, which is pretty fucking critical of Israel in general. And I think the only reason why people are saying she's a Zionist is because she's Jewish. That's all I'm saying. You can criticize her for being AMLO but a woman, okay? But I don't think that's a valid fucking take.
Which we'll get to in a bit. But this also gets a little bit complicated because the divides between the parties are not necessarily partisan or ideological as they are in most Western nations. It can be based on a multitude of factors, which we'll again get into in a bit. I guess I should avoid dilly-dallying and just actually get into the political parties in Mexico. The first party we'll discuss is the Institutional Revolutionary Party, or Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or the PRI. Founded in the year 1929 by Mexican President Plutarco Elias Calles. Calles was the leader of a liberal faction in the Mexican Revolution and was elected under the Social Democratic Laborist Party to succeed his fellow general Álvaro Obregón. However, the two were shifting rightward during their tenures and seemingly were heading down a path of authoritarianism and autocracy, which was very odd considering that was literally what was just gotten rid of after the revolution via Porfirio Diaz. Calles, through his harsh persecution of the Catholics during the Cristera War, and Obregón for attempting to break the just instituted one-term precedent. Both of these factors would end up leading to Obregón's assassination before he could take his second term. Calles, seeing all of these issues in the immediate post-war, was afraid of Mexico falling deeper into a civil conflict, so he attempted to break all of the partisan divides by abolishing every single political party in Mexico and reforming them under one party, essentially trying to make it the State Party of Mexico, a title that it would maintain for 72 uninterrupted years. During this time, it had various ideological shifts, starting out as a very authoritarian autocratic party without really any semblance of a political ideology. Then, as a backlash to Calles, their next president, Lázaro Cárdenas, shifted the party vastly to the left. Then, when people never really had a backlash against him, the party would shift rightward again, at best being classified as social democratic, but at worst being classified as neoliberal, a shift that they kept maintaining with every succeeding president. to the point where now it is considered the de facto party of the Mexican center. While not explicitly right-wing, they are basically just capitalist neoliberals. Think the Democratic Party's right-wing if it were its own political party. The PRI's longest-standing rival is the National Action Party, or Partido Acción Nacional, or the PAN, a conservative Catholic party formed in opposition to Lázaro Cárdenas's socialistic and atheistic agenda. However, as the PRI started to change, so too did the PAN. Not really policy-wise, but more in rhetoric. They mostly changed their message as the party opposing the PRI and supporting democracy, usually downplaying its more explicit conservative elements, attempting to get people who oppose the PRI to back them, regardless of their political outlook. Such as the case in the 2000 election, where they had managed to get socialists to back them by promising that they would not privatize Mexico's petroleum industry, even though that was one of their primary policies since the party's foundation. By the way, they still supported that policy. They just didn't tell them that they supported that policy, which inevitably led to their candidate ending up winning in the 2000 election. But then came the big problem. When you build your entire party as the opposition party and running on things you oppose rather than what you're for, when you inevitably have to make it known what you stand for and what you're going to do as the mainstream party, you're gonna turn off some people, and turn off people they did, because after electing 2 presidents, people were so turned off from the PAN that in the following election, their candidate ended up getting 3rd, and when one of the former first ladies actively sought the PAN's nomination, they refused to have her as the candidate. Now, if you know anything about Western democracies, you know one thing: when there's a party that represents a broad coalition of the center-right voters, there must also come a broad party that represents center-left voters. Now, what's interesting is that these voters have actually gotten to change the party that represents them. Originally, the party that represented the Mexican left was the Party of the Democratic Revolution, or Partido de la Revolución Democrática, or the PRD. The party was founded by a man by the name of Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, son of Lázaro Cárdenas, who was angry at the rightward shift that his father's party was going in and decided to push for a new left-wing force in Mexico. And he nearly won on his first try, but the controversial results of the 1988 election made it so that it was not meant to be. But he was hoping that the massive blowback after that election and the ensuing administration would propel him straight to the presidential palace. Then came the rise of the left-wing guerrilla movement, the Zapatistas, and the assassination of the PRI's presidential candidates, which made people very distrustworthy of leftward candidates. And unfortunately, party struggles started to...
Yeah, they were fucking untrustworthy of left-wing candidates because they were like, they're actually super sick. They're too cool, is what people thought. Seems like the issue that people had was that they were too cool.
Form, with one faction of the party being extremely loyal to Cuauhtémoc, while many other factions were trying to make it so that they could move past him for upcoming elections. And things got worse as some of the party heads started becoming cozy to the other 2 parties in the mainstream Mexican political discourse, eventually culminating in the PRD signing a bill that would allow the privatization of Pemex, Mexico's state-run petroleum industry, which would culminate in a huge faction of the party to leave and form a new political party. And not that long afterwards, Cuauhtémoc would end up leaving the party as well, which would then turn the party into an empty vacuum, which basically represents the interests of a bunch of really old members of the Mexican left who are nostalgic for Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, but not too nostalgic to not want to cozy up to the rest of the Mexican political elite. The party that would end up taking its place as the torchbearer of the Mexican left would be the National Regeneration Movement, or Movimiento Regeneración Nacional, or Morena. This party was founded by 2-time PRD presidential candidate Andrés Manuel López Obrador in 2014 in order to translate a youth-based political movement in Mexico into a new political party. viewing the PRD negatively for voting with the PRI in the pan to deregulate Pemex. Despite this, Morena doesn't necessarily stray too far from the PRD ideologically. The party is essentially being made up by the people who were the left wing of the PRD. The biggest difference from Morena and the PRD is the fact that Morena...
AMLO, you'll never make me hate you, okay? When he came out with the fucking truth of duendas, did I say it right? When no one else would, I'm sorry. It was over for me, okay? Duendes, not duendas. Duendes! Mi cabrón. That's right. He knows the truth, bro. He knows the fucking truth. He knows the truth. A lot of you don't. And a lot of you are afraid of a little quirked up, religious boy who is talking about wood elves, okay? And UFOs. How many UFO investigations occurred under AMLO's watch? Who else would do that for you? AMLO was weirdly socially conservative, Pepe Hands. No, I know. Oh, I know. They're going to get you if you keep saying it. Wait, what? No, they're not going to get me because I believe them. AMLO's an interesting person because on the one hand, he's like definitely a fucking weirdo and very socially conservative on a lot of issues. But also on the other hand, I always hear stuff about like nationalization of natural resources and things of that nature, even though simultaneously it does seem like he was like supposed to be the anti-corruption candidate, and yet under his watch it almost feels like the military got more beefed up but still didn't do enough to fucking deal with the cartels, and the police and the federales got more corrupt than they were prior, and and pretty much everything he touched, with the exception of like more protectionist attitudes. I mean, he went along with Donald Trump and Joe Biden's immigration agenda, and things didn't change for the better. Now, am I saying this because I was personally apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol in Mexico and forced to pay a tax of whatever dollar value that they assigned? No, that's not the reason why I'm saying that. There isn't a candidate in Mexico that is anti-corruption. Well, mate, I love you, but you've got a pretty flawed understanding of Mexican internal politics. As a Mexican, I'm saying this. Why? Because I said the duendes thing. Is that why? Hassan Crybaby? Wait, what? Duendes are so scary. Don't talk about them. Stop. They will attack. Hassan Crybaby. I think that given yes, that chatter is right. Your Mexico politics info is wrong. Sorry, man. Yeah, no, I think that the reason he does great shit, Hassan. I don't know if you hang out with some Mexican American pro West weirdos. No. Okay, I'm not done. Let me explain something to you. Okay, as far as I understand, this is the reason why I brought up protectionist politics that AMLO has. However, having said that, a lot of people fucking personally think he is like legitimately like a ride or die socialist or some shit for this reason. I think that's why there's a lot of people who perceive him as like the anti-Western imperialist choice or something.
Is way more open with the idea of being closer to socialists, due to the fact that AMLO not only has a decent history of radical political activism, combined with the fact that he has aligned himself with many of the pink tide leaders. Even
this stuff is good, like all day, every day, and I will openly recognize that.
The ones that a lot of social democrats would consider a little too far. However, despite the fact that of what is considered the mainstream of Mexican politics, they would be considered the most radical, the message seems to be resonating really well, as not only did he win by a large margin in the most recent presidential election, Morena has also quickly become the new big political force in Mexico, which puts him in the exact same position that the PAN found themselves in before, when the people who run as outsiders become insiders. What happens next?
How Hassan gets his Mexico information from American news and papers, like getting your point of view of Palestine from U.S. media. How is Maduro too far? Just the corruption stuff. His actual policies are pretty mid. Maduro is the #1 villain in American politics for as long as people pay attention to Venezuela.
That is yet to be determined. However, despite the fact that most of Mexican political history for a long...
When people talk about Maduro, they're not actually fucking talking about like currency mismanagement or repression, like political repression. They think he's like out there fucking slaughtering every business owner that has more than $10 in their pocket for sport. Like whatever the fucking incredibly right-wing Venezuelan like agricultural producer and fucking grocery chain owning billionaires in Venezuela that own all the fucking media out there that isn't state media. Whatever the fuck they say to the Americans goes. This doesn't mean that he's great. He's certainly no Chavez, and he's not great in general, but like, I think he's been portrayed as the perfect villain.
Time has been focused on these 4 political parties. Mexico also has 3 more political parties that, while not as prominent as these guys, still hold a very decent amount of power. And to begin this section, we will talk about the Ecologist Green Party of Mexico, or Partido Verde Ecologista de Mexico, or PVEM. As the name implies, this is the Mexican Green Party. However, unlike most green parties around the world that are usually placed on the left side of the political spectrum, PVEM, for a long period of time, has been placed ideologically on the right side of the political spectrum.
Before anyone goes to the comments, I am fully aware if you look up PVEM nowadays the party is described as center-left, but you will see in this section why I do not believe that that political label is genuine for them.
Being considered a green conservative political party. One of the most notable things to show its contrast with other green parties was the fact that in 2008, they were the leading force in Mexico to try and reintroduce the death penalty, which made many international Greens sever their relationship.
That's pretty funny. Dude, that's awesome. That's such a funny fucking... That is such a funny policy for a Green Party to advocate for. That's awesome. I'm sorry. That's hilarious. Dude, what the fuck? Imagine Jill Stein in America being like, listen, guys, I care about the environment a lot, okay? Which is why we have to execute prisoners, okay? Their farts are causing too many emissions. Our prison industrial complex is it's taking up too much space. I am pro-labor. I'm pro-left. I'm pro-reducing carbon emissions. And that is why we have to kill everyone.
With PVEM. However, if you thought my description of the PRD as an empty vessel was a little bit lax, well, I would have to argue that the PVEM party is way more of an empty vessel than the rest of the parties, with them facing many accusations that they are not really a legitimate party in any sense of the word. For starters, I should mention this. Given the fact that their name has ecologist in it, you would think that the party is very environmentally conscious. Well, in a 2000 interview with the party's leader, Jorge Gonzalez Martinez, he was asked how serious he was about environmentalism, to which he responded with, "To me, ecology is the least important thing to me. I represent interests." Very odd thing for what is allegedly the environmentalist party in Mexico to say, right? I should also mention the fact that the party's leader is the son of the party's founder, which has led to many accusations that the party is just a tight-knit group of friends and family to form a small political cult in the country. But the biggest thing to show how empty of a vessel that PVEM actually is the fact that PVEM, in order to remain politically relevant, has essentially formed a symbiotic relationship with whatever party is in charge at the time. During the early years of the party's existence, the PRI was the party in charge, so they aligned with the PRI. Then when the PAN was in charge, they aligned with the PAN. And now that Morena is in charge, they are aligned with Morena. And if I were to hedge my bets, I would say that no matter what party is in charge, they're going to endorse and back and form a coalition with them. Don't believe me? Well, come back to this video in like 10 years and see which party they're in alliance with. Speaking of alliances, there is one more political party that makes a big use of political alliances to stay afloat, being the Labor Party, or Partido del Trabajo, or PT.
Mexico's such a weird place. Cartel has so much power over everyday lives, and people in my family, for example, are either pro-cartel or pro-capital punishment for all cartel members. They don't consider economic reforms to change the tide all that often. I mean, that makes sense. It's the elephant in the room. It's understandable to have the major problem not get addressed for so many years in either direction, no matter what your opinion is. And then all of the economic reforms, one, take too long to implement, and two, oftentimes don't get implemented at all.
Mexico's openly socialist political party, the party of people who thought the Cardenas family was too moderate. PVEM and PT have a lot of very odd parallels. They were both founded around the same time, they mostly focus on electoral alliances, and they represent a tight-knit niche in Mexican politics. The main difference being that PT is more consistent in using this to spread their left-wing message. After losing their first solo candidate, they have consistently endorsed the mainstream left-wing option in the election, leading to it basically being almost as if it were a satellite party, with them very rarely going in opposition to whoever is the mainstream left-wing option. In fact, a state that showed this well was the state of Zacatecas, where a prominent left-wing political family in the area were PRD diehards before leaving to join PT and build them up, before becoming lead figureheads in the formation of Morena. So despite the fact that this party is probably the least successful of all the parties in this video, it actually has a lot more staying power than its vote returns would actually indicate. And last, but certainly not least, we have the Citizens Movement, or Movimiento Ciudadano, or MC. Or if you're a Mexican who is watching this video, you may know them as... This is a party that has gone through a lot of changes, but also hasn't. The Citizens Movement was founded in 1999 by a group of young left-leaning pre-members who wanted to change the course within Mexican politics in the new millennia. A new course for the country, as they said. Why make a new political party as opposed to joining the PRD, you may ask? Well, they viewed the PRD's brand of leftism as becoming an old guard, as well as not meeting the needs of the next generation, particularly in regards to social issues like feminism. The party also identifies itself as social democratic and broadly center-left, but it's a little bit different from the other parties that you might consider center-left in Mexico. Not explicitly opposing capitalism, but arguing it should be fairer, which in the most recent Mexican presidential election has essentially led to them becoming a third force in Mexico, kind of becoming the de facto center, rather than joining with one coalition and trying to be 100% pro-AMLO, or joining the other coalition and being 100% anti-AMLO. They've decided to work with him issue by issue, particularly on things regarding, again, feminism, or LGBTQ rights, or marijuana, but opposing him on certain other issues, which has led to many people to actually take a look at this party more seriously than the rest of them, as they have made a point to refuse joining an alliance or friendship with the Mexican political elite, leading to the MC to become very prominent in Mexico. Don't count them out quite yet. So yeah, that's basically all I have to say on this topic. Maybe check in the future to see if I have a video on the upcoming Mexican presidential election. Thanks for watching this video. Be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and click the bell to notify a future video.
Okay, I feel like the fact is that the PRI was not created to be a democratic political party that competes every 6 years of the polls, but try to legitimize the dictatorship of the Mexican Revolution by simulating a supposed democracy. It was conceived as a communist party of the Soviet Union to have a symbiotic relationship with the party state. The difference is that the general secretary of the CPSU was consequently head of state in Mexico. The president emanated from the PRI, was the owner of the party for 6 years, which gave him meta-constitutional power to personally appoint the successor. Yeah, but the point is that's not supposed to happen. Like, ultimately, what's supposed to happen is it just stays loyal to the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism, and this gives you broad powers of making, multiple decade-long agendas and following through on them, and not have the fucking party's ideological perspective shift to diametrical opposites. The advantage of having like one major party filled to the brim with like unique voices and different ideologies is that those ideologies get mentioned, but ultimately you're supposed to have an advantage being that as long as it's directed by the interests of the working class, it should have the capacity to, move the country in the right direction and engage in and not be damaged by short-term profit-seeking motives. the past election have been interesting because PAN and PRI, which are basically like Dems and Reps, have teamed up to go against a more leftist party, albeit one that isn't perfect. Morena is not 100% leftist, though. I didn't say that. If you aren't pro-capital punishment or climate denialism, you're just low-int spec build, sure. Ultimately, I think Mexico is in the whims of the United States of America when it comes to its own internal politics more than people care to admit or recognize. But I think that's a reality that most Mexicans do recognize. Now this covered the president.
On December 1st, Mexico will get a new president. Former mayor of Mexico City, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, will take office. But his road to the presidency was anything but easy. López Obrador, also known as AMLO, first had to prevail over the incumbent Mexican administration, run by the PRI, a political party that has governed Mexico for most of the last century. After numerous corruption scandals and a failed war on
This is from 2018.
drugs that's killed almost 200,000 people since 2006, López Obrador was hoping the Mexican people were hungry for change. In this episode, we'll discuss how the political outsider AMLO rose to the highest office in Mexican politics. AMLO grew up in the state of Tabasco, the epicenter of Mexico's oil industry. His father worked in the industry and was able to provide AMLO with a middle-class childhood. AMLO became involved in politics and activism during his 20s, when he took a job as a representative of the National Indigenous Institute. While working there, he lived among the Chontal Maya, an indigenous population of Tabasco who are some of Mexico's most impoverished people.
Now that we watch this, we'll watch another video that is not so hopeful 5 years after the fact as well.
AMLO lived and worked with them for 6 years, building a foundation for his political career while sleeping on a hammock in a dirt floor shack with his first wife, Rocio Beltran Medina. Eventually, AMLO continued his political work within the PRI's progressive wing. The party was pretty much Mexico's only game in town for ambitious young people looking to make a political impact. During his time in the PRI, AMLO represented the state of Tabasco in negotiations with state-run oil company Pemex, organizing local oil workers to demand higher wages and benefits from the company. In 1983, AMLO left the PRI, frustrated with the difficulty of making change from within Mexico's dominant political party. 5 years later, he joined the left-wing party of the Democratic Revolution. He ran for governor of Tabasco in 1988 and 1994. Both times ended in failure, but he persisted. In the 1990s, he organized actions like a 6-week march from Tabasco to Mexico City, which was meant to show support for free and fair elections, and blockades of oil facilities, which was to protest the industry's negative environmental impact on local farmers and fishermen. All this work on the front lines of activism raised AMLO's public profile in Mexico, and it eventually paid off. In 2000, AMLO finally won his first election, becoming mayor of Mexico City. During his tenure, AMLO's administration started providing stipends to senior citizens, built low-cost housing, subsidized subway fares, and opened new schools, including Mexico City's first state university. AMLO became overwhelmingly popular. He maintained an approval rating of over 70% throughout much of his 5-year term in office. This high approval rating made AMLO the frontrunner ahead of Mexico's 2006 presidential election. His platform during his 2006 run pledged to cut government salaries, as well as raise taxes on corporations and the wealthy, in order to pay for social programs that would help the Mexican people. AMLO ultimately lost the 2006 election by less than 0.6% of the vote. Nevertheless, he claimed victory on election night and demanded a recount. AMLO also accused winning candidate Felipe Calderón of orchestrating election fraud.
Les propongo que aquí nos quedemos, que permanezcamos aquí día y noche hasta que se cuenten los votos y tengamos un presidente electo con la legalidad mínima que nos merecemos los mexicanos.
Mexico has a long history of election fraud, but the country instituted several reforms starting in the 1990s that eventually allowed for the PRI to be dislodged from power for the first time in 2000. After an election tribunal upheld the 2006 vote, AMLO still positioned himself as the, quote, legitimate president, and was inaugurated to a parallel government in Mexico City's Zócalo Square.
Se desconoce el cómputo oficial dado a conocer el día de hoy por el Tribunal Electoral del Poder Judicial de la Federación, que pretende...
The hand thing is apparently saluting the flag. It's different. It's not. I personally also was like surprised by it, but what do you mean, sure, bro? I mean, that's what the fucking Mexican chatters are saying. What do you want me to say to you? Also, I think the Hitler salute, like, it is a version of the Roman salute, but the Hitler salute is done with the left hand.
Legalizar el fraude cometido el 2 de julio de 2006.
AMLO went on to name a resistance cabinet to run his parallel government that proposed legislation, issued statements, and even held its own elections. AMLO toured the country for the next several years, eventually visiting all of Mexico's 2,438 municipalities. Heading into the 2012 election with a larger public profile, AMLO decided to present a more...
Oh, Hitler salute is also with the right hand? Yeah, chat, chill. That's how us Mexicans salute the flag during our national anthem. It definitely does look problematic. Yeah, I mean, it does come from Roman origin, and fascists adopted it and was like, we're going to use this as like our thing. It's actually crazy how much of a fucking culture vulture Hitler was. This motherfucker looked at like the Germanic tribes and saw that they were living in mud huts and just basically literally stole shit from everybody. Like, what the fuck is the swastika? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck does that have to do with Germany? And even the fucking Roman salute. It's like, bitch, that's not your thing. That's why he was so invested in finding some like Nordic esoteric rune shit for Germany. Yeah. That's the worst part about Hitler is his cultural appropriation.
moderate platform and image, even though he still referred to himself as the legitimate president as late as 2011. One addition to his platform for this election was a new approach to the war on drugs that then President Calderón had started upon entering office in 2006. AMLO proposed the removal of drug cartel fighting army troops from the streets and said that the government's focus should instead be on tackling the root causes of crime and violence, lack of opportunity, and Mexico's poor education system. But ultimately, AMLO once again failed to take the presidency. Initially, he refused to accept the election results, which saw the PRI take power once again, with Enrique Peña Nieto at the helm. But this time, AMLO stopped short of declaring himself the legitimate president. After 12 years in the political wilderness, the PRI returned to power during an incredibly tumultuous time in the country, as decades of violence, corruption, and economic inequality reached a climax.
I remember a kid at our high school tried explaining that during our class, and the whole class just called him a racist and a Nazi.
In 2014, Peña Nieto and the PRI were directly implicated in multiple corruption scandals, leaving the incumbent administration incredibly unpopular. Meanwhile, AMLO broke with the PRD, his political home for over 20 years. He then set out to create a new political party, the Movement of National Regeneration, also known as Morena.
En esta nueva etapa de mi vida, voy a dedicar toda mi imaginación y trabajo a la causa de la transformación de México. Lo haré desde el espacio que representa Morena.
And nationwide frustration with the PRI set the stage for AMLO's comeback. The multitude of crises in Mexico seemingly confirmed issues that AMLO had been discussing for decades, vindicating his agenda and making him the clear frontrunner for the 2018 election. And then finally, on his third attempt at Mexico's presidency, Andrés Manuel López Obrador won the 2018 election with over 53% of the vote. And he's entering with a mandate to tackle corruption, increase social spending, and transform...
This is why I said he ran as the anti-corruption candidate, which is a laughable notion in many parts of Latin American politics. It's like an American running against lobbying or something. You know what I mean? It's like imagine like a one of the two major party players being like, no, we are the anti-lobbying party. Overall, when people say in Latin American countries, when someone says they're anti-corruption candidates, that also often can mean like, and not in the case of AMLO, but when someone says that they're anti-corruption candidates, immediately I'm like, my ears perk up. My assumption is like maybe they're this is the CIA party.
From the country's war on
It's not always the case, for the record, but I'm just saying.
drugs.
Too many instances where such things happen.
La estrategia fallida de combate a la inseguridad y a la violencia. Más que el uso de la fuerza, atenderemos las causas que originan la inseguridad y la violencia. Estoy convencido de que la forma más eficaz y más humana de enfrentar estos males exige necesariamente del combate a la desigualdad y a la pobreza.
But can AMLO successfully impact Mexico's problems? We'll have to wait and see. With a caravan of migrants and asylum seekers.
I don't think he solved Mexico's problems. To be fair, I don't think Mexico's problems can be solved with like one president and with one term. I think its problems are pretty much embedded. It's also the hat that Mexico wears, the United States of America, or I guess the underwear of the United States of America, depending on how you look at it. That is a major issue. I don't know. I just like a lot of people are I never hear from people who are anti-AMLO with a better alternative. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not like I don't think that he is great. Mexico is so close to America, so far from God. You would have us another lackey for the U.S. government. Got you. I got you. Do you really believe he took money from the cartel? Because if so, you are really not correct. The CIA took their comments back because there's no evidence that he took money from the cartel, and in fact, he created a whole new military segment to deal with them. I mean, I wasn't even talking about him taking money from the cartel. I was simply stating that the cartel is far too great of a problem and virtually impossible to deal with. That was in reference to the CIA campaign that's gone viral in Mexico. He did take money from the cartel. Chad is a liberal coping. No, I don't think they're a liberal. I think there are a lot of people like the gray zone Andes who forget what critical support means and think that it means uncritical support, and will present anyone that's like not firmly committed to whatever the American State Department agenda is, even though AMLO does unironically align with the American State Department on some issues, not all, but some. You could say that that is a matter for survival, but ultimately a lot of leftists will be like, no, this is the truth. I feel like, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this is what I mean.
The president of
this is what I meant. Like, Mexico's AMLO has 80% approval despite media lies and U.S. meddling.
Of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, known as AMLO, is one of the most popular leaders.
Like, there's this thing that we do where we on the left have a capacity to sometimes be so understandably critical about our neoliberal capitalist Democratic Party leaders and have all the smoke for them. Like, for example, when Kamala Harris voted for Medicare for all, or even ran for president against Joe Biden, saying that she wanted to do Medicare for all, right? We know that's bullshit, right? We know that's bullshit. We know that's just like basic politics. The Democratic Party, when they're not in charge, when they're not in power, will, you know, advocate for the most radical socialist policies. You know what I mean? We got to do land reforms or some shit. Obviously not to that degree, but like, we know that they do that. Okay. Having said that, however, that same scrutiny rarely ever exists for people that are outside of the realm of like American politics. And I think it's like, in the interest of charitability, I think it usually comes from maybe not seeing the nuances, and maybe also vilifying America, which it deserves to be vilified. Ultimately, the way I see it is like, as long as there's not a better option out there that's viable, then, you know, this is the best you got
on earth. And as he's finishing the final year of his 6-year term, he has an 80%.
Like I said, you can never make me hate a guy who unironically tweets about wood elves. Okay? That's it. It's not going to happen. Okay? You got a president that's done multiple investigations into UFOs and the elves that very much exist in the woods. It's over for me.
Approval rating. This is despite the fact that the corporate media has spent years lying about him, viciously attacking him, and the US government.
Like, for the record, I don't think he's like I don't know if he's like a very competent guy. I don't think he's like the most competent guy. And also, Mexico's problems are far too great for like one person to fix, especially throughout one term, regardless.
Has constantly meddled in Mexico's internal affairs. The US government has funded opposition groups and has funded media outlets, which have constantly attacked AMLO, lying about him. And despite all of this, AMLO remains one of the most popular leaders on earth. This was revealed in a poll that was published this May by a US polling firm called Gallup. The polling firm surveyed Mexicans and found that 80% support AMLO. This is an increase from 67% in 2022. Gallup pointed out that this makes AMLO one of the most well-liked leaders in the world. And ever since Gallup began surveying Mexicans in 2006, no other Mexican politician has ever been as popular as López Obrador or AMLO. This is deeply ironic because the US government and the media outlets and opposition groups that it funds have claimed for years that AMLO is supposedly threatening Mexico's democracy. The National Endowment for Democracy, the NED, is a US government organization. It's basically a cutout of the CIA that was created supposedly to promote democracy in scare quotes, but in reality, it is used by Washington in order to meddle in the internal affairs of other countries. In the name of promoting democracy, it actually undermines democracy in order to support the interests of the US government and US corporations. And the NED published an article back in 2023 claiming how AMLO's Strongman Act is weakening Mexico. The media in Mexico has been spreading this ridiculous lie as well for years.
Damn, bro. This guy is the fucking... Okay, I perceive him as a threat now because honestly, he's fucking cooking everybody else. Okay? He's the #1 streamer. He's the #1 Mexican streamer. Okay, this changes everything.
Right-wing media outlets have said that AMLO is trying to install an authoritarian system. Right-wing elites in Mexico have been publishing articles in Spanish in the Washington Post and other US media outlets, claiming that Mexico is returning to the authoritarian era of the PRI. In 2020, the editorial board of the Financial Times, the major British newspaper, published an article titled López Obrador becomes Latin America's new strongman. The Mexican leader is revealing himself as an authoritarian populist. When they published this article, AMLO had about 67% support. Since then, it has increased to 80%. And why is AMLO so popular? It's very easy to explain. He is the first left-wing leader in decades in Mexico. He has significantly raised the minimum wage.
Oh my God, he's actually top 10. He cooked you differently. Bro, yo, chill. He literally slotted me out. Like, I would probably be number 10 if it wasn't for this piece of shit. Yo, what the fuck? Okay, it's over. I'm done. Cut it out. We need to get back to work, dude. The fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing, bro? He literally fucking took me out of the top slot. Call me the National Endowment for Democracy the way I'm trying to get him fucking cooed, okay? Make a collab with him. This is from his stream.
A ver, vámonos con la compi. Desde el Estado de México.
Bro, people are raising their hands. They're like, yo, excuse me, sir. What the fuck is going on here? You don't understand how much old heads love this man in Mexico? How is S-Fan so high? He only streams GTA and I see him at 10K viewers. Yeah, because he doesn't stop streaming. I can't match this content, dude. What the fuck? It's Jover. This guy's the top political streamer in NA. I was wrong.
He has reduced poverty. The economy has been growing significantly, and there are a lot of good industrial jobs coming to Mexico. Furthermore, he has been completely independent. He's basically the first Mexican leader in decades who's not a puppet of the United States. He has repeatedly criticized the U.S. for meddling in Mexico's internal affairs, for violating Mexican sovereignty. He has given powerful speeches telling the U.S., we are not a colony. We are not a protectorate of the U.S. Here is a clip of
he is not as firmly up America's ass as like prior Mexican leadership, but that doesn't mean that he's still not lodged in there. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, people take people take things that politicians say in other countries, as long as they're like ostensibly left, for granted, unconditionally. That's my, anyway.
Incredible speech that AMLO gave in 2023 when he held a huge rally condemning the U.S. because many Republican politicians, including Donald Trump and his allies, have been threatening to invade Mexico. This was his powerful response, saying we are not a colony.
Pero lo más importante es que desde aquí, desde este Zócalo, corazón político y cultural de México, le recordamos a esos políticos hipócritas e irresponsables que México es un país independiente y libre, no una colonia ni un protectorado de Estados Unidos.
Does it bother you you've been dethroned, or are you happy there are more popular lefty political commentators? Not a gotcha, genuinely curious about how you feel about it. AMLO could never do a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour the way that I can. Can you imagine if he said, La hora, at the top of the hour? If he just popped off like that, if he segued right here in front of this crowd, they would go crazy. Es la cima de la hora! Dude, this crowd would go nutty mode. They would lose their fucking minds, dude. They'd be like, whoa, I'm paying extra taxes this year. That's it. That's the truth. That's the fucking scary truth that many of y'all don't want to see. But he can't do that because he's a coward. Okay? Brave enough to talk about wood elves, not brave enough to serve the top of the hour ad break. Me, on the other hand, I serve that shit. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. What's your stance on wood elves? Whatever you want it to be. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
AMLO has also reasserted sovereign control over Mexico's natural resources. Oil in Mexico had been nationalized as part of the Mexican Revolution going back to 1910 and the progressive constitution that was created. But the neoliberal right-wing US-backed leaders who governed Mexico in recent years before AMLO, they were gradually trying to privatize the oil in Mexico. When AMLO came back, he promised that he was going to undo the neoliberal free market fundamentalist policies. He renationalized oil, and under AMLO, Mexico nationalized its lithium, the new white gold that is needed for the green energy transition.
Y recientemente se nacionalizó el litio, mineral estratégico utilizado en la construcción de baterías para autos eléctricos y sistema de almacenamiento para las energías limpias. Me llena de orgullo poder recordar justicia social, igualdad, soberanía. ¡Viva la expropiación petrolera! Los trabajadores y técnicos de antes y de ahora de la industria petrolera nacional.
So he's a left.
Dude, his interpreter was going nutty mode. He was fucking feeling it. This video seems a little bit biased. No, it's incredibly biased. Even though the natural resource sovereignty part is real, actually. That is a real thing that he did, which is insane that there was any other question that it would not have happened. That it would be privatized to begin with was ridiculous. But that part is actually the reason why I said from the jump that, you know, he's done some good shit.
Left-wing nationalist who has been reasserting control over Mexico's natural resources, defending Mexico's sovereignty, and the minimum wage has increased, living standards have increased, social programs have increased. It's very easy to explain why he's popular, but precisely because he is independent. He is not a U.S.
Bro, how come your support for politicians like AOC and Bernie isn't quite as critical as you feel about AMLO? What the fuck are you talking about? I do legitimately disagree with AOC and Bernie all the time, especially Bernie when it comes to Israel, for example. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Brother, this video is not going to show you some of the more negative aspects of AMLO because it's, you know, understandably biased. Like, a lot of the shit that you would never even if AOC personally did half the fucking shit that AMLO did when it comes to his like social, when it comes to his social policies, you would literally never vote for her or never advocate to even have her in question as a progressive. What the fuck are you talking about? You have to take the good and the bad. What do you mean? Like, he is very old, and I think ultimately his age and his like social conservatism plays a big role in possibly his popularity amongst older people in general. But also beyond that, he is like pretty socially conservative across the board.
Puppet. That's why the U.S. government
Still better
and
than
media
prior.
outlets in
Still better than prior Mexican leadership, but you know.
the U.S. and oligarch-owned right-wing media outlets in Mexico, they have spread this false narrative claiming that he's authoritarian, despite the fact that he has 80% support, because the U.S. cannot control him and the right-wing capitalist oligarchs in Mexico cannot control him. The Council on Foreign Relations, which is one of the most powerful think tanks in the U.S., closely linked to the U.S. State Department and also to Wall Street, the Council on Foreign Relations has also spread these lies claiming that Mexico's democracy is crumbling under AMLO. The media arm of the Council on Foreign Relations is Foreign Affairs Magazine. This is one of the most well-respected media outlets in the U.S., and it has repeatedly published articles by right-wing oligarchs, elites in Mexico who hate AMLO, like, for instance, Denise Dresser, and she published an article in Foreign Affairs claiming that Mexico's democracy is dying because of the authoritarian populism of AMLO. In an article this May, she published another article in Foreign Affairs claiming that people in Mexico are voting for autocracy because AMLO has undermined democracy and brought back party dominance. What these U.S. media outlets and oligarchs are trying to do is blatantly meddle in Mexico's internal affairs in the lead up to the election, which is on the 2nd of June. And every single poll has shown that AMLO's political ally, Claudia Sheinbaum, who is the former governor of Mexico City, and she is from the same left-wing party of President López Obrador, which is called Morena. And all of the polls show that Claudia Sheinbaum will easily win the election in a massive landslide. Every poll shows her at 53% support, or some even more, whereas the second place candidate, who represents the oligarchy, the right wing in Mexico, all of the different neoliberal parties combined together, including the PAN.
It's crazy America has more fire for AMLO than Modi. That's not crazy at all. What are you talking about? Modi's a fucking fascist. Also, cleaning up the Muslim influence in his country, and is also aligned with the Western interests, and not very fond of China. He's perfect for America. Why the fuck would they ever criticize Modi? Modi does literally all the things that our media says. Whoever the fuck is like ostensibly not even like full-blown leftist, but like even marginally leftist is doing.
On the PRI, even the former Social Democratic Party, the PRD, that became a right-wing party, all of the right wing combined together behind the candidate Xochitl Gálvez, and she still only has 30% support, despite the fact that all of the major media outlets support her, which all are owned by the oligarchs. All of the major right-wing parties are behind her. The U.S. government is behind her, and yet clearly the Mexican people support the left-wing Morena party of AMLO and the candidate Claudia Sheinbaum, who, by the way, is a scientist with a...
Bro, I don't like India, but they're not aligned with the West. What? Why? Because they're a mediator for like Russian oil and gas? Is that what it is? Is that why they're not aligned with the West entirely? Because they get to make a pretty penny?
The PhD in energy engineering. She's an expert on climate change and sustainable development. Again, she was the governor of Mexico City. So this is what actual democracy looks like. But instead, the U.S. government has been spreading this false narrative that supposedly AMLO is threatening democracy. In fact, just a few days before the election, on the 31st of May, the Washington think tank CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, which is a neoconservative think tank funded by the U.S. government, funded by U.S. allies, funded by the weapons industry, the military-industrial complex. CSIS published this ridiculous report titled An Uncertain Future, Democratic Backsliding Through Executive...
Chatters be like, how can you say India's aligned with the West? They executed people on Canadian soil, which would mean that Saudi Arabia is not aligned with the West, or Israel's not aligned with the West either. If that's your metric for being not aligned with the West, even Israel, Israel's another great country that is a great has a lot of parallels here with India in terms of like their allegiance with Russia, for example. Would you ever say Israel is not aligned with the West? You're adding Aruna? No.
Aggrandizement under AMLO. So the U.S. government and the media outlets it funds and the think tanks it funds have been spreading this narrative that AMLO is supposedly threatening democracy. But in reality, polls of actual people in Mexico show the exact opposite. AMLO is the most popular leader in modern history in Mexico with 80% approval. And I want to go back briefly to this poll that was published by Gallup, because it showed that under President AMLO, who entered office in 2018, the presidential terms in Mexico are 6 years. What we've seen is the exact opposite of democratic backsliding. Instead, Mexico has become more democratic. Under President AMLO, we've seen that Mexicans now 53% approve of their leadership, and 61% have confidence in their national government. When López Obrador came to power in 2018, only 29% had faith in their national government. That is to say that confidence in the government in Mexico has doubled under President AMLO. And you know what confidence in the U.S. government is? 30%. And yet the U.S. government claims to be the beacon of democracy and claims that Mexico supposedly is undergoing democratic backsliding. But quite literally, it is the exact opposite. Mexico is becoming more democratic under AMLO and the left-wing Morena party, whereas the U.S. is becoming less democratic. According to the latest polls, what is Joe Biden's approval? 39%. Only
Mexico is really interesting in the Israel conversation, which he's not bringing up, and Motorface wants me to fucking talk about AMLO, but like AMLO's personal position on Israel is different than the Mexican administration's position, it seems. Here's a Al Jazeera article on it. Mexico's election puts López Obrador's stance on Israel under microscope. As President López Obrador's tenure ends, advocates reflect on his reticence to speak out against Israel's war in Gaza. On Tuesday, the International Court of Justice announced that Mexico had requested to join South Africa's case accusing the Israeli government of committing genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. But the very next day, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, known as AMLO, refused to define Israel's actions as genocide. We don't want to put ourselves into a definition of this type that, instead of resolving a conflict, aggravates it. Now, I wonder why he would say that. Perhaps it might have something to do with the one export of Israel that, as far as I understand, the Mexican government has used. And I'm not talking about motherfucking ways, nor am I talking about shitty techno music. He's Jewish? What? No, what are you guys saying? What is happening here? And no, I'm not talking about motherfucking hummus either, bro. What? No, it's surveillance. It's Pegasus. It was the latest evidence that López Obrador's ambiguous, somewhat contradictory stance towards Israel and its war in Gaza, which is nearing its 8th month. Yeah, 22% of weapons dealers to the Mexican army and most of the intelligence tech. Chowder said he's Jewish is insane. Yeah. Claudia, that's running, is Jewish, which is why a lot of people are saying that, I think. Maybe because they're stupid and they listen to like these engagement farming Twitter accounts that will literally be like, the next Mexican president is Jewish. And it's like, I don't know what her stance is on Israel, but I'm not immediately going to fucking be like, well, because she's Jewish, she must be a fucking unconditional dick rider of Israel, because I'm not a dumb fuck, especially considering that her grandfather was a literal fucking communist and half of the Mexican right are literally calling her Stalin, like woman Stalin. And that doesn't mean she actually is, by the way. The one thing she is a major AMLO dick rider, from what I understand. This Sunday, Mexico holds its largest election in history with every seat in Congress and the presidency at stake. The voters considered a referendum on López Obrador's outgoing administration, which enjoyed high popularity during his 6 years in office. But critics have questioned what the legacy of his foreign policy will be and whether his likely successor, Morena Party candidate Claudia Sheinbaum, will carry on his ambivalent relationship towards Israel. Bucking the pink tide, the left-leaning López Obrador was elected in 2018 amid a tide of discontent. Voters rejected the governing Institutional Revolutionary Party in a landslide, leading to a historic margin of victory for López Obrador and his Morena Party. His election heralded a period of equally historic wins for left-leaning leaders across Latin America. In the years that followed, Chile elected progressive Gabriel Boric, Mr. Podcaster himself, its youngest president ever. In Colombia, meanwhile, Gustavo Petro became the first left-wing leader to win the modern presidency. And in Brazil, the prominent left-wing leader, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, the GOAT, nabbed his third term in office after a gap of more than a decade. Critics have dubbed the election streak as the new pink tide, ushering in a generation of like-minded leaders. But when it comes to Israel, Mexico's López Obrador has broken this mold. After the war erupted on October 7, much of the so-called pink tide spoke out against the spiraling death toll in Gaza. Boric condemned Israel's military offensive as disproportionate. Others went further. Lula recalled Brazil's ambassador because he's the GOAT on Wednesday, and Petro cut diplomatic ties altogether in May. Also the GOAT. I think another thing that Petro did, the previous administration had, I think, hold on, I want to look this up. I remember reading something about how Gustavo Petro literally was personally victim to, or at least his comrades were literally personally victim to the former Cuban administration utilizing Israeli surveillance technology on them. And he is now punishing people that used it. Hold on. Dude, this is awesome. Look. Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Gustavo Petro's anti-Israel fantasy has a high price for Colombia. Did I say Cuban? Why are people saying Cuban in the chat? You did? Oh, I said Cuban? My bad. No, yeah, I misspoke by accident. No, it's not Cuba, it's Colombia. I said Cuban administration. Apologies. Colombian administration. Revolutionary rhetoric feels good. Just asking Kamen activists across U.S. college campuses whose righteous rage turned
revolutionary rhetoric feels good.
College squads into mini Woodstocks, but governing a country requires more sober-minded calculations. Colombia's president Gustavo Petro is about to find out on Wednesday in a raptured moment of revolutionary enthusiasm before a crowd assembled. What the fuck is this article? Why is it always automatically doing AI voice? Petro declared that Colombia was severed diplomatic relations with Israel. Petro's announcement hardly comes as a surprise. Blah, blah, blah. Price tag. Colombia is jettisoning a trade and security partnership that gave Colombia much needed access to advanced weaponry for its security, advanced technology for its technological development, and advanced know-how for its agricultural sector. The biggest losers stand to be Colombia's armed forces. With dissident guerrillas still at war with the state, areas overtaken by organized crime and instability across its borders, Colombian armed forces may struggle as they scramble for alternative suppliers. This will not be trivial. Colombia's fighter jets are Israeli-made Kafirs. Light arms are produced in Colombia under Israeli license. Colombia had just awarded Israel a major contract for air defense systems before this crisis. Now Petro will have to procure much-needed military hardware elsewhere. The business sector will also suffer. You will suffer, sir. How dare you sever ties with Israel? You will suffer. I'm here to defend democracy, by the way. I'm at the foundation of defending democracy. Defending democracy. How dare you? How dare you sever ties with a genocidal apartheid regime? You will suffer. You will regret this. It's awesome. The reason, oh, here it is. Okay, here. This is the best part. Okay, of course. The reason for the anti-Israel turn comes down to Petro's indulgence of his radical revolutionary nostalgia. Petro is an old revolutionary whose past as a member of Colombia's M19 guerrilla organization still informs his worldview. He recently took pride in the fact that M19 guerrillas trained in the Libyan desert shoulder to shoulder with the PLO and Polisario rebels back in the day when Libya's strongman, the late Colonel Gaddafi, financed and trained anti-Western armed revolutionaries in his own hosted terrorist training camps. In his own hosted terrorist training camps, bitch, suck my dick. Petro, who said, listen, Gaddafi, very interesting guy, but, you know, the notion that, like, it was bad that he was financing and training anti-Western armed revolutionaries is ridiculous, okay? Why are you posting his dubs? Petro's romantic worldview may earn a praise from a Frantz Fanon reading group. They're so mad, dude. But it will not deliver to his country. He's sacrificing Colombia's national interest at the altar of anti-Western party line, whose authoritarian backers are hardly iconic humanitarians. Under Petro, since 2022, Colombia has recognized Polisario, the Algerian and Iranian-backed guerrillas fighting Morocco in the Western Sahara, again evoking their history of joint struggle as his reason. Colombia has sought a realignment with Nicolas Maduro's Venezuela and boost bilateral trade. How dare he do that? He should only do trade with America and American allies. You fucking asshole. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking dickhead. Also, guess what, dude? Guess what? Western Sahara belongs to Morocco. Why? because they also align with Israel. So fuck you. Okay? They get to have that. And you suck my dick, you fucking piece of shit. Listen, they worked hard. They worked hard to get that. What did they do? They turned around and they fucking said Israel can do as much genocide as it wants. Yeah. Listen, if they hadn't done that, now listen, we have all the smoke. If they hadn't done the Abraham Accords, we would have all the smoke. But they did, so we don't have the smoke at all. I don't know, man. Maybe the guy who was like, maybe the guy whose friends were hunted down by former Colombian governments, utilizing Israeli surveillance tech and utilizing Israeli the weapons, has a distaste for that for obvious reasons. I don't know. That kind of happens. I don't know if you know this, Mr. Foundation for Defending Democracy, but that's kind of how democracy happens. Sometimes people that you don't like, people that you want to relegate to the jungles, and engaging in like a protracted people's war can be charismatic enough to win elections after decades of corruption and incompetence from the people that are aligned with your government. Okay. All I'm saying is, in that circumstance, it sucks to kind of suck, but that's just democracy. Now, that's just Colombia. We're not talking about Colombia. We're talking about Mexico. The reason why I brought up Colombia is because, well, that's a leader in the pink tide that actually did take a pretty fucking hard stance against Israel. AMLO, on the other hand, did not. It might have something to do with the surveillance technology and the weapons that they get from Israel. That's all I'm saying. Do you see what I mean? If you're wondering what AMLO's position is, or what the Mexican government's position is, because I don't think Mexicans across the board are fucking pro-Israel at all. They literally tried to burn down the Israeli embassy last week. Okay? So I would suspect that many Mexicans don't give a shit about Israel-Palestine, but the ones that do give a shit don't give a shit in the direction of defending Israel and have an intense hatred for Israel in general. Just saw a German documentary which says that the left has an anti-Semitism problem and all university protesters in Germany and the U.S. are pro-Hamas and anti-Semitic. Brother man, Colombian mercenaries are being used by the U.S. in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and now Ukraine. Colombia is in deep with the U.S. too. Yes. But this is a massive change of pace from prior Colombian foreign policy is what I'm saying. Anyway, Los Angeles trying to stop Morena votes, dumb United States. Yeah. How Mexico became the biggest user of the world's most notorious spy tool. A Times investigation reveals the story behind how Mexico became the first and most prolific user of Pegasus. It's still using it despite promising to stop. This is what I was talking about. However, their ally Mexico has not followed suit in the full-throated criticism. Observers have said López Obrador has instead sought to strike a middle ground, a stance that has failed to please both Israeli officials and Palestinian rights supporters. On October 9, for instance, the Mexican president offered his support to Israel, but refused to condone the violence unfolding against Palestinians in Gaza. We respect the Israeli government and even more the Israeli people, he said. Mexico does not want war. We are pacifists, and we do not want anyone to lose their lives, whether they be Israeli or Palestinian. That equivocation earned a furious response from Israel's ambassador to Mexico. I remember this. Einat Kranz-Niger, who retorted in a media interview, not taking sides is supporting terror. López Obrador also faced pressure from the pro-Palestinian advocates. Still, a few weeks later, he doubled down, ruling out any possibility of taking a firm stance. We, and I want to be very clear when I say this, are not going to break relations with Israel or take a position beyond calling for peace. It's fascinating that AMLO is still using Pegasus since it was literally used against him and his wife. Yeah, well, I didn't know about that, but I will tell you this much. Okay? He knows it works really fucking well. So if he was victim to it, then he's like, damn, this shit is awesome. We should use this ourselves. He probably uses it now. No, he definitely uses it now, like very openly. That's not a question. A response rooted in contradiction. Tamaris Greco, a journalist covering the war in Gaza, has spent 2 decades reporting on the Middle East for the Mexican newspaper Milenio and other publications. He has to notice the more muted reaction for the normally outspoken López Obrador. The pace has been really slow. I wonder why. Greco was on the ground in West Bank. Israel's months-long counteroffensive, however, has killed more than 36,000 Palestinians. In Greco's opinion, Mexico's reticence to join the other left-leaning governments in condemning Israel hints at the weight of the military and commercial contracts between the two countries. There you go. Always the public position of Mexico has been in favor of Palestine, but there's a contradiction, Greco said, pointing out to Mexico's economic and military interests. Hey, maybe he used the Pegasus to find the elves. That's not what Pegasus does. Unless the elves are using iPhones. I don't know if Pegasus is going to be able to fucking... What the fuck are we doing? Okay. That's why I said the position of the Mexican government is different than like AMLO's wishy-washy approach to it. AMLO expanded the military's role significantly, and that includes spying. His party blocked investigations into abuses too, yes. And also there are massive social issues in Mexico, like femicide, okay? That shit is crazy. Obviously, there's cartel violence. I don't know how to solve any of that other than like America legalizing drugs and also illegalizing weapon shipments as payment for drugs. That would be a pretty good solution. Femicide. Femicide is genocide of women. Here, let's give you some facts about femicide in Mexico. Mexico officially began documenting the amount of femicide occurrences in 2012. The country's femicide rate exceeded more than 1,000 femicides in the year 2021. Out of 3,400 women victims and out of 34,000 overall victims, so roughly 3% of the victims. The intentional killing with a gender-related motivation is what femicide is. Femicide may be driven by stereotyped gender roles, discrimination towards women and girls, unequal power relations between women and men, and harmful societal norms. Also, violence against journalists is a big problem. Oh, yeah. I mean, but that's like, it's not genocide, it's homicide version with a feminine now. Sorry. Instead of homicide is so homicide is the genocide, homicide. Yeah, it's gay.
39% of people in the U.S.
Anyway, he's not going to bring all that stuff up, obviously, because he's doing the thing that some people sometimes do, which is critical support for leader A means uncritical support, actually.
Support Joe Biden. AMLO is literally twice as popular as Biden. Meanwhile, 56% of North Americans disapprove of Biden. And what was Donald Trump's approval in his last year in office in 2020? Right now, it's June 2024. Well, 4 years ago, in June 2020, Donald Trump's approval rating was 38%. His disapproval rating was 57%. Basically, exactly the same.
He looks like if David Pakman was a priest. Listen, I'm not going to talk shit about Ben Norton because, wait, he's the one who is now in China, right? Like, he went to China. He's living the dream, okay? He's not in the gray zone anymore. He left gray zone. There was a lot of drama. Him and Max Blumenthal broke up. Now, Max also was going down this, like, insane route, to be fair. I think Ben left because of, in a lot of instances, Max Blumenthal going down insane pipelines. The Israel-Palestine stuff is like brought back Max Blumenthal in a big way. As long as he's not talking about fucking, yeah, just only listen to him about Palestine. He does good reporting there. But beyond that, leaves much to be desired.
As Biden. So AMLO is twice as popular as Trump was at this point in his presidency and as Biden is. And yet U.S. government-funded think tanks in Washington, like the Wilson Center, another one of these neoconservative groups, they have also published these articles.
Yes, this is also true. There's a really funny video of this. I think I watched this on stream. Max Blumenthal literally tracked Ben Norton down in South America and yelled at him on a bus.
Was complaining about so-called democratic backsliding in Mexico, lessons for opponents of authoritarian populism. Apparently, authoritarian populism is when President AMLO has 80% approval. Now, earlier I explained why AMLO is so popular, and I mentioned that one of the reasons is simply because he has significantly helped poor people, and his famous slogan is, first the poor. Primero los pobres. He's always tried to raise the living standards of working class people in Mexico. I want to look at some of the data here because it speaks for itself. The change in the real minimum wage in Mexico under President AMLO, it has increased by 84%. Between 2018 and 2023, the minimum wage in Mexico has increased more than any other country in Latin America by far, 84%. However, that was just the minimum wage. Let's also look at the data on per capita real labor income. So this is per capita. So this is all of the labor income of the country divided by the population per person. And you can see that in 2018, when AMLO came into office, the per capita real labor income was about 2,500 Mexican pesos per trimester. and that has massively increased. It had been stagnant for a decade. In fact, some years it decreased, especially in the neoliberal right-wing governments. And then when AMLO came in, it significantly started increasing. It did fall during the pandemic, but after 2020, it increased, and then significantly after recovering, it significantly increased further, and is now at around 3,150, 3,200 Mexican pesos per trimester. So this is a significant increase for the average worker in Mexico. And by the way, this is the real increase. It takes into account inflation. So it's not that all of this is because inflation has been high in recent years. These are real increases in per capita labor income. At the same time, there has also been a significant decrease in poverty in Mexico. Now, for decades, poverty has been a very serious systemic problem in Mexico. So the numbers are still high, but they've dropped dramatically. In 2018, when AMLO came in, the poverty rate was 50%, half the population. And then because of the pandemic, that figure increased to 53%.
Thoughts on Nayib Bukele? No. Just no. That's all I'm going to say. No. Okay. All you need to know about Nayib Bukele is he's like talking at fucking CPAC and shit. Okay.
3%. But from the end of the pandemic until 2022, it fell by 10 points and is now at 44%. And the extreme poverty rate has fallen from 17% during the pandemic to 12% as of 2022. And this is data from 2 years ago.
We're talking about Latin American rights, not Latin American wrongs. Okay. We're talking about pink tide shit. We're not talking about psychos today.
The number has continued decreasing since then. So obviously poverty is still a very real concern in Mexico. And this is why in the election, it is basically guaranteed that the left-wing candidate, Claudia Sheinbaum, will win. All of the polls show her with 53% support. She is from the same left-wing party as AMLO, Morena, and she has pledged to continue AMLO's campaign of fighting poverty and reducing inequality. And going back to the Gallup poll with which I began this analysis today, it also asked Mexicans what they feel about the future of their economy. And for the first time ever since Gallup started studying Mexico's economy and interviewing Mexicans, for the first time, a majority of people in Mexico are optimistic about the future of their economy. 73% say that their living standards are getting better. 3/4 of Mexicans say their living standards are getting better. 57%, a slight majority, say that the local economy is getting better. This is higher than Gallup has ever seen in its polls. For the first time on record, 55% of Mexicans have confidence in Mexico's financial institutions and banks. And the poll noted that in Mexico, people feel more positive about their economic future in 2023 than almost any other advanced economy, including the US, where people are rightfully very pessimistic about their economic future. In fact, in the US, it's the polar inversion of what's happening in Mexico. According to Gallup, 70% of people in the US say the economy is getting worse. Only 26% say the economy is getting better. So quite literally in Mexico, twice as many people think the economy is getting better in Mexico than in the US. Just as AMLO is twice as popular as Biden is or as Trump was in his same time in his presidential administration. So this is scientific proof. Looking at polling done by a U.S. polling firm. This is not done by a Mexican polling firm that is linked to President AMLO and his left-wing Morena party. This is according to scientific polling done by Gallup, the leading U.S. firm. And they acknowledge that Mexico is twice as democratic as the U.S. and twice as many people in Mexico are optimistic about their economy as in the U.S. So the conclusion here is that Mexico, its system, despite the many problems that do exist, the violence, the poverty that still exists, despite all of that, Mexico's system is working better for the people of Mexico than it is for the US. And it's genuinely more democratic, despite the fact that the US government has spent years and millions of dollars trying to convince people that Mexico is supposedly becoming authoritarian. When
you say in America, Hispanics love social programs, Mexico only proves your point even more. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of poverty in Latin American countries, and you either have most of the Latin American population that stays behind in their respective nations that like absolutely are ride or die for the government fixing the situation, or the ones that do come oftentimes to the United States of America that are escaping either some kind of repression from the government or the violence in general, that still firmly believe that the government could solve issues. The ones that don't feel that way are oftentimes political asylum seekers.
Under the
you know, from Venezuela, from Cuba.
Left-wing socialist populist AMLO, who's going to be the new Venezuela, and he's going to be the next Hugo Chavez. In fact, ironically, President AMLO himself has called out the U.S. for this double standard. The U.S.
Aren't a lot of pro-America Latin countries improving rapidly? What? What does this even mean? What kind of what about Javier Milei? He seems very popular and pro-America. Yeah. When I think of countries that are rapidly improving, that are pro-America in Latin America, I think of Argentina and El Salvador. Okay, this chatter is probably just asking, you know, in a not in like an annoying way. I hope. You just hate brave Argentinian men doing good for their country. It's true.
State Department has repeatedly meddled in Mexico's internal affairs, claiming that AMLO is supposedly undermining democracy. And AMLO responded by condemning the U.S. and saying that Mexico is more democratic than the U.S. and saying the U.S. is an oligarchy. And of course, the polling shows that he's correct. In fact, when the Biden administration held a so-called Summit for Democracy last year, AMLO called out the U.S. directly to its face, saying that it's an oligarchy posing as a democracy. Repeatedly during his term, AMLO has sent letters to the U.S. criticizing it for funding right-wing opposition groups who have been protesting Mexico's elected government and trying to destabilize it. AMLO has also been very outspoken in support of Julian Assange, the journalist and political prisoner, whom the U.S. is trying to throw in prison for the rest of his life for the so-called crime of doing journalism. AMLO referred to Julian Assange as a prisoner of conscience and, quote, the best journalist of our time. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the...
Okay, this is just padding. This is just padding. Like, that's what it is. This is leftist padding.
Main reasons that the U.S. government and corporate media outlets have spread these lies claiming that AMLO is authoritarian and undermining democracy is because he's not a U.S. puppet. On the contrary, AMLO has had an independent foreign policy, and he has been supportive of Cuba, condemning...
I can't trust anyone living in China, bro. What the fuck do you mean? That's why you should trust him more, in my opinion. The man's living the fucking dream, dude. I mean, he is glazing, though, for sure. This is glaze. This is like Krispy Kreme glazed donut type shit.
The illegal U.S. blockade of Cuba and condemning neoliberal orthodoxy that right-wing economists have tried to force down the throats of developing countries for decades. Back in 2022, AMLO denounced the illegal U.S. blockade of Cuba as, quote, a tremendous violation of human rights. He has been very outspoken on this issue, which has angered the imperial overlords in Washington. So this is the reality of what's happening in Mexico. AMLO is one of the most popular leaders in the world. Do not believe this nonsense propaganda you see in the Western media. And now you can understand why the U.S. government and right-wing oligarchs in Mexico have been spreading this narrative. And you can understand why Claudia Sheinbaum is going to win the election and be the first ever female president in Mexico and a left-wing president who will continue many of these policies of nationalizing the natural resources, increasing the minimum wage, raising living standards, and resisting the oligarchy in Mexico, whose loyalties are not to the Mexican people, certainly not to the Mexican working class. Their loyalties are to the U.S. empire, and Wall Street.
Yeah, AMLO's definitely operating alongside U.S. interests, but many people in the chat will say, oh, well, what is he supposed to do? He'll get destroyed if he doesn't. When it comes to American immigration policy. Bro, this is awesome. Michael Rappaport is just getting more. Is this actually a real tweet? Don't get into it, Hassan. You're not equipped for Mexican politics. She does sucks less than the rest, though. Why the fuck are you literally agreeing with me, but also simultaneously saying, don't get into it, you're not equipped for Mexican politics? I would kill to have your platform. Your immoral stance that favors human supremacy. I don't think you understand logically what you're saying. I want to be annoying. Can I annoy you for a while? No, stop. Bro's gatekeeping. Oh, it's real? Bro, this guy's like allowed to post like this? The fuck? He's getting increasingly more unhinged. Incredibly normal tweet from the director of a documentary about A Tribe Called Quest and frequent Spike Lee actor. I'm reminded of how Spike Lee cut ties with him because Rappaport genuinely believed he understood racism better than him. Are the gorillas supposed to be the good guys or the bad guys? No, I don't know what's happening. Like, I think he's saying that they're trying to fucking, like, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are like gorillas holding watermelons that are trying to destroy Israel. I don't think he's saying the Zionists are the gorillas. Also, I thought AI art was more advanced than this. What in the Mid-Journey version 1 is this shit, bro? The gorilla's not even holding the flag. I don't even know why the gorilla's supposed to be holding the Israeli flag. Look at this double watermelon. Like, I don't know what the fuck's happening there. He's simply brave enough to say out loud what any average European thinks about Arab people. Yeah. And there will, of course, be no social repercussions for this, because you can just be as racist as you want towards Arabs and Muslims as a whole. Okay? That's it. No amount of Islamophobia will ever cause any fraction of scrutiny for you. If anything, it will actually be better for your career to be like hyper Islamophobic. Anyway, we were supposed to do fun shit. I know. Y'all fucking suck for complaining. We did a little bit of Mexico politics. Chattersgate kept it. They said don't talk about Mexican politics. You know, you have no business. Here, let's watch this Deadpool Wolverine PSA,
So I heard,
which apparently has some cracker discourse in it.
you're only going to introduce. You get reception down here? I don't have a phone. It's coming from out there.
Hey, Bob, you're in a movie theater, not the off room in your mom's nursing home. So turn your phone to silent or I'll shove it so far up your you'll have to answer it through your
No, easy now. Easy now. So much testosterone. God, when you yell like that, it makes my vibrate. At least I think it's not.
What? I think they filmed this in the movie theater. I don't know.
Listen, just turn your phones off or put them on silent. You know, whatever you prefer. I'm gonna take his neck veins for a walk now. Enjoy the film. Nice fourth wall break back there. I didn't think you had it in you. Shut your mouth. No. They do not like that word in America or Canada or the Netherlands. America or Canada.
I think he calls them crackers.
No. Wall break back there. I didn't think you had it in you. Shut your mouth. No. They do not like.
Is that what it is? Different C word? Oh, he says the other C word. Okay, why the fuck did somebody send me this then? Oh, you guys said I thought you meant he said the actual C word, the worst C word. Not see you next Tuesday. Bro, I don't care. Yeah, he said cunt. Okay. Y'all suck for that. TikTok F-boy final boss.
Hey, we added a 6th show due to overwhelming demand. It's gonna be the best weekend ever, so make sure you get your tickets before they sell out. Okay, enjoy the video. Folks, I've talked about many men in my career, whether it's e-boys or soft boys or alpha males. I feel like they all sort of fall under the same F-boy umbrella. And much like an umbrella, they are also stopping people from getting wet. And all these F-boy adjacent guys are pretty wild in their own little fun ways, but I think I may have found the F-boy final boss. The fellow we're gonna talk about today is a creator named Garrett Nolan. First off, I gotta show respect. He's got 2 first names, just like me, Garrett Nolan. Those are just 2 guys. Same as Curtis Connor. Those are just 2 guys. Garrett has had some pretty viral TikToks over this past year, and every time I see one of his videos, I get like really uncomfortable. And you know, misery loves company, so I figured I'd show them to you and we'd talk about them today. So this guy does a lot of like acting POVs, we'll dance our socks off, thirst traps, little comedy sketches. You know, he does it all. But there's just something about his videos, man. He's like every F-boy smushed into.
His best one is, I think, the one that he did where he was like boys that were mama's girls and boys that are papa's boys or something. I'm fucking it up.
One, dude. He kind of reminds me of that scene in Fellowship of the Ring in the caverns of Isengard. All the little orcs are digging out the big, huge, like, bad guy orc out of the dirty, like, muddy goo. And this orc is like the amalgamation.
Why do I know this? It's all over my IG reels, and also I follow cringe TikToks. As you guys know, what was it? The friend of the show's account, was it 420 funny memes or whatever? I forget what it's called. 420 cringe TikToks.
Of all the other little
fave TikToks 420
orcs mixed into this one super orc, and I think that's what Garrett Nolan is. He's kind of like the big bad final orc of the F-boys. And before we get into the bulk of this video, please don't go to this person's page, send any hate or anything. That's never what I want to happen with my videos. We're just goofing around here, man. We're just engaging in some buffoonery, some tomfoolery if we're lucky. All right, let's watch one of his TikToks.
Sorry, baby.
Hey, breathe. It's okay, love. Remember, we date. It's actually loyalty over love. I'm not leaving over an argument. I'm not leaving because you still have unhealed wounds. I'm not leaving because you messed up. I'm not leaving because you sometimes say the wrong things. We will learn together.
I love you so much.
He listed like way too many things, right? Buddy had like a whole list of shit that he did not like about his girlfriend. Listen, babe, if we date, it's loyalty over love. I don't love you, but I'm loyal to you. I'm not leaving over an argument. I'm not leaving because your breath smells like a petting zoo when you wake up. I'm not leaving because the size of your feet. Hell, even if I did, you'd probably step on me with your humongous, freakish ogre feet. Fuck. I'm not leaving you because of your unibrow or your forehead or your butt chin or your chin butt. Together we'll find a way. For me to ignore all of that stuff. I love you so much. I loyal to you too. But yeah, this Garrett guy does a lot of these videos where he'll like make up a relationship scenario where the girl is crying and then he steps in like, shut up. It's fine. I'm the solution. Why would you cry when I'm me? Here's another one he did.
What's wrong? Nothing. Love. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Love.
That's supposed to be teardrops? It looks like they put like a spray bottle on her cheek. That's how people cry, right?
He's killing her. You guys are just watching and saying it's cringe, but he's actually murdering her right now. He's literally fucking killing her with his aura. Bro, what is this, dude? This is the female version of pissing alone handsome? What the fuck is that?
Love, it's okay. It's okay.
This is the one he's most famous for, I think. Yeah. The thing is, I don't even understand what this is. This meme has been out and like omega viral for months now, and I still don't know what this means. Like, what does that mean? What? What does this mean?
Okay, I'm here. Everything's fine. You're safe. What's wrong? I just really need you. You have me.
Yeah, that's cute and all, guys, but you're kind of taking up the whole hallway. It would have been so great if this video ended with a guy just being like, oh, sorry, just let me squeeze past you guys here. Sorry. And you know what? I don't know what it is about me. Maybe I'm getting old. Maybe I'm just a fucking douchebag. But like, who is this for? Who is this content for? Because I looked through the comments and literally all of them are people just being really, really sad. Oh, to be loved like this. I want this, but I'm too single. Yeah, I wonder why. Your name is Draco Ron Simps. Sorry. I wish someone would treat me like that. It would be nice to find a man like that. Maybe it's the side of TikTok that I'm on, but when I went to the comments, I was baffled, dude. I was like, why is nobody hating?
What is this? Pissing by yourself?
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
What the fuck is that? Okay, that one is actually funny. What are you talking about?
On this right now, dude. Everybody in the comments are either sad about their own love life.
That is so not the same as this guy. This guy is like very obviously... This guy's very obviously trying to farm like lonely women by being like, listen, babe, listen. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, but you're not alone. I'm here for you. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That kind of shit. That's what he's doing. He's trying to hit the spicy side of book talk. It's a lucrative grift. Yeah, he's just trying to get the fucking liberal, nerd women to be quivering. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. This is why we losing the gay off. Yeah, I mean, I've already given up.
Life or just gassing this video up like crazy. Like this guy's comment. Give this guy a Grammy or something. A Grammy? like the music award? Listen, you can like whatever TikToker you want, but I don't think this video is eligible for a Grammy nom. Okay? Obviously the person who commented this confused the Grammys with the Oscars. Or wait, hold on. The person who commented this isn't even a person. That's a car. A legit car left this comment, dude. And it kind of makes sense that a car wouldn't want to associate with the Oscars. Cars was famously snubbed in 2006.
And the Oscar goes to Happy Feet, George Miller.
Sorry, we're getting a little off topic here. It's just always super funny when dudes like this like make up these scenarios to make themselves look like a super sick guy. I've always wondered this. Why is it that all the dudes who make content about like how great of a boyfriend or how great of a husband they would be, they're always single? Isn't that fucking weird? Obviously, I can't 100% confirm that Garrett is single, but I did listen to the worst podcast episode ever recorded, just saying a lot coming from me. SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, Sandy. But the podcast I listened to was by a guy named Peter Vigilante. Fucking killer last name, but here's a little clip from it.
If I'm not allowed to like a post, which means you think I'm doing something devious, right? Ooh. That means you can't post a bikini pic because now you're posting it for devious reasons. Because if you think that
Take podcast microphones away from everybody. Take it away from everybody. Stan, Chris posted your red carpet walk.
Do what I could, like, point, point, like, do what I should, like, point, point, like, do what I could, like, point, point, point, like, do what I should, like, point, like, do what I could, like, point, point, point, like, I should, like,
9 out of 10.
Point, like, I could.
Yo, let's go. Oh, we got this. No. I got fucking mocked by Austin, dude. I love how casually Hassan Piker entered the video. Hassan is back. These people seem pretty gay. What do you, yeah. You can legit see her slap on that guy hours later. Yeah, I saw him walking around and his butt was still red. You want to out-gay the gay man? I tried and fucking failed, honestly.
Not
Let's
good.
keep
But they
going.
had Garrett as a guest, and he confirmed that he was a single man.
I'm a single male.
And that was 3 months ago. So if I'm wrong, I apologize, but that was the most recent piece of evidence I could find. But it's just so weird that all these dudes were like, I'll be there for you. I'm always there. I'm like the best guy. They never have a girlfriend, ever. It's a fucking fresh and fit syndrome. Like if these guys are basing their entire careers off of meeting women, dating women, being attractive to women, why aren't they all fucking married? Or just like in a relationship at the very least, right? Like you think they would have figured it out by now, right? Like that's if a guy was making like video production tutorials that look like this.
So the first thing you need is a nice camera like this. And secondly, you need a good microphone to pick up a good quality audio.
You know, no pun intended. I don't mean to single out Garrett with that criticism. You know, I don't want to just stoop down to ad hominem attacks, right? But speaking of ad, let's hear a word from today's sponsor.
This video is sponsored by Opera. I'm on my computer all day, every day. So I need a browser that can keep up with the 30 things I'm doing at once. And that's why I use Opera. And it seems like the guy we're talking about in this video is pretty obsessed with his features. But the only features I'm obsessed with are all the features that Opera has to offer, like Aria.
By the way, while this is going on, I'm gonna fucking find the Batman game. I don't know if I have it in my library already. I tried to download the second episode, but I don't know what it's called. Chat, what's the second Batman called? Batman season 2? Is it season 2? Is it Enemy Within? I'm downloading it right now. It's Enemy Within, right? Oh shit, it's gonna be the Joker. Okay, it's gonna be the Joker. Wait, where the fuck? We're not blasting off yet. I'm not blasting off with that. Thanks for coming to WeHo yesterday. Man, I live here. This is unironically the worst take I've ever seen.
All the hours they were awake for their entire lives. In American history, in Egyptian history, in the rest of the world that had slaves, which is most of the world at some given point. I think like if they can do it, so can I.
That video is a absolute banger. Wait, why the fuck is it not downloading though? I don't understand. Hold on. Oh, I have it. Okay, it did get downloaded. Wait, let me try to see if I can turn it on real quick. Nope, it's not letting me. We are supposed to play season 2 of Batman, but it's not letting me. Damn, bro, it's a conspiracy. Do you see this? Do you fucking see this, chat? Oh, it's still downloading. Never mind. That's why.
Yeah. Opera's native browser AI. You can chat with Aria to get quick, clear answers on whatever topic you need assistance with. You can highlight any text online to get a quick explanation, explore the topic further, or get a translation. You can also activate their new page context mode, which allows you to get any page summarized in seconds, and it also allows you to extract specific information and translate any text. There's tons more you can do with Aria as well, but I'd be here yapping for hours about it, so might as well just try it out for yourself. Opera also has a built-in ad blocker, which is absolutely incredible because have you guys tried reading articles lately? It's just ads now. I don't know what happened. And also loading all those ads slows down your browser performance. What the hell? And with Opera, you can get rid of all
Ethical reacts, but fuck Opera. No disrespect to Curtis. all disrespect to
ugly,
Opera.
annoying ads with just one click for a clean, smooth browsing experience. And speaking of a clean, smooth browsing experience, let me tell you about Opera's Tab Islands feature. When I'm using Opera, I'll have tabs open for my main channel videos. I'll have tabs open for podcast stuff, other tabs open with like Word documents and calendars, emails, etc. And that can get overwhelming pretty quickly. But with Tab Islands, you can easily organize your tabs for effortless browsing. It truly is a game changer. So if you want to vastly improve your browsing experience in every way imaginable,
Opera didn't scam me. They just used one of their social media people got on the fuck Hassan train so they could like farm impressions.
To download Opera today for free. You won't regret it, I promise. Okay, thank you so much to Opera for sponsoring this video. Back to me.
Okay, guys, let's move on from the relationship POVs for a little bit. Garrett also makes a lot of videos that straight up don't make any sense. And guys, I read so many comments trying to figure out what the hell that means. The best explanation I could find is if someone's hands are shaking before they fight, they're auditioning for a musical, they're giving jazz hands. I guess it means they're experiencing a lot of adrenaline, and I guess if someone's experiencing a lot of adrenaline, they'll just fucking kill you or something. I don't know. But a lot of the comments were just as confused as I was. When my hands were shaking, I thought it was because I was scared. That's so funny. Because, like, you probably were also scared, man. It's so funny. People think one thing. They see a video on TikTok that maybe could be another reason. And they're like, oh, okay, got it. That's why. You tell me any information and I'll believe it. Fuck, that's so funny. I thought I was terrified, but I guess it was just the adrenaline. And I guess that wasn't piss coming out of my wiener. That was adrenaline juice. Huh. But I think we all know why his hands were actually shaking. The vaccine. It's gotta be it. We've all seen that one video of the girl's legs shaking after she got the vaccine. I'll have what she's having. Thanks a lot, Pfizer. Pfizer, I hardly know her. And you never want to fight a guy who's had the vaccine, because then you're gonna catch it. That's why I wear a mask.
He makes one joke about Pfizer. He doesn't get a fucking content notice. I make not even a joke, but like whatever I talk about, whenever I talk about Israel, there's like a fucking content notice under my YouTube page for the Holocaust. Okay? As though I'm like a Holocaust denier or some shit. What's up with that? Like literally. Convicted him. I mean, like, this was all 2020 election, United States election. Like I'm a fucking election denier or something. Or there was one about climate change. Sam Houston, 69. Holy moly.
Top Israeli.
Okay, this one doesn't have anything. Israel has gone too far. United Nations. Climate change refers to long-term shift in temperatures. Anyway.
Mask everywhere I go because I don't want to catch the vax. Garrett also made another fighting video in this style, so let's check that one out too.
This is the classic. This is the one that blew up.
That was awesome. So let me break it down. He's saying that guys raised by their dads, they want to stand and fight, but guys raised by their moms, they wear button-up shirts and walk away. I don't know how accurate that is. I feel like dads walk away from shit all the time. In my own life, I've seen at least one dad walk away from a tough situation. You know, if we're being realistic here, the kid raised by their dad would actually be the one walking away. But then you still see them on weekends and Christmas. I think this is my favorite video of Garrett's though, because before this, nobody was hating. So I was starting to feel like a douchebag thinking that these videos were like a little strange. But this was the video that finally had people being like, yo, what? What are you talking about? Because obviously this isn't true. Some kids who were raised by their moms were fucking dickhead bullies because their moms sucked. And some kids raised by both parents were dickhead bullies because...
Wait, they like, what did they understand on this video that I just don't understand? Because I watched this video and I did not understand what the fuck the message was at all, bro. At all. I don't get it.
Because both their parents suck. So it was nice to see people goofing on this video a little bit. And this actually spawned a tiny trend of people like stitching this TikTok. Hilarious. That's great. And I thought this trend was really funny, so I made one myself. What? And obviously Garrett's content is harmless. Mostly. Some of the content starts getting into some strange territory.
Batman is officially downloaded.
Hey baby, I'm home. I haven't seen you in a while. It's been 5 years.
Whoa, what the fuck?
3 months, 25 days, 4 hours.
What the fuck? He's a stalker.
So yeah, it's a video of him breaking into an ex-girlfriend's house and going through all their shit, you know, total stalker mode. AKA a super crazy thing to do when a huge fucked up crime. And hey, maybe it's just like an acting thing, an acting practice to be like a weird guy. I get it, but like all the comments are eating this up for like the worst reasons. Why is this hot though? Why does this make me want a stalker boyfriend? Respectfully, you can break into more than just my house. If I had someone this obsessed with me, I'd be so happy. Jesus Christ.
Bro, we're not gonna see the light of Allah in our lifetime. It's over. It's over. Society is collapsed. Boys, it's not happening. Okay, if you look at it, you take one peek at TikTok comments, and you will personally recognize this shit ain't right. Shit is busted, and it will never be fixed. Okay, irreparable harm. Oh my fucking Lord, Jesus, Lord mercy. People are just so fucking desperate, so horny, so alone, so isolated. What is happening? It's good that TikTok is getting banned. I'm on board with it now. I'm anti-CCP.
Guys, go to therapy. Obviously go to therapy, or just go outside. Either one of those, okay? This should not get you all hot and bothered. This should only...
Isn't it the same when people thirst over you? Hasanabe ain't a hater? No, it's not the same, because when people thirst over me, it's over me like making a fucking thirst post where I'm like, oh, free Palestine or whatever. It's like, it's not me being like, here I am breaking into my ex-girlfriend's house, and people are like, oh, it's fucking so hot. Oh yeah.
Only get you bothered. If this is attractive to you, someone breaking into your fucking house, you're weird. That's weird. And before you comment, hey, don't kink shame, I'm not. Okay? Because that isn't a kink. That's a crime. But in a kink, it's a crime. This is like a gnarly, life-ruining crime, okay? I don't think that should be a kink. Your Honor, we have unrefutable evidence that this man murdered his ex-girlfriend. A truly heinous act. All right. Objection, Your Honor. No kink shaming. What do you mean kink shaming? It's literally murder. No, he's right. Okay, I will not tolerate any kink shaming in my court. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is bullshit. What's going on? Sorry, getting yelled at is my kink. Oh my god, what kind of judge are you? A bad one, you should fucking spank. And all the other comments on this stalking video were a reference to a community on TikTok called Book Talk. It was flooded with comments like, Book Talk, y'all here? And Garrett threw a heart on that one. Book Talk is gonna go feral. Book Talk girlies assemble. Book Talk has ruined me. And I foolishly thought,
what the fuck is Book Talk? Is it mentally unwell women getting together and hoping that they get stalked? What is this?
Book Talk was just a community on TikTok where people talk about the books they like. And that is true to an extent, but I found out Book Talk is mostly just straight up smut. Oh no! It's a vast community of probably the horniest people on the planet, and whenever there's like a guy with tattoos and long hair and like a deep voice and muscles, all the fucking comments on the videos are like, oh, Book Talk's here. Book Talk has been summoned.
If Book Talk wants more of this, Book Talk can have more of this.
And hey man, I'm all...
it's like, it's the most, oh god. It's the most, I want to make millennial moms horny ass shit. Oh God. Book Talk is 50% of your audience? Oh no. Oh no.
All for people getting their rocks off, especially to just words on paper. That's hilarious. Reading a sentence and then getting a boner about it is genuinely one of the funniest things of all time. Dude, getting turned on by literature? Are you kidding me? Whenever they read an essay, they're like, damn, look at that body. Sorry, Book Talk as a whole is a topic for another video, I think. But Garrett plays into this typical Book Talk character a lot. You know, he's got the tattoos, the muscles, he's handsome. Okay, I'll say it, he's handsome. He's a good looking guy. And he shows all of that off in his various thirst trap videos. Sorry, he's walking towards me with a hammer, I got scared. Is that why construction always takes so long? Dudes are on the side of the road just thirst trapping all day. Those hats used to be soft, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he's got a lot of thirst trapping videos on his account. And hey man, that's your wiener. Okay, got it. Jeez, that's your entire wiener right there. Hello. That's fucking gnarly, dude. I mean, at the very least, his videos are like the true lesbian test. Like, if you're unsure if you're a lesbian or not, I can just scroll through this guy's page. Like, fucking, jeez, man. Flashing full meat on Maine. This is gonna sound rich from a commentary YouTuber, but like, what are you doing, dude? Men used to go to war. Never mind, he's still doing it.
He's left-handed.
He's still going to war. Damn, give this guy a Grammy. So that video is pretty impressive, but like, dude, it is.
I'm gonna be the Rat Fam, and you're, dude, worst part about having a longer mustache it just keeps getting in my mouth. I'm gonna be the ref in your chat and say the more misogynist the population is, the more women have fantasies about dubious consent and is an escapist fantasy, so women don't have to be culpable of what happens during sex, i.e., an excuse to have sex without shame. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know.
Super fucking funny to put on like a bulletproof vest and look all super tough and stuff and flex your guns while the gun is making like the cutest noise ever. Say hello to my little friend. The TikTok F-boy genre has always been like really fascinating.
Typical Canadian doesn't understand this, that ping is actually a successful hit on a fucking 10 target, okay?
To me, because
how else are you gonna know? How else are you gonna know that he's successfully hitting a fucking steel target?
I think the most intriguing thing about them is like their journey to become one, right? Because they're not born, they're made. Just a few years ago, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that like those are edited in though. I don't know if he actually hit that.
Wasn't doing this style of content at all. He actually used to brand himself as Garrett with Ivan the cat, and he would make videos like this.
Time to go to sleep, okay, buddy? Come to see your cheeks. Oh,
yeah, I'm actually really glad he stopped doing this kind of content.
Dude, honestly, dude, I'm not even gonna say it. You know what I'm gonna say, and I'm not gonna say it because all I will say is half of the chat now aligns with him even more than they did before. Just average cat owner. I said it. I was just a typical cat owner, dude.
The fuck, man? This poor cat, man. What the hell? I feel like even a serial killer would be like, yo, he's up on the cat, man. You're being a little too rough on him. Like, dude, he has a full My Cat Bites Me When I Sing mega mix on his channel that's a half-hour long. And first off, if you're watching a full half hour of the same fucking annoying bit over and over again, you're cooked. Sorry to break it to you, you're absolutely cooked. You're done. And secondly, I don't think your cat bites you when you sing. I think your cat is biting you because you're holding on to it and won't let it go when it's clearly telling you that it wants to be let go. And dude, all the comments are like, oh my god, it's so funny. And it's like, hey, no, it's not. Like, not even a little bit. It's not fun. It's just bad pet ownership. Like, what a fucking rebrand that was, eh? Yeah, I used to hold my cat hostage, now I scream. It's funny to compare like the current Garrett to the old Garrett with Ivan the cat, because now his whole shtick is like being attractive to women and stuff, but like treating an animal like this is like the biggest possible red flag, I think, right? Yeah, I guess I'm not like those other tall, handsome, buff, tattooed men. I'm also sensitive. I'm attentive and I'm gentle too. Sorry, it's my cat. 1 second. So, you ever heard of Book Talk?
I'm gonna show
those
you
videos
exactly
were
why
old. I'm
dogs
sure
are
he's
supreme.
moved on from them. I'm glad he doesn't do them anymore. But just a piece of advice, like you're kind of ruining your whole every girl wants me bit. If you have a half-hour video on your YouTube channel of you mishandling pussy. In conclusion, I think I was goofing on his content pretty hard, maybe a little too hard, but comparing it to his old cat hostage videos, his new content is fucking awesome, dude. So you know what, Garrett? Keep it up. All right, guys, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this quick, silly little video. I've got some longer videos coming up in the near future I'm very excited for, but I wanted to goof around a little, if that's okay. If you guys liked the video, please press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 cat I will rescue from singing men. And leave a comment, or I'm gonna start screaming. Also, please press the subscribe button. We are so close to 5 million. Let's get it. What are you waiting for? Press the damn button. Because as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Curtistown. If you didn't know, Curtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor of Curtistown, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. You can check the description for tickets to my Irvine shows coming up. They're selling out, so you better freaking grab tickets, okay? Don't sleep. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have to go because my hands are shaking. I need to go to the doctor. Bye-bye.
Oh, so heavy. Oh, she's so heavy. She's 100 pounds. Dog versus cat poll in the chat. Look at her face while you vote. Remember, this is who you're voting against. When you vote against dogs. Hello. Look at that. Hello. Where are you going? Hello. The votes are in, folks. Look at that. Look at that face. Look at that fucking face, dude. That's right. 42% dogs, 1,276 votes, 38% cats, and 20% filthy centrists, which means technically 62% dogs. 62% of chat is either pro-dog or in denial that they're a part of dog supremacy. What's on her bed? Various different bones that she has not finised eating. good to know that we are in a community of like-minded individuals who are smart, intelligent, and understand the truth. The dogs are supreme. That's all I'm going to say. It's time for Batman. Telltale series, The Enemy from Within. Or The Enemy Within, sorry. Let me blast off. Let the people know. Batman Season 2, The Enemy Within begins now. Sexo Run unlocked. Unlimited Sexo Run. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know. Unlimited Sexo Run, baby. Sunday Sexo Day. Bye, chat. See you all tomorrow. Fuck you. Okay? Yeah, fuck yourself. All right? Can you do a quick recap of season 1? It will do a recap in the beginning. Who are you cucking into insanity this season? We'll see. Probably the Joker, I suspect. Why is this so loud again, bro? Okay, this is better, I think. Right? Importing my save. Start episode 1, The Enigma. Was it predictive if we will see his parents die again? Yes or no? It will absolutely be yes. We went blue last season. Let's go yellow this season. What do we think? Oh my God, everyone is saying different colors. Oh, too late, it's yellow. There's no democracy on this one.
One fateful night, my parents gave their lives for me. They became my heroes. Their legacy untouchable. Until I learned the truth. My father, Thomas Wayne, was a criminal. He ruled over Gotham.
Boom!
Shadow.
Again. Of course. Because of course he had to start off with this. There's no way, bro. There's no way. Of course he's like, bro is 45 years old. Okay? Bro is 45, still talking about how he was an orphan. How he was orphaned as a child. He will never forgive. He will never forget. Okay? Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Batman. Remember how I was an orphan?
And everything I thought I knew about myself changed forever. The children of Arkham exposed the truth about my father to Gotham. Their attack turned friends into enemies and threw the city into chaos. I was committed to Arkham Asylum, where I escaped with the help of a mental patient named John Doe. After a bloody battle, I put an end to it all in the catacombs beneath the city. The Penguin, Two-Face, and Lady Arkham were the first real challenge I faced as the Batman, but they would not be the last.
Spring has arrived in Gotham, and with it comes City Hall's quarterly crime report. Crime is way down since the fall of the Children of Arkham, marking another triumph for newly minted police commissioner James Gordon.
We love the police, don't we, folks?
Gordon credited his success to the public partnership between the police and the Batman. He praised the mysterious vigilante for his sacrifice, describing him as essential to the security of the city. Things are looking up, citizens. After the long, dark winter comes the thaw. Now, if only the Knights could win a game, everyone would be happy.
Lucky 13! There it is.
Rumi Mori, import-export magnate, one-time CEO, international arms dealer. The world sees Mori as a legitimate businessman, a philanthropist who gives to charity, not a criminal getting rich off the suffering of innocence. The master.
Bro, we have weapons. Says you, motherfucker. Bro, we sell weapons. We do international arms trafficking and import-export.
Performance. I wonder if a man hides in plain sight for that long, does he forget who he really is? What do you think, Master Bruce? Must be hard to stay true to yourself.
We all wear masks in public. Every day is 1,000 little performances.
Perhaps, but some are more encompassing than others.
Damn, graphics improved dramatically.
If there are cracks in Mori's, we'll find them.
The GCPD already bugged his penthouse and found nothing, meaning that if he's doing arms deals in Gotham...
They happen on the casino floor. I need to find a way to hear what Mori is saying.
Standing by for support. Look for something with a microphone.
Hotel security are guarding him particularly close.
A man like Mori counts more enemies than friends.
I wonder why that is. Well, looks like roulette is his Achilles heel.
He has a reputation for being lucky, but then you don't need luck when you own the house.
Consumer model. Could be a good way to hear Mori's conversation.
More warrantless surveillance, bro. That's crazy.
He certainly enjoys the good life, doesn't he?
Made a fortune running guns during the Arab Spring. Diversified into biotech shortly after. From what I understand, he's not one for pinching pennies.
Al, I'm hacking into Maury's phone.
Encrypting your signal. Last thing we want is for him to know you're here. We're in. You should be able to pick up audio from Maury's phone.
Is everyone enjoying themselves? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone with a badge.
He's on a roll.
Bro literally said, we are Pegasus. Okay? We are straight up Pegasus. Israeli spy tech, sponsored by fucking Wayne Corp. And chatters in here are like, no, you don't understand. We're the good guy here. He's selling to the bad guys. We're selling to the good guys.
It's only a matter of time before he gets too chatty.
Try to blend in.
So, I've been sitting over there wondering, what's Bruce Wayne doing in a place like this? I figured you went to fancier casinos.
I'm looking
You're
for
not
something
my
different.
type.
New thrills.
Well, it's a good thing you're here. And it's a good thing I'm here.
You? What in the hell are you doing here?
Stop me if you've heard this one before. I begin and have no end. And I end all that begins. Who am I?
I don't give a damn. I told you 10 times. Our arrangement is over.
Death, Maury. I am death.
Something's happening, and it doesn't look like a deal.
The man in the hood.
Brilliant observation, Bruce. God, you are truly the greatest detective of all time.
I remember him from your father's time. I think it's Riddler.
Is something wrong? You seem distracted. Bruce.
You think your gibberish intimidates me?
How about we go back to my place?
Oh.
I'll call my driver. Meet me outside?
Well, since you put it like that,
Damn.
I never do this, you know.
Damn, bro. It's that easy? It's that easy? Yo! Sexo Run unlocked already. That's dude, this has to be a world record. I'm saying I'm calling it world record Sexo Run, Billionaire Riz edition, unlimited Sexo for Bruce Wayne. He just locked it down in approximately 30 seconds, I think.
You know, me neither.
No one threatens me in my own casino. Security!
Sir, it's time to leave.
For you? An easy one. What question can you never answer yes to?
I don't give a crap. Let's go.
Wrong. The correct answer is, are you dead?
Damn. Damn.
Now, let's get started.
You cooked his ass.
Get out of there. Get your suit.
Al, let Gordon know what's happening.
Right away.
Hey, no one leaves.
That was easy. Yeah, Batman doesn't kill guys, remember. He only maims and permanently damages people's spinal cords and shit.
Commissioner Gordon on the line. Scrambling audio now.
Gordon.
Batman, what's the status?
Yeah, good thing the streets of Gotham are always
Multiple
empty.
gunmen, hostages at the casino.
Good thing the streets of Gotham are always empty, so like no one sees him call the Batmobile and get in it and come out as Batman.
A madman in a mask.
Riddler's back in Gotham.
Riddler? He hasn't been seen in years.
Well, he's putting on quite a show.
There's a squad on the way. They'll be there shortly.
Be ready for a fight.
Please, please, we can make the deal. Anything you want.
Our issues can't be solved with handshakes, Maury.
This is what happens when you back out of a deal with me.
Sorry, you gotta die.
There's only one way you're getting out of this alive. You have to solve a riddle. And I choose my words carefully if I were you. Listen closely.
No, please, don't do this.
Without?
Bro, just kill me at that point. Honestly, like, I hate that shit. You know what I mean? It's like a riddle in this moment. Like, how it's too whimsical. It's just too it's too quirked up. Just execute me, man. Just fucking execute me. Just be for real, man. Be honest and be direct, okay? What do you want? I'll give it to you. What is this fucking, oh, you gotta solve a riddle and then maybe you'll survive type shit? Like, fuck that.
Fingers, I point. Without arms, I strike. Without feet, I run. Who am I?
I've got visual.
That drone fully functional.
I'll need a place to drop in without being noticed.
A
Time
clock?
for some recon.
I read chat.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? A mind
Riddler.
A terror from the past. I never thought I'd see him on our streets again. He's not to be taken lightly.
It's the kind of conundrum that
A river doesn't kick.
Some
Or
kind of torture
walk.
device.
Doesn't seem like he's getting out until he guesses the riddle.
This Riddler certainly has an imagination.
Believe me, I know. Remember,
Riddler's taken hostages, casino patrons, innocent bystanders.
Batman has been voice
They're clearly
maxing.
not his main target. Must be an insurance policy.
Batman has been voice training.
I will get bored. You won't like that.
Cashier's booth. That'll do. Just need to take out the guard first.
Audio playback fully functional.
Time for a distraction.
What the?
Why did he have to do that? Like, he didn't have to do that at all.
I'm losing patience.
He could have just dropped on his head.
Expecting a hint? Give me an answer.
Wait, Q? I'm hitting Q.
Batman, we can't get in. The front's covered by gunmen, and they've got the back barricaded with blackjack tables. How should I deploy when we're inside? I'm relying on your eyes and ears. What's the best course of action?
What the fuck? Make a frontal assault? Hit them with a tear gas? I did press Q, chatter. Shut the fuck up. I did. I'm gonna go tear gas. Fuck it. Fuck these
Need a
hostages.
distraction. Find a way to limit their line of sight.
Sounds like a plan.
Tear gas the hostages. Fuck them.
You're completely insane.
No, I don't believe that's it.
Yo, this game is crazy.
I'll clear a path. Wait for my signal.
Give him hell. We're counting on you.
It's the NYPD chat. They don't have any other fucking way of... They don't have any other way of operating. Wow, we got two options now.
Batman!
I keep choosing the most
You're
violent
ahead of
ones.
schedule. I'm a little busy right now, but I'll see if I can fit you in. Not him, the hostage. Shoot the hostage!
What did I do? Oh, Ian. Whoa, the QTEs, they're getting weirder by the second. This game has weird QTE.
Hiya,
I don't know what's fucking going on.
The Batman clearly isn't using his head. Break it open. With pleasure.
It's cool that villains make you wear their, you know, weird garb and like little masks, like silly little masks and shit. Time down. Let's time down this time. Okay, I didn't even time down.
I've heard stories in the streets about you, Batman. You're the...
Bro said tie him down, and it just, the option still was fucking breaking his spinal cord.
Biggest name in Gotham since I left town. Everyone's very
Tie him down to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Yep.
impressed with you. I'm not impressed. Gotham's criminals have become zealots and thugs in cheap suits. And you, I've come home to find a wannabe in my chair. Eating my goddamn porridge. This is my city. Now I'm back.
All you scum are the same.
Oh!
Only thing that changes is the mask.
Spoken like a man who sees the world in black and white. Allow me to broaden your spectrum. You're supposedly the world's greatest detective. Yet here you are, completely at my mercy. I don't see much evidence of that. I expected more of a battle from you, Batman. Oh, you have to be kidding. Clever, but not smart enough. How it was done back in the day.
I don't get it. How old is this guy? Oh my God.
Like a common street hood.
NYPD, baby.
It just doesn't do it for me.
Classic NYPD activities is just doming fools.
Follow the path must be a weak point.
Dude, wait, would that have cut his head off? Like, would we have been able to see that head?
You broke the cage. That's cheating.
Think I care about your rules?
I'd heard you were a man who followed a code. Why would you save that dirtbag's life? Mori made his money running guns, trading off the suffering of war.
I believe in justice is such a lie for Batman, by the way. I mean, that's what Batman would say, but obviously in his worldview, he is technically no different than the villains that he ostensibly is against. Like, an odd thing to factor in, but it's just like the truth.
I believe in justice. Mori deserves a trial in a court of law. If he's guilty,
Batman's like, he's a gun runner like me. That's why I'm saving him.
his cell will be right next to yours.
Justice. Ridiculous. Either way, you won't be the one to put me there.
Joker's a serial killer, so is Batman, bro. What are you talking about? Batman was literally there to do warrantless surveillance on this fucking guy. So you're wrong. Oh my god.
Enough of this! You know how to scrap. I'll give you that. But it's not enough. Let's see how you do with something a little more cerebral. Better hurry, detective. Solve my puzzle soon. Or people are gonna get hurt. And we know you can't let that happen.
What puzzle? What puzzle? What? Oh, I didn't hit it, Bo. I thought I hit it.
Enough of—
That's the lamest way. Did I even die in that situation? Like, he just broke his own spine.
this! You know how to scrap. I'll give you that. But it's not enough. Let's see how you do with something a little more cerebral. Better hurry, detective. Solve my puzzle soon. Or people are gonna get hurt. And we know you can't let that happen.
Can't press Q. Shut the fuck up. Riddle me this, Batman. Solve the puzzle, I guess. Whoa, what the fuck?
You should have called us before going in, Gordon.
What the fuck is this?
After all, we're here to help.
What the fuck? We got FBI up in this bitch? What's that? Amanda Waller? Who is that? Feds?
Circuitry inside, but nothing obviously dangerous. The Bat computer will be able to analyze further.
Your days are numbered, Bat Freak. We'll see each other again.
Yeah, whatever.
Keep one eye in the sky, jerk-offs. Heavens are gonna fall on your goddamn heads.
Tell me all about it down at the precinct.
The Riddler's right hand in custody, not a bad result, all told. Riddler used to leave clues at all his crime scenes. Always thought he was smarter than the people trying to catch him. Thought we could use help dragging him down.
He was smart enough to slip through our fingers.
Yeah, and leave a bloody mess in his wake. Riddler's heyday was a dark time in Gotham. And what we just saw, he has
Yeah, the quality is definitely noticeable from first to this season. Yeah, it's higher.
Uh-huh.
And
Get the
bloodier.
on it right away. Commissioner Gordon.
Brace yourselves. Just so you know, this woman has a lot of juice with the governor. Rub her the wrong way, I could end up on foot patrol till I retire.
My people are trained for situations like this, Gordon. We'd have Riddler in custody if you'd only picked up the phone. So, you're the legendary Batman. I've heard a great deal about you. So much so, I don't know if I should believe the hype.
I haven't had the pleasure of an introduction, Miss...
A pleasure, huh? Most people don't usually call it that.
This is Amanda Waller, director of the agency.
What are the feds doing here?
The feds.
Riddler's their case. The GCPD has been asked to open our doors to them. Give them whatever they need.
We've been tracking that maniac for some time. No one knows more about him than we do. World-class criminals like Riddler, they're kind of our specialty.
Oh, shit. Austin and everyone else just walked in for the pod, so I missed it. Like, you will see the last 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here, bring her out. I'm playing a game, so... Can you take her outside? Can you open up the back? Thank you. 10 minutes of gaming? Listen, there will be more gaming tomorrow.
Does this one speak?
Just
I have to do the pod. I have to deliver to you the incredible content that is the Fear End podcast. So we're going to have to wrap it up. It's a short gaming stream, but don't worry, fear not, tomorrow we will finish this. Okay? I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS React Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.